We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The umpire holds the footy up. These are the games that you wait all year for.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the first preliminary final, live from the MCG.
The curtain comes up. Boy, we're going to have some fun.
Louder and louder, soon the world is going to shout my name.
Will Ashcroft sharks the curls and back towards goal. There's no stopping him.
Bailey Smith is a superstar. Nick Dacos. No one can stop him.
Faster and stronger, feel the blood pumping through my veins.
What a setting it is. The stakes are simple and understood. If you want to train tomorrow, you got to win tonight.
Step in the ring, I'll be coming for you.
Loman on the left peg. Loman, 2 in a minute.
From 55, he eyes the goals and sends it home.
This is why you watch footy. Games like this. Every game you win from here, the bigger the next.
Born to win.
Drop punt is there.
Goes back with everything he's got.
And snap.
And goal.
How's the pressure?
To Nick Dacos. While the little champ pops it through from the pocket. It's bouncing. It's through. That is simply sensational. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
I'm born to win.
Listen to the roar.
Welcome to the show.
Back to McCluggage from 45. Hugh McCluggage.
You want to win it all?
He's ready for finals football.
Welcome to the show.
Spins around and buries it. It's online. It's through.
Oh, yeah.
What is out of this world?
It doesn't have to be your night,
But it can be your moment.
This is my name, this is my story. This is my town, my territory. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the end of the road. You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
Down to side bottom. Side bottom. Doing what needs to be done.
that's a big goal.
And September is swooping season.
This is my town, my territory.
The home prelim secured for the September club.
You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
The Pies are into the Final Four.
You've got to be excited. You've got to enjoy this moment because this is what you sign up to day one of pre-season. You want to be there in September.
You can give it off to the goalies. This will bring the house down. Yes, Geordie.
This is my name, this is my story. This is my town, my territory. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the end of the road. You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
From the centre square, Cam Rayner. Unbelievable. Soak it in.
And the siren sounds. You can never write off these Brisbane Lions, and they respond once more.
Welcome to the show.
Runs for 50 out.
You want to win it all?
What a way to finish.
Better be ready to go. Welcome to the end of the road.
This is the first preliminary final, Collingwood versus Brisbane, live from the MCG.
Arcs around for 45 to get the party started.
Better be ready to go.
The 2025 AFL Final Series.
To finish it off, it's good.
On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
It is showtime. It's a familiar September sight, the most capped grand final combo in history. 2002, 2003, and of course, that pulsating grand final in 2023. But this year, there is only room for one on footy's biggest day next Saturday, the prelim of the last two premiers. It is Collingwood versus Brisbane to see who will play Geelong in the 2025 decider. Welcome inside the Melbourne Cricket Ground. It's a great thrill to be here, as always, on preliminary final day. 3 teams left, the last 3 premiers. Geelong already through to the grand final. Who will play them next Saturday? That's what we're here to find out. My name's Corbin, Middlemas. It's always great to be here on ABC Sport, and Clint Wheeldon's alongside me to call the action. Good afternoon, Clint.
Hello to you, Corbin. This is going to be amazing. You've got the champs here again looking for a 3rd consecutive grand final, and Collingwood a 2nd in 3 years. It's an enormous event, and I wonder today, will we see someone just grab the game and dominate like Patrick Dangerfield did last night? Geelong are there. They get to wait and soak this all in like the rest of us. If this is anything like we saw for 3 and a bit quarters last night, there is something to look forward to here at the MCG.
First of the footy, last to leave. We've been here all day at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. We're still too early for the team. So they're another 5 minutes away. But what we learned at selection on Thursday night was that there was only one change to the Collingwood lineup. Jeremy Howe comes back. Unfortunately, young Will Parker is the man that misses out. Apart from that, no other changes. Brisbane as selected. So they're the same side, although they've got the same 23 named at least on Thursday night that beat the Gold Coast in that famous Q clash last Saturday night. Now, our experts will get to Adam Ramanauskas shortly, the youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth. But one man who is here, Mr. September, a man who elevated this time of year like better than everybody else in the history of the game, not named Clay Smith or John Newcomb. His name is Mark Murphy, the 300-gamer from the Blues. He's an All-Australian, one of the best analysts going around on ABC Sport. Hello, Murph.
Corbin, great to be here. I don't like that introduction, by the way. Mr. September. I only featured in the first 2 weeks of September.
It's my hard work all week.
6 games out of 300 I played in September. Unfortunately, didn't play on this third week at preliminary final week, but
no fault of your own, clearly.
Well, I tried everything I could, Corbin. I left no stone unturned. But look, it is great to be here in Melbourne, and it promises to be a terrific afternoon. I was here a couple of years ago watching these two on grand final day. It was one of the all-time great grand finals. I absolutely loved it, and looking forward to seeing how these two sides go today. I know that Brisbane have got their challenges with injuries, but I still feel they've got the superior weapons ahead of the football. The two key targets ahead being younger key tools might be their only issue. If Darcy Moore can play the sort of football he did 2 weeks ago, and obviously Jeremy Howe coming back in, it's going to be a great contest.
It feels like so much of it is the last start for both teams. So how much do you weigh or lean into what Brisbane were able to do against the Suns, which looked pretty destructive and could turn your head and think, wow, that's pretty good. They still got it, the champs. Or was it Collingwood's last start performance where they completely took Adelaide's game away from them, won that big-time qualifying final in enemy territory? And yet if you look back further than that, you can say, oh, well, Brisbane didn't look, any great shakes against Geelong. Collingwood's late-season form was patchy at best. So which final performance are you leaning more into, do you think, Murph? The semi-final for the Lions or the quali from the Pies?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the quali from the Pies was really good, but you look at the way in which Adelaide went in September, and they failed, didn't they, on 2 occasions. So the previous probably month leading into that from the Pies was very iffy as well. So they've played one good game probably in 5, but they won the flag 2 years ago. Brisbane were terrible against Geelong, but then really responded hard like a great side does, and we saw what they did last year on grand final day. So I think all that goes out the window, and these two sides coming here pretty confident about their chances here today. And the hoodoo of obviously Brisbane coming to the MCG is well and truly gone from what they did last year in the grand final. They had a poor week 2 weekends ago down here against Geelong, but we saw how good Geelong are, and I think they would have learned a few lessons from that game and come out here today. I think they are a real crack, but the Pies, you can't underestimate them.
I guess the thing is, if you look at that form line that Corbin did speak about, so from the bye that Collingwood had in round 14, up until they rolled Adelaide in the qualifying final, didn't beat one other top 8 side. They won just 2 of their final 7 games, which is where we're all at. How much weighting do we put on that performance against Adelaide, where they were terrific, but then Adelaide was so tremendously disappointing? So from that on, Collingwood, they had wins over in 15 St Kilda in round 16, the Eagles, round 17 Carlton, they beat Richmond in round 20, and they beat Melbourne in round 24. All sides that didn't play finals. But in the reverse of that, the sides they lost to, Gold Coast, Fremantle, Brisbane, Hawthorn, and then Adelaide in the home and away season, they all weren't able to get that job done.
It's interesting, and I was watching last night with a few Collingwood fans, and they were very happy that the Cats got up because of what Hawthorn were able to do to them not too long ago, and gave them an absolute shellacking here at the MCG. So they would be very confident, though, by the way in which they played 2 weeks ago. And it looked like they were back to their best. And I think they're in a real prime spot. It's always, not that I felt this, Corbin, but having that week off after playing a great game and really coming out here today, playing against Brisbane, who have got their challenges with injury. Obviously, Lachie Neale being out of the team. We know how much of a champion he's been and how good he is on a big stage. So, look, I think they're primed to give it a real shake today, and I think they look at what they did 2 weekends ago and get enormous confidence out of that.
We spoke about this earlier on AFL Saturday. The last start kind of ruins the stat a little bit, given the fact that Geelong beat Brisbane and then Brisbane beat Collingwood. But if you look in recent history, so if we're looking at a sample size of the last 4 or 5 starts, it's almost a little round robin with the last 3 that remain in the final setup, where Collingwood can't beat Geelong, Geelong can't really beat Brisbane, and Brisbane can't really beat Collingwood. So I think it's something like 4 of the last 5 just about always in favour of that particular trend. So it's a fascinating final 3 we've got for that reason alone. Final teams are about to drop any minute, so we'll bring you those as they come to hand. I had the chance to catch up with Scott Pendlebury just moments ago. What a warrior he's been. This is his 425th game, 33rd final. That's a season and a half's worth of just extra footy that he's played in September.
Oh, it's incredible. And to be able to play that sort of football for such a long period of time, and in probably the top 3 of the BNF for probably, how many years he played? 20? Yeah. Maybe probably 16 years. I'm just going out there on a limb to say that. But he's been so consistently strong for such a long period of time. We all know what he's done in the game, but to still be influencing games the way in which he does. And even 2 weekends ago, just the masterstroke, I thought, of Craig McRae to put him to a half-back flank and just let him set up his teammates, I thought was really influential without Jeremy Howe being in the side. So I thought that was a really important piece of the puzzle that they got right a couple of weekends ago, and it'll be interesting to see if he goes back probably more through the midfield today.
Quick thoughts on last night. So Patrick Dangerfield, legacy game. I mean, 31-3 at 35 years young. 20 of them contested, 13 score involvements. What a phenomenal performance at an advanced age.
Probably one of the all-time great finals I've seen from anyone play. I know Dustin Martin stands out on grand final day, but that was just, righto, boys, come on, I'll take you here and let's get to next week. It was unbelievable. That start of that third term was just incredible stuff. And for someone of, was he 35? And the power that he's still got is incredible. That's usually one of the areas when you start to get a little bit older, you start to lose that power and speed. But he's got everything going for him still at that age. And he's obviously a true professional, great preparation, and he just rises on the big stage. And last night was just unbelievable to watch, and almost stood there, shook my head just how good he was. And just you want to see the best players on the big stage doing what he did last night, and his legacy just probably even just goes higher and higher after that performance.
Where do you stand on the Tom Stewart concussion, and obviously automatically ruled out for the grand final? Yep. Is the notion, or at least the movement, I think we can call it now, to move the pre-finals bye, put it before the grand final? Where do you sit on that conversation?
I don't really like the bye after the home and away season anyway, so I think let's have a build-up of 2 weeks, not because of the concussion issue, because there's going to be players who get injured for various reasons, but it's a shame, isn't it, to see someone who gets concussed and then is automatically out for the following week. But I think just in general, the decision needs to be made on other reasons behind why that should move the bye to after preliminary final week. I reckon it'll be a great build-up, having 2 weeks lead in like they do in the Super Bowl. But yeah, it's unfortunate for the Cats. It's such a pillar of strength down there and been such a star for such a long period of time. So yeah, hopefully he recovers well.
Teams are in, Clint.
No late changes, Corbin. The subs, Steele for Collingwood, Reveal for the Brisbane Lions. So no late changes for today's preliminary final.
All right, so my check's playing. Oscar McInerney's there. Anyone that is possibly pulled up saw that they're going in as selected. And as you said, Steele and Reveal are the 2 subs. A short time ago, I had the opportunity to catch up with Scott Pendlebury. Scott Pendlebury ahead of final number 33. Old hat for you, this preliminary final stuff?
It never gets old, though. It's such a amazing stage to be on, and yeah, really excited to be here. And like everyone would have watched last night, and was driving here with my family today, and I said to my son, he had his footy grand final a few weeks ago, and he said, "Dad, what do I do if I got butterflies in my tummy?" And I said, "Just do 3 big breaths." And I said today, "Jax, what do I need to do? I've got butterflies in my tummy." And he said, "Dad, 3 deep breaths." So I'm trying to stay nice and calm.
So 9th prelim, 33 finals overall. When you think back to the young man that first burst on the scene and was a young member of Collingwood's flag in 2010, how's it changed, sort of these moments before the game compared to what it was like all the way back then?
To be honest, I don't think it's changed too much. Like, the excitement of finals is always there. I don't think just because you've played in more finals, you lose that excitement. I love being on this stage. It definitely helps. You know what to expect, and you're a lot calmer, and you don't project as far forward. So, we're ready for tonight, and it's going to be a great tussle against a really good side.
There's only a handful of guys that haven't experienced it, given the Collingwood's been deep in recent seasons. This, I think, is your third prelim in the last 4 years. What do you tell the young guys that haven't experienced this stage before?
I think we've only got a few, and I think Lockie Schultz is one, but he's more experienced. But don't shy away from it. It's probably my advice to those guys. It's when you get out here, take a moment to stand and look around, because it's an amazing game to play, and it's they're so hard to win. So enjoy this process for what it is, and when the ball goes up, we'll be ready to play. But until then, make sure you enjoy it, have a smile on your face. And we've worked bloody hard to get here and not enjoy it, so we'll enjoy it tonight.
You mentioned you watched last night. You saw a 35-year-old in Patrick Dangerfield pull off a legacy game. Does that give you some kind of motivation at this stage of your career?
Everyone just writes the old fellas off, don't they, until finals come around, then everyone wants experience. So, I watched last night, and to be honest, I was like everyone else. I was in awe of that performance. It just looked like he was playing almost Oz kick out there versus, everyone. He was just on another level. And, but for me tonight, I'm not trying to go out there and put a legacy game in. I'd love for one to happen, but I just want to do my bit for the side, play my role, do my job, make other guys better, and see how we go.
Tom Stewart, obviously concussed, he won't play in the grand final. It's been a hot-button issue. You're a statesman of the game. Well, what do you think when you look at that and the best placement of the pre-finals bye? Where should it be?
It should be before the grand final. I think everyone knows that. And I think Swanee's gone there now, and I feel like it won't take for this to happen. I think it was going to happen anyway, but it's shattering for someone like that. Imagine putting in the body of work he has since November to be concussed, and you're going to miss out in a grand final. And it's really cruel for Geelong. I'm sure they'll rally around him, and especially for Tom, he's the vice captain of that club. He's put in so much hard yards to keep them around the top of the mark, and for him to miss out, it's a really cruel blow, and it's not something I think footy fans want to see either.
So 2 byes, or just get rid of the pre-finals bye?
I think just get rid of the pre-finals bye and just have one before the grand final.
Scott Pendlebury with us on ABC Sport in the countdown to the preliminary final. No Bobby Hill. Craig McRae said he consulted the leadership group on all of that. Well, you asked your opinion, and what did you say?
I was not involved in the leadership group stuff, but I think he's been training really well, Bobby. He has, and even when I come into the club before, he's out on the track training really well, and sent me a really nice message last night wishing me good luck, and he said he'll be out here next week with us, so hopefully that's the case.
You're one of, I think, 9 30-year-olds playing in the game. There's a couple of them that are off contract, meaning there's a chance it could be their last game in the black and white stripes. How have you handled that, I guess, as a group this year? Some guys knowing they're going on next year, other guys still trying to work through their contracts. Obviously, Brodie Mychek and Jamie Elliott being a couple of those. How do you handle that?
To be honest, it's something we haven't really spoken about. We're all in on this season, and it's such a common part of our game now that when the season's finished, players move and the movement period begins. But for now, it's just like lock in and try and get to another grand final.
Last time you played Brisbane, they beat you by 27 points on this ground late in the season. What's changed from that point?
I think both sides have altered the way they played a little bit, and we learned a lot last time we played them as well. So we know we've got to get our clearance game right tonight. They're a really strong clearance side, even without Lockie Neal. So they probably spread the load a little bit more, and we've got to take that away from them and try and get a front half game like what Geelong did last night after quarter time. I thought was superb. If we get that centre clearance dominance like they did last night, it'll go a long way. But I think that clearance contested footy game is going to be really important.
We saw you in the qualifying final. Almost felt like wherever the game needed addressing, you went there and took care of it. You were taking kickouts, then you're in the middle of the ground. Do you call that yourself, or does that instruction come from the box?
No, it's just stuff we've worked on since Fly come here for 4 years. So we haven't really changed a hell of a lot about how we play in 4 years. So there's a great deal of confidence that guys can flip into different roles, and we do it on the fly a lot. So we've definitely got the licence out there to call some things, and he backs us in, which is awesome.
We're recording this just after 3 o'clock. The game starts at 5. What does the next 2 hours look like? Where do you go from here, and what do you do?
I'll come out here soon, have a bit of a kick, and to be honest, I'm probably like everyone else. I just want the next 2 hours to whiz by and be out here at 5:15 ready to go.
I hope it's the day you want it to be. Really appreciate your time.
Cheers. Thank you.
Scott Pendlebury, the Collingwood veteran, with us just a few moments ago down on the boundaries edge. And thank you to Collingwood all year long. Just great access, isn't it, Murph? To think a guy playing his 33rd final tonight, and there he is less than 2 hours before the bounce, just comes over to the fence and has a chat with me for 5 minutes.
Oh, it's great to hear the players who they give a lot, don't they, in these interviews now, which is great. So it's obviously coming from top down, and the coaches are terrific now with the availability they give to all the networks and the radio stations, and great to hear from Scott Pendlebury just before a big prelim final.
We'll talk more about the Pies coming up. Just repeating, there's no late change. The subs are in. Roan Steele for Collingwood and Bruce Reveal for the Brisbane Lions. Let's head inside the Lions camp as they take their title defence all the way to the penultimate game of the season. Ben Cameron is deep inside Brisbane's camp. Ben.
I certainly am. I've got a man who we might as well put on a retainer. Danny Daly is with us so often. Danny, the team's run out there. What's the final message from Chris Fagan to the group?
Look, it's just about, I think we saw last night in our game last week, it's just come with the attitude of bringing a lot of pressure on the opposition. Pressure seems to be the order of the final series. So, yeah, just bring the heat. That's the last word from Fags.
I'm looking at Hugh McCluggage. He's got that heavily bandaged left knee, a medial issue, I believe. I'm pretty reliably informed that maybe if this was round 10 or just the middle of the year, he wouldn't be playing, but prelims he's good to go for. How bad is it?
I don't know who told you that. Round 10. Look, he's obviously carrying something, but it's not as bad as what everyone's making out. Like, I think since he's had it, he's had 3 or 4 BAGs. He had one bad game against the Cats, but he's fine, mate. As we say, once he's out there, he's 100%.
Stopping Nick Dacos. It's going to be an interesting part of this game today. I think Chris Fagan said during the week that Josh Dunkley will go to him at stoppages, but maybe not so much around the ground or as he gets into transition. Who will go with him when he does start running around the ground? Because he's a pretty good runner, as we know.
I don't think anyone can go with him, can they? I think everyone's tried that over the journey. He's a superstar of the competition, as we know. But, yeah, Josh will go to him at stoppage and then try and do as much as he can around the ground on him. But, you know, like any team, it becomes a team attitude type thing. If you see him free, make sure you pick him up. But we've also got to be wary that we can't put a lot of energy into making sure that we just go after Nick Dacos. They're a fantastic football team for a reason. So we've got a few other things that we need to worry about. But, yeah, as you said, he will go to him at stoppage, and then hopefully we win those stoppages and we don't have to worry about him too much around the ground.
I'll send you upstairs. The boys up there have a couple of questions for you.
Hi, Danny. Mark Murphy here. I just want to ask about your youth. There's 4 teenagers playing in the final series this year at this point in time. You've got 3 of them. You must be very impressed by some of your young stars who are forging their careers on the big stage.
Yeah, we are, and it's been quite surprising, to be fair. When, you know, we've lost a few injuries, we weren't sure how it was all going to go down, but I think we've got 8 players under 22, which is fantastic for our group, because we've got a bit of experience, obviously, but to bring some youthful guys through, not only this year, but I think last year we were forced to do it as well, and you surprise yourself what you learn about these kids sometimes when you give an opportunity. So, you know, the teenagers out there, you know, Sammy Marshall, Levi, Ty Gallup, they're good young players, and I think it's easier for these young boys to come into a team that's so experienced and had a lot of final success, and, you know, they can learn off the likes of Harris and Zorks and Froggy Lester and Josh Dunkley and Lockie Neal, which all goes well for them as well. But, you know, they all play their role, and I think we were talking about it a couple of weeks ago. If our better players can get the job done, it just helps those younger players just to follow them and play their role. But we weren't able to do that against the Cats last time we played here, so hopefully we can get the job done today with those crew.
And you mentioned your co-captain. How is his rehab going? I saw him doing some running yesterday. Is he a sneaky chance? I know he's a pretty confident sort of a bloke, but how's his rehab going? And obviously the game today, and it needs to go your way, but how's he looking for next week?
Look, he's giving himself every opportunity. He's working 24/7 on his injury, and he trained Thursday, and to be fair, trained the house down. He had a run this morning, got through what he needed to get through. So, as you said, first things first, we've got to win today. But if we do happen to get through, I think he's going to give himself every opportunity to play next week. And I don't think myself and Faze have got as many text messages and phone calls from Lockie in the last 2 weeks, to be honest. So it'd be nice to have a chat with him amongst the way. But, yeah, he'll give himself every chance.
Danny Daly with us on ABC Sport. Danny, it's Corbin Middlemas here. Is it a storyline you wish wasn't as public as what it was. It feels like every time you do media at the moment, someone's asking about Lockie. Is Lockie playing? How close is he? Will he play a grand final? You've obviously got business to tend to today. Is it a distraction in any way?
No, I don't think it's a distraction. It's obviously a story, and I think most clubs have gone through unchanged, apart from Geelong last night, have obviously lost Tom Stewart, unfortunately. But, you know, when you've got such a fantastic player like Lockie, a Brownlow medalist, the captain of the footy club, and you hear that he might be giving himself an opportunity to, you know, to try and get through to a grand final if we play there, we understand the business we're in, and it's going to be on the front of everyone's mind about questioning. So you get one or two options. You can hide away from it and not say anything to the media, or you can, you know, face it full on and be truthful and honest about it, and that's the approach we've decided to take. So, you know, we're fine with having to deal with it.
Do you take a bit of confidence out of the last time you met, round 21?
Yeah, no doubt. You know, I heard Fly talk during the week about they had a couple out, and they did, and they weren't at their best. But, you know, we know what we need to do against them. As I said, they're a fantastic footy club, and we've had some really close battles with them over the last few years. So, you know, they're one of the best defensive sides in the competition. Sorry, they are the best defensive side, and we know we need to move the ball well against them and score from turnover, and then hopefully score from stoppage. So, yeah, we looked at that game that we played about 6 weeks ago. We looked at the game we played against them in round 5 where they beat us by about 50 points. So, yeah, we take a bit out of the last time we played them.
What about your big game travel schedule? So I was talking about this during the week at one stage. It feels like there's particular games where you've come multiple days early, slept a couple of nights in Melbourne. You did it last year before the grand final. You obviously did it earlier this year against the Cats with success, round 15. And here we are again in a big-time final, and you've come multiple nights out, running Melbourne yesterday at Marvel Stadium. Is that by design?
It is, yeah. We feel that we travel really well together, and you know, we don't like to rush things. Like, we were a bit... I spoke to the leadership group last Sunday after we won Saturday night about coming down Friday morning about, I think we had about 10 o'clock our flight was, but we're a little bit concerned that, you know, there's obviously a big game in Melbourne last night, and we didn't want to get ourselves into any issue where we might have been delayed and worry about the traffic into Melbourne, and we just thought it was a good opportunity again just to come down a night earlier. So we got in about 5 or 6 o'clock Wednesday, had dinner together. The boys get a good night's sleep, can train early, have a good team meeting. They had yesterday afternoon off, so it just helps them relax a little bit more, helps them spend some time with their family as well. A lot of players from Melbourne, so yeah, that's why we did it, and that's why we've done it in the past, and we've done it to success.
So why don't you do it all the time? Is that a soft cap thing, or what's the reason for only doing it on these types of games?
Yeah, pretty much soft cap. You hit the nail on the head. Like, we're governed by a soft cap, and because we travel so much, that extra night, you'd be surprised how much a night accommodation and dinners and breakfast and lunches and all that adds up to if you do it over a course of 10 times a year. So we sort of pick and choose during the year when we get the fixture of what we want to do, and we also have in the back of our mind, if we make finals, just have a little bit up our sleeve to do it. So and again, if we make it through to next week, the AFL subsidise for the grand final. So yeah, that's the reason we just pick and choose a few games during the year, knowing that we don't want to go over our soft cap.
Danny, Clint Wheeldon, I was just watching up here as you were talking to us. Your coach must be the most patient guy going around, because Darcy Wilmot at every opportunity seems to go through when he's doing an interview and grab him on the ear. He looks like a genuine ratbag at times. Can you give us a bit of an insight as to who are the real characters down in that room?
Yeah, well, he's probably number uno. Kai Lohmann's right up there. Logan Morris is starting to become part of the threesome, so they're probably the three that keep the coach and myself and others around the club going. Just trying to think who else we got.
Is it a useful thing to have? And I know that those moments were post-game when you're celebrating, but to have that sort of character around a dressing room before games like this, people who can break the ice and keep everyone looking at least relaxed out there?
No doubt. I think it's fantastic. We embrace it. I think it's great. I love watching Darcy come up behind Fags and pulling his ear, and Fags putting his frown on and getting a bit cranky for 30 seconds. But it's all part and parcel of your culture, and making sure you've got a good culture and people, you know, feel safe in your culture to be able to do those things. Yeah, so we embrace it, we harness it, we feel it works for us enormously well.
Danny, appreciate your time as always. Chat to you next Saturday, hey?
Yeah, that'd be nice, boys. Thanks very much, and you guys have a great call. And thanks for having me on.
Danny Daly, the footy boss at the Brisbane Lions.
We had the run last year.
We did. We had a run with him last year where we basically said, hey, will you come back and chat to us next week if you win your way through? Ultimately, they did. We were chatting not only before last year's grand final, but obviously after as well. So we'll see if we can follow that through. I'm sure there's plenty of Collingwood people out there, though, thinking they're hoping that's the last time we hear from him on ABC Sport this year.
Just on that soft cap issue that's really strange.
That is wild, isn't it? So to think this is how Brisbane feel like they travel at their best is 2 nights away from home in the city that they're about to play in, and yet a lot of people wouldn't be aware of that they would love to do that all the time, and yet they have to change their travel plans and have limited nights away from home in a way that they would rather do it, because if they don't, they go over the soft cap as an interstate team, and then they have to pay a luxury tax on top of that to stay multiple nights away from home.
I think that's just ridiculous. I mean, you talk about performance, and these are professional athletes. Whatever's best for them to prepare to play games. I know it's got to be within reason. Can't just pick and choose how you're going to go about it. But in terms of travelling across, if you think it's best for your team to get down there 2 nights prior to prepare, that should just not be included.
I would imagine that was all part of what Chris Fagan, at the end of last year, presented to the AFL and said these are from someone who was won premierships as part of Hawthorn and now heavily involved for so long with Brisbane, had a real good insight into what the non-Victorian clubs have to deal with compared to the Victorian clubs. I would have thought that would have been part of all the extra challenges they have to face. And I still think that they haven't, and I know that they're going to extend the soft cap again, but it hasn't got back to a level where it should be, whereas I understand the reason why it had to be closed down so savagely throughout COVID, but football is back at a point where clubs aren't suffering anymore. The competition is not suffering. Like, they should be able to extend the soft cap to the point that you can travel when you think it's best for your football club.
I've been lucky enough to live in a few different cities, and the one thing that always catches me out is the Melbourne to Brisbane flight. It's deceptively longer than you think. So as someone that obviously grew up in Perth, spent the first part of my life there, you're used to always, whenever you're on a plane, you're there for 3 and a bit hours. It's a long time. You get sort of used to it. Living in Sydney, it's like an hour everywhere. It's an hour to go to Hobart, it's an hour to go to Adelaide, an hour to go to Melbourne to Brisbane, whatever it turns out to be. But Brisbane to Melbourne, I think it's whichever way it is where you're pushing into the headwind, it's closer to 2.5 hours sometimes than it is 2 hours.
Yeah.
So
going uphill as well.
Yep, and you can understand. You can understand why the Lions would want to travel the way that they do, and yet they've got one hand tied behind their back a little bit as to the way that they would best like to do that.
Got a big news, Corbin. It was one of the talking points, and it's the reason why Tom Stewart will not be playing in the grand final. It was the Mabior Chol tackle yesterday, and again, I'm of the opinion that I'm not sure what else Mabior Chol could do, and I'm assuming that we'll get to the tribunal here and they'll talk about what a reasonable player can achieve. Well, a reasonable player, apparently, I reckon, should have been able to let go of Tom Stewart, because Chol has been given a 3-match ban for rough conduct. It's been graded this way: careless, severe and high. So that's the reason at the moment, unless they challenge it, the Hawks, Mabior Chol will miss the first 3 games of the 2026 season. I know it led to the Tom Stewart concussion, and that was always our point in here. And Ray Chamberlain thought that it would be okay. Immediately looked at the difference between what had happened with Curtis from the Kangaroos and what we saw, and Ray thought there was an obvious difference between the two. The other bit of news...
What was the obvious difference, did he say?
Well, he thought that there wasn't as much forward momentum, there wasn't as much power, there wasn't as much drive in the tackle, whereas Chol had the arms around, did have both arms pinned for Stewart, fell forward and his head does hit the ground. I've watched it. I think we've all watched it a truckload of times. I just think you're expecting the impossible for a player in that tackle to let one of those hands go. The other news, Ginnivan, by the way, has been fined $10,000, a third offence for tripping Jack Bowes in the third quarter, intentional, low and body contact.
Here's what Ray made of the Mabior Chol tackle, firstly.
Chol's tackle's legal. There's no rotation. He doesn't place Stewart's head in a vulnerable position, and there's no tip and dump. So I don't think there's any case to answer here for Chol. I just think it's an unfortunate set of circumstances that's led the head to hit the ground. So I don't foresee that Chol will have a case to answer for here. Talk about excessive force and driving the player forward. In this instance, Tom Stewart's going forward into ground by his own volition in the initial tackle. Not the case here with Chol.
So there we go. That was Ray Chamberlain, a 300-game umpire, a man who's umpired in 6 preliminary finals, and yet he didn't see it that way last night, the same way that Michael Christian does. So a 3-match ban for Mabior Chol for his tackle on Tom Stewart. And as we know, Stewart will not be playing in next Saturday's grand final due to the concussion protocols. Corbin, Middlemas and Clint Wheeldon to call the action. Ben Cameron will be on the boundary. Ray Chamberlain is our rules analyst. He will be with us in the box throughout the game tonight. Mark Murphy's here, Mr. September, the 300-gamer from the Blues.
Rama doesn't know this. Don't talk about it.
You'd be a midweek tackle viewer, I'm sure, on Fox Footy during the week. You would have seen that apart from Clay Smith and John Newcomb, Mark Murphy has the best elevation from home and away season to the final series of any player in history, bar those two, since 2010 when the stats were kept. And this man is the youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth. Adam Ramanauskas. Hello, Ram.
Yes, good afternoon. It doesn't surprise me with Mirth. When the occasion's there, he rises. So
that's a nice thing to say. Yeah. When we said it to Brett Delidio last night, he said, "Oh, they must have gone to Juddy."
No.
They must have tagged Juddy.
Murph's my man. So when the occasion arrives, he's the man for the moment. But it is absolute mayhem outside this ground at the moment. So there was 99,000 here last night. I have battled my way through to get in here. It is mayhem.
Which way did you go, Rama? Talk to me.
I had to go down Victoria Parade, up Punt Road, do a couple of U-turns, over a couple of nature strips, and then got into the cuppa.
A couple of nature strips?
Yeah, straight over. Yeah. A couple of dirty looks, and then I cut the line, and some bloke gave it to me.
I reckon you would have been flashing the lanyard out the window.
Oh, no, not quite.
Let everyone know about it.
One Collingwood supporter was not happy when I cut the line to get in quickly. He goes, "Oh, you important, are you?" I said, "I'm 35 minutes late for work, mate." So, yeah.
You have a good reason to be late.
My middle son was playing in a basketball grand final. They got the win, which was fantastic. So I had my youngest this morning. They won. So it's been a successful basketball day for the Ramanauskas family, which is good. So I always love being there for my kids, and that's the most important thing.
The Gauskas family, then the Ramanauskas family.
That's right.
In the basketball world.
That's
there's
right.
no doubt about that. The teams are in. There's no late change, so we might just start there. We've got a whole lot to work our way through before before the game starts, which is at 5:15 local time, so that's just over half an hour away from now. A few of the boys out there getting loose, but most of them have ducked back inside for their last team meeting. So no late change. Roan Steele is the sub for Collingwood, and Bruce Reveal is the sub for the Brisbane Lions. So that means everybody that was under the race against time, the proverbial injury cloud, whatever it turns out to be, they're all playing. So that means Brody Myercheck's there. It also means Jeremy Howe's there. So this has been the big conundrum all week for Craig McRae and his match committee. Jeremy Howe's last full game was 79 days ago. So that was round 16. He's tried to play a couple of games since then and has been subbed out due to various reasons. He's twice had a groin issue and then was KO'd inside the opening minutes of a game here against the Hawks a few weeks back. And then there was Bobby Hill, who hasn't played in 86 days. So they decided to roll the dice on one. That was Jeremy Howe. They left out Bobby Hill. Did they get it right, the Magpies at match committee?
Yeah, I think they got it right. Yeah, I think if you pick a guy who, and we all hope that Bobby Hill's doing well and is training the house down from all reports, but I think it just goes to show you the culture of that football club is very strong, and I think you've got to reward the guys who are digging in every week and doing everything right. And they decided to choose to go with Jeremy Howe. And you can't take too many guys in who are probably underdone. And I think Jeremy Howe's got the runs on the board and does everything right that he certainly had to be picked. Bobby Hill, I think, would have almost been an issue for your culture if you went down that path, Rama.
Yeah, and I think there's a big difference between the two because Jeremy Howe, albeit he hasn't played a full game in 79 days, he's trained. So whether it's been a little injury, he's been rehabbing his injury. Bobby Hill hadn't turned up to training for weeks. They'd given him time off. So, you decondition pretty quickly as an elite athlete. So, and I agree with what Murph said. Yeah, culturally going, okay, we're going to play Bobby Hill because he won a Norm Smith medal for us. That's wrong. You pick your players that are doing their work. They held off on DeGoey for all those weeks before they got him back fit and firing. And look what it did in the first final against the Crows. It was absolutely terrific. So, albeit nice to have Bobby Hill, but you want a fully fit, fully committed Bobby Hill.
The other thing is too, like you guys are former athletes and everything else. It's sort of athletes talk about conditioning and the way that they look and everything else. And I look at them most of the time. I think they all look really fit. Like that, it doesn't look like their body shape changes that much when they miss a period of footy. Bobby Hill looked different. Like you could see him on the track. He looked skinny. It's like he'd lost a bit of conditioning in his time away. So it felt a little bit like his body shape had certainly changed in the time that he was absent. The other thing for Collingwood is their record with Jeremy Howe. They're 14-1. When he doesn't play, they're 3-6. So there's the actual...
Pretty stark, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think the other thing with Bobby Hill, it's the repeat efforts. So, yeah, he might have trimmed down a little bit, but that's training off as well. Now, Bobby he's a burst and then burst again. And how many times can you do that? Yeah. And if you haven't got the conditioning of the weeks and weeks and months of training there, you might do it once or twice in a game, but in a final, that's just simply not enough, Murph.
No, that's right. And the only way you could probably get around that is to say, well, we're going to put him as a sub. Yeah. But then I still think that I think what's more important is the culture of your football club, and you want to reward the guys who are really digging in daily doing that. And it's great to see that he's back there training and doing everything right now, but he missed too much time.
Here is Craig McRae, by the way, at his midweek presser talking about Bobby's non-selection.
Yeah, it was really difficult. I told him before training, just based on a lot of little things. It was this conversation that was hard for him to hear. Always when we go to match committee, it's about, what's the integrity of form and other parts of it, and then there's the high performance nature of it. How much work have you done? And then there's the tactical part where what does the team need right now, and in certain roles.
So that was Craig McRae during the week about Bobby Hill. A couple off the SMS. What exactly is the soft cap? So this is after our conversation with Danny Daly. You're primed to answer this, Ram.
Well, the soft cap is the amount of money each club can spend on their football department in its entirety. So that includes coaches, that includes medical staff, that includes welfare, that includes high performance, that includes your analyst. So anything to do with your football program fits into that soft cap. So each club have obviously got an equal soft cap. It's back around $9 million again. Some clubs choose to spend it all. Some clubs choose to go slightly over it. Now, clubs that go slightly over, do they go over it by too much? There's a tax then applied to it. But then other clubs, which is just, it's completely bizarre to me, is they spend under it. So they don't fully resource their football department. So it is a fine line and what you use your money on and where you use your money. And, the teams at the top, Collingwood, Brisbane, they use it on performance. The teams at the bottom, in my opinion, North Melbourne, West Coast should have it entirely in development.
Can I ask a question? For the clubs that have to travel every week compared to, say...
They get exemptions.
They get an exemption in regards to the travel.
Yeah, they get there's all sorts of different exemptions for different clubs, like West Coast obviously travelling every second week, and how that then fits into their soft cap and what they have to do and the expenses that are involved with travelling. There's exemptions for that.
So that might answer your query, Ash, off the SMS, 0437 774 774 from Dean. How can travel and accommodation be included as part of the soft cap? They talk about equalisation, but this means interstate teams are again disadvantaged. So Dean, that again hopefully tries to clear up some of that. So it is sort of pro-rated based on where the states or where the teams are located in certain states and in certain cities. Just on the... Yep.
I was just about to say, so Danny Daly's making the point here that there is, for the non-Victorian clubs, some sort of dispensation for how much they travel. Danny Daly's saying they can't come as early as they would like to because of the soft cap. Would that be the AFL saying, well, no, we think you can travel the day before. That's all you need.
Right.
Yep. If you want to come 2 days,
that's on you.
Yep.
So that was what he said before.
And then if Brisbane want to bring extra staff down as well, that's on them as well. So the AFL have got this system spreadsheet that they use, and this is the minimum of what you need, or the maximum of what you need, whichever way you want to go. And then if you want to go over the maximum, that's an expense to you.
I just wanted to clarify that compared to the question that I obviously had and what we heard from Danny Daly.
Yeah, so that they spent Thursday night here, they spent Friday night here, they play Saturday. So the AFL would say, you only need to be here on Friday, spend Friday night here, play Saturday.
Whereas next week, if Brisbane win, they'll Thursday night will be exempt because they need to be here for the parade on the Friday. So that's just how it all works.
Yep. So there's a little insight onto all of that, but that's what we're talking about. And for the Brisbane Lions, it's led to better results. We saw them do it against Geelong earlier this year. They came down a couple of nights early, spent 2 nights in Geelong before playing that game, and obviously it was one of their best performances of the season against the Cats. A couple of key talking points here. First of all, Collingwood. So how much faith do you have in them and what they were able to do throughout the home and away season? It obviously tailed towards the back end, but Craig McRae did a good job at reminding his group that, look, we are the number one defensive team in the competition across the whole season for a reason. Number one defence, averaging 70 points per game against across the course of the season. How much faith have you got in the Magpies' body of work as opposed to the recency bias?
I think it's a different season, finals compared to home and away. And home and away from this point, sitting here on preliminary final weekend, is a long time ago. And their game 2 weeks ago, defensively, they were so sound and so strong. I think that is just all in the review mirror. And they'd be so confident, Ramo, I think, by the way in which they played 2 weeks ago.
What's really interesting, because Collingwood concentrated on getting to 14 wins. They had a ladder in their facility, ticking off the 14 wins. They got the 14 wins before anybody. I think they were 14-2, Corb, or something like that. So there was always going to be a bit of a breath after those 14 wins. So there was always going to be, they might lose a couple of games here or there. But I was a touch nervous because I thought their game was starting to suffer in the back half, like you spoke about. But then they come out in that first final against Adelaide, and it just looked perfect. So you hear about teams going through a hard training block a month before final series. Well, maybe Collingwood were doing that. Maybe they were getting their players. You look at De Goey, how he came out in that qualifying final. He looked absolutely terrific. So, there's a weird science that goes into it all with high performance staff and how they want to prepare players. But I also think there's a mentality. I think when the clock ticked over to finals, I think you saw a really different mindset of Collingwood.
Oh, back on edge again.
They were. Whereas the clock ticked over to finals for the Crows, for example, and they looked like just happy to be there. They just ticked the box of we're playing finals. They lose 2 home finals. You've got to steel yourself, and I think that's what Collingwood did in those final home and away games.
The Lions are a fascinating conversation. So they lose one of their 2 captains in Lachie Neale. He obviously didn't play in the semi-final. They came out and reminded the competition what they were capable of there with a big win over the Suns. But these guys are a recurring guest in September in the AFL competition. This is their 7th final series, 4 prelims in a row, 5 of the last 6, and they're aiming to make it through to a 3rd consecutive grand final. But history's not on their side as the reigning premiers. Incredibly, last week, they became the first reigning premier to win a final, not the whole thing, since Richmond in 2020. So we'd had a series of years where the reigning premiers didn't even qualify for the 8 the next year. Yep. And then before that, we had sides go out in straight sets. So they are pushing against recent history a little bit, the Brisbane Lions, as someone that, or a team that has been there so regularly. What does that mean at this time of the year, do you think, for the Lions?
Not too much. I'll look back 2 years ago. They could be on the end of going back-to-back pretty easily over the last 2 years. And you look at their list, they are youthful. So it's almost a dynasty, or dynasty? Dynasty, how do you pronounce it, Ramo?
I say
dynasty.
Yeah. But that's the American way.
You've been watching too much American TV.
Possibly.
Dynasty.
But I just feel this is going to continue on. I know
Where's JR when you need him?
Nothing's a given, but you look through their list and there's a lot of youth there that are absolute stars. And they're mixed in with some pretty handy blokes who are playing some senior players, playing some very good football at an older age. So got a great balance within their playing list. And, I'm very buoyed by the way in which they've been going about it and what they can achieve over the coming years as well.
So where the competition sits right now is the good teams are good enough to replenish players. Okay, so the AFL want equalisation through draft and salary cap. But what the Brisbane Lions are doing, what Collingwood are doing, what Geelong are doing, even like I look at sort of Adelaide, and they're sort of getting to that point now, is rather than going and relying on draft after draft, they might have 2 picks and get them right, but then they'll just go to the free agency table and just get players to their football club because they're running great programs. So performance breeds a great program. A great program breeds a great culture. So it sort of all works hand in hand.
Hawks as well.
Oh, Hawthorn as well. So
and they've got nine players that they brought in.
So the smart clubs now are going, well, we're not going to rely on the draft totally. Whereas at North Melbourne or West Coast, what they're going to have to go through over the next little period of time, they're going to have to rely on the draft and be hopeful to get a player or 2 in each year that can edge them up the ladder. But these teams here, they just sit in the top 4. They don't move.
Yeah.
Because they're so good at getting the next player in.
It's wild that Brisbane were the youngest team of the last 6, and Murphy just quoted it moments ago that there's only 4 teenagers in the final series, and they've had 3 of them. So you look at the 5 guys in their first prelim this afternoon. Levi Ashcroft, who, by the way, is one of the youngest in his draft class, so he doesn't turn 19 until the week before Christmas. Sammy Marshall, who's only in his 10th game. Ty Gallup's in his 5th. And then Darcy Ford, who's won a premiership but hasn't played in a prelim, and Bruce Reveal is
and this is where the argument comes. So one of those is a father-son and 2 of those are academy players. So this is the thing. If you get that part of your program right as well, which the northern states can do that, well, just keep working the system. Work the system as good as you can.
One man who has become your close friend as the season has advanced is the 300-game umpire, a man who's been out here 6 times in a preliminary final in Razor Ray Chamberlain. He's with us again on ABC Sport. Razor, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are we?
We are very well. Who are the 4 men in charge today?
Yeah, in terms of our field umpires, we've got Matt Stevic, who enters today 62 finals, 11 grand finals under his belt, so he'll be nice and calm out there in this environment. Curtis Du Bois, Hayden Meyer and Jacob Mollison. And there's 1,300 games experience. There's 90-plus finals and 13 grand finals between them. So they've had a great year to be obviously be appointed to and given the privilege of today's game. And one of ABC's own, our boy Ian Burrows on the boundary. He breaks the all-time games record for AFL, VFL boundary umpires today, 439, and at all-time finals. This is final number 50 for our man Buzz.
So just on that race, so Joel Selwood's played 40 finals. That's the most of any player. Is Matt Stevic at 62? Is that the most of any umpire?
Yeah, so there are three what we call our big dogs. So Matt Stevic's one of them, Simon Meredith and Brett Roseberry, who were in last night's game. They're the others that are up in and around that 50 and 60 finals marks.
Yeah. We'll come back to you, Ray, as we work our way through. And the Brisbane Lions hit the Melbourne Cricket Ground, a place they know well. They've won 5 of their last 6 here. Their only defeat in that time came in the qualifying final. The Brisbane Lions, their 19th final in the last 7 seasons under Chris Fagan. They are 2-2 in prelims, and the 3 out of 4 of those have come here at the MCG. They lost in 2020 at the Gabba to Geelong. In 2022 at the MCG, they lost to the Cats. And then in 2023, they were able to beat Carlton. And then last year, in 2024, of course, they won that pulsating preliminary final against Geelong. Let's see what we get from them this afternoon. The Brisbane Lions back again. A stumble in the first week of the final series, but Rama, they are afforded that, finishing 3rd at the end of the home and away season. And here they are, out to try and make it through to a 3rd consecutive grand final.
They're a terrific team. You know, they've built a list from, call it 2014, 2015. You know, so many mainstays in that team now. But I just love their half forwards. Cam Rayner, Kai Lohman, Kalachi, just those 3. If Collingwood are able to somehow put the brakes on those 3 today, it'll go a long way to winning. But then you flip it down the other end of the ground and their backs are just rock solid. Now, Darcy Gardner hasn't missed a beat since he came into this team. Harris Andrews is an absolute superstar. Zorko, with the way he plays, he completely reinvented himself over the last couple of years as that hard-running half-back flanker. Then you look in the middle of the ground, they want for nothing. Lockie Neal goes out of the team, and you wouldn't even have noticed it last week against what was touted as the best midfield in the competition in the Gold Coast. So, look, terrific club, terrific organisation, and they won't be overawed by this occasion.
You can hear that chant that started already, and we're on our way to another bumper crowd. 99,500 in last night. It's not entirely full at this stage as patrons are still making their way to their seats. But one thing I know for sure, it's about 80% black and white, if not more, as the Collingwood banner goes up. And Darcy Moore is about to lead his team back out here onto the MCG on preliminary final night. What a turnaround, and people easily forget what we were saying about the Magpies when Nathan Buckley was sacked. They had a caretaker coach in Robert Harvey. The job was there to be won. They went through a thorough process, and at the end of it, they had 2 guys left in Adam Kingsley and Craig McRae. They went the way of the ladder. There was all this talk about, they're only going to have a portion of their salary cap. They're paying Brodie Grundy and Adam Treloar to play at other clubs. And what a run they've been on. In 3 out of 4 years under Craig McRae, they make it all the way here to the preliminary final as the Magpies hit the G. Been for a long period of time, 45 grand finals, more than any other team in VFL AFL history. The next most is 29. They've played in 16 more grand finals than any other club in the history of the competition. And as much as they're back to a third prelim under Craig McRae, Collingwood fans will remember those 2 prelims had one thing in common, and it was the final margin. In 2022, they lost to the Sydney Swans by a point. The following year, they came back to beat GWS by that same margin here at the MCG. So Magpie fans, I'm sure they're feeling it, and I'm sure they're in for another heart-stopping afternoon here at the G.
Yeah, what a great club they've become, and the turnaround's been significant since Craig McRae's come on board. And as much as it hurts me to say this, Rama, that Collingwood chant before they run out it gets a bit of tingles on the back of your neck going. It's a great feeling being here at the MCG when Collingwood are playing on a preliminary final night, and it's actually a perfect time to play a grand final. I reckon Corbin at 5 o'clock. It's just got one of those feels where it's a nice, just before dusk, and the lights are starting to shine bright. Rama, I'm not too sure what you think, but I'm looking forward to this battle. I think it's going to be an absolute cracker.
Perfect time.
No, it is. And look, Collingwood, they've got 110,000 supporters as members, then probably the millions of other supporters that they have around the country. And, it was funny. Years ago, it used to be if you didn't break for Collingwood, you hated them. But now they've created this sort of vibe around their whole football club of love and care and family and, excitement. You come to a Collingwood game and they're generally exciting games. I think they've only won, by 50 points a couple of times this year. A lot of their other games have been tight. But, look, their game is built off turnover across half-back. They want to win the ball back and then they want to go. So, getting it down Houston into the team for Port Adelaide is for this moment. That's it. Forget about his form throughout the year and how he's gone. It's for this moment right now to get the team into a grand final. Jeremy Howe comes back in just to control that back half of the ground. Darcy Moore, 9 intercept marks against Adelaide in a qualifying final, which is absolutely enormous. Nick Dacos used the ball like I've never seen him use the ball in that first final. So they're the things where you don't get overawed by the occasion. Now, if Collingwood are not overawed by the occasion with 55,000 at Adelaide Oval, they're certainly not going to be overawed with 100,000 here tonight.
And the majority of them in black and white.
That's right.
With the wind at their back, Collingwood here at the G against the Brisbane Lions. And they know all about this stage in recent seasons. Brisbane, the Lions in their home jumper, so halfway through the week they were going to wear the Fitzroy red. They made the decision to change into the maroon, so they're all in maroon today with the blue chest and the yellow line. They got the maroon shorts, and then the Collingwood Football Club, as you'd expect, all in the black and white with the black shorts.
Shades of 02, 03.
It does, doesn't it? It does.
Not to remind Collingwood fans out there listening in, but it looks great, the outfit. I reckon both home jerseys looks terrific.
Some of the key matchups, perhaps one matchup as such that we'll be talking about for the next generation. Ashcroft brothers or Dacos brothers? Who is going to impact this preliminary final more today?
It's a good question. It'll be interesting to see when the time is done at the end of their careers what the impact of both of those brothers have had on those football clubs. But I've never seen a young player dominate football the way in which Nick Dacos has done over the past 3 or 4 years, and done so much in what is he, 22 years of age, and is just an absolute phenomenal talent. Josh Dacos has become one of the probably top 2 or 3 best wingers in the game at the moment. And then the Ashcroft brothers are just really getting started. They've obviously Will winning the Norm Smith and his first grand final after doing a knee the year before is a great story in itself, but just 2 amazing names that we're going to really enjoy watching for the next 10 years plus.
Look, I'm a huge Will Ashcroft fan. If Nick Dacos' performance in the qualifying final against Adelaide was good, Will Ashcroft's performance against Gold Coast last week was just as good. Lockie Neal goes out of that midfield, and so he gets those
maturity.
Yeah, he gets those more midfield minutes. So, I'd love to see them go head to head today. I don't think it'll happen. I don't think. I tend to think they'll go. I tend to think Chris Fagan will go after Nick Dacos in the middle of the ground. It's not so much about putting a tag on Nick Dacos. It's about when he has the football, you need to apply enormous pressure. You need to be coming at him from the front. The back going from the back, chase him down, fine. But if you're not coming forward at him to make him make a decision, he'll tear you to pieces. Yeah. Absolutely tear you to pieces. That's what he did against Adelaide, and it was game over the way he used the ball. Josh, on the other hand, now this is the interesting one for Chris Fagan. If he starts off half back, the Lions half forwards, and I missed Zach Bailey before as well, who plays half forward as well. They don't really pay much attention to the other half-back flankers. If you don't pay attention to Josh Dacos, he'll have 35 tonight, and he'll chop you to pieces from half-back with his field kicking. So I just wonder if Chris Fagan looks at his forward line and goes, okay, Cal RG, can you sacrifice your game tonight? If Josh Dacos starts at a half-back flank, keep dragging him wide. Keep dragging him to uncomfortable positions. If we just let him, if we roll the dice and let him play, I reckon it's big trouble for the Lions.
It's not a bad shout. I think the one thing you need to do with both Dacos is play on their back.
Yeah.
Because you see the bobble ball, and you saw that against the Adelaide Crows a couple of weeks ago. When you lose concentration, you start ball watching. Nick Dacos is too clever just to find space, and he'll just cut you up. So from the stoppage, it's play on his back and try and force him in. Almost have a bumper bar attitude around him. And then Josh Dacos is very similar. And it might be Archie who goes, well, I'm just going to play on his back and just follow him in, and then try and get out of the back and try and get in some dangerous spots and actually kick goals on him and make him accountable.
Hugh McCluggage, so all the talk about his knee, we heard Danny Daly basically say, I'm not sure where all that talk's come from. He'll be fine after the report during the week about his medial. These are fascinating numbers. So Mullen sits on him in the qualifying final, has a season low 14, the Lions lose. And next week in the semi-final, no tag, has 33, the Lions win. What does Craig McRae do about Hugh McCluggage?
Well, I think the obvious one is maybe Ned Long, maybe, but he's more sort of right at the coalface and in there. Is it Pendlebury when he comes up to the contest? Pendlebury has done that on occasions where he'll start on an opponent, then work his way off there. But again, Collingwood aren't traditional taggers either. They more trust their structure and what they do and how they go about it to back all that in. But I just think the blueprint was there with O'Shea Mullen and Hugh McCluggage. He hasn't had that type of attention all year, and when he got it for the first time, he didn't react well. He reacted really poorly to it. He couldn't get himself into the contest with any run. He couldn't lose Mullen at stoppage. He couldn't take Mullen forward because Mullen had played as a defender a lot of the year as well, so he was quite comfortable in that. So I think if I'm Craig McRae, I go after that. Man. You need to go after one of Ashcroft or McCluggage, because Dunkley will go to somebody. Now, I don't know if Dunkley will go to Nick Dacos. I think he's probably got too much legs for him.
I think it's probably more a stoppage role for him, because I just think he's too clever to just find space when blokes ball watch. If you don't actually have a hard tag on him, I think Scott Pennell will play in the midfield and he'll go to McCluggage. I just think that's just the obvious call. Wow. Because you looked 2 weeks ago and he just didn't fire a shot at all, McCluggage. And it was really almost, I know he's been tagged probably prior to that, but even mentally, if he knows Pendlebury's coming to him at the start, he's like, oh, hang on, I've got to really show something here and get going. If it doesn't happen early, he starts thinking, oh, geez, I'll let my team down 2 weeks ago. I don't want to do it again.
The other matchup is Jamie Elliott and Starcevic.
Yep.
That's going to happen. Like, Elliott was electric on qualifying final night. 4 goals in a high-pressure game, but it was the way he kicked them early and then kicked them late to really put Collingwood into a prelim final. If Starcevic can play on him, Starcevic would have horrible memories of Collingwood. Yeah. Horrible memories. Bobby Hill. And don't worry, Jamie Elliott's not dissimilar to that, the way he can mark the football. So they've got to get that matchup right. They've got to get that matchup right, the Lions. And I think that's an absolute weapon for the Pies tonight.
Cameron and Cox versus McInerney and Fort. So they've really got two options each. Richmond fans won't need reminding what Mason Cox can do on preliminary final night. And then Oscar McInerney, lion-hearted this time last year where, his shoulder was dislocated in two spots, and yet with it hanging out, he returned to the field bravely, and we saw the scenes, obviously, when they won the flag the week later, and he wasn't part of it. So if they need any extra motivation today, Brisbane, they can turn to their big man.
And the last one, Murph, is both ends of the ground. Harris Andrews up one end, Darcy Moore up the other end. How both forward lines are prepared to sacrifice and work those two guys wide so that they simply can't intercept.
You almost can't work Harris Andrews wide. I think Memory will just play back shoulder, and that's how he'll play him. Because otherwise, Harris Andrews will just come across and intercept like he does and get their game going.
The bench will be crowded too. Chris Fagan on one bench, of course, Craig McRae on the other. The last two. Jock McHale medalist as the premiership coach. The last two premiership teams here at the MCG today. And there's only room for one in the 2025 AFL Grand Final. Who will play the Cats next Saturday here? Of course, you'll hear it all on ABC Sport. 17 premiership players each for both the Brisbane Lions and Collingwood this afternoon. It is another full house. This game sold out on Tuesday. Didn't take long after the sellout on Monday of the match between Geelong and Hawthorn. We got 99,500 in last night, and we're headed for a similar number today here at the mighty MCG. Nat Edwards is ready to go, the Welcome to Country and the National Anthem.
Series and to tonight's preliminary final between Collingwood and the Brisbane Lions. The AFL acknowledge the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and their contribution to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official Welcome to Country, please welcome Uncle Colin Hunter Jr.
I'd like to start by acknowledging that this evening or this afternoon we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people. And I'd like to pay my respects to my elders both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to Avondale here this afternoon. But I always like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us. I'd like to acknowledge and pay my respects to them also. Woomajeka, welcome. Wurundjeri Balik, Yumikondi Bik. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri no Budumbo war, Kondi Neng Nak Dubun Big Bullet Board Chilikan. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Baw. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Wagwong language group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Woomajeka, welcome, enjoy the game. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Colin. If you are able, would you now please rise, remove your hats and join with the coaches, players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem performed this evening by Zandra Chavello.
How
premiers, Collingwood or Brisbane? We're about to find out as the two teams tear away towards the opposite ends of the ground. Collingwood run to the goal square at the city end in front of their cheer squad. And the Brisbane Lions with their last-minute warm-up at centre-half forward at the punt road end. The umpires all in yellow, both teams in their home strip with their home shorts. Corbin, Middlemas, Clint, Wheeldon, Mark Murphy, Adam Ramanauskas, Ray Chamberlain and Ben Cameron in the front row of the grandstand riding the boundary for us this afternoon. Good evening, Ben.
Good evening, Corbin. There's nothing like it, is there? That roar after the national anthem. It is a special scene down here. Like you said, a lot of black and white, a lot more than the tricolour of the Brisbane Lions. 14 degrees Celsius. It is overcast. We're not expecting any rain. It is a little bit breezy and it feels like 9 degrees Celsius, so even cooler than the 14 degrees. Nate Byrne does tell me no rain, like I said, though. Just looking out for the toss of the coin, won by Darcy Moore of Collingwood. He's pointed to the city end of the ground. The subs when they head over to the bench for Collingwood, Roan Steele. For Brisbane, Bruce Reville.
Thanks, Ben. And there two stories as well. Bruce Reville, a fan favourite in his 24th game, and Roan Steele, a Frankston lad who spent 3 years at Casey. This year took a punt, moved to Perth, playing for West Perth in the WAFL, picked up in the mid-season draft, and now he's here on preliminary final night in his 5th game. Will start as the sub for the Magpies. Last-minute thoughts, Mark Murphy, Adam Ramanauskas. Who are you picking and why?
I've got the Lions, and the only reason I say that in a very close one is just that they're midfielder, but more importantly, their goal kickers, their midfielders, and their small forwards are just so dangerous. So I think the game is always won and lost in the midfield, but I just like the way in which Brisbane are able to change the angles or go quick. They've got a few different modes of moving the football, and I just feel they're primed to win tonight.
Yeah, look, my tipping in this final series has been horrible, but I like the Pies. I thought what they did over in Adelaide in that qualifying final, you need your defensive game to be sound in a final series, and it just looked outstanding over in Adelaide. Darcy Moore was back in form. Quaynor was back in form. Braden Maynard was at his tough best. So, yeah, I like the Pies tonight.
It's a young bench to start for the Brisbane Lions. Ashcroft, Gallup, and his brother Levi and Will Ashcroft both there. And all is in readiness as umpire Stevic holds the footy up. The prelim of the last two premiers. The last ticket to the 2025 AFL Grand Final on the line. On ABC Sport, you're with Clint Wheeldon.
It's fought with the first touch, but it's straight down to Nick Dacos, and he sends Collingwood inside forward 50. Cox was out, dropped the mark he should have taken. 45 from goal. Ball spills onto the deck. Players pile in. What a chance that would have been.
Looks like Cox to Harris Andrews, doesn't it? Just straight away to the goal square, and could have made him really pay there by taking that mark.
Rubber chest as it bounced straight off him. Up aloft. Bailey was able to work it away, and then Berry for the Lions. Tumbles a kick towards centre wing. Umpire spots a holding decision. We'll go the way here of the Lions, and McInerney will take it. He'll play on by hand of Berry, who ran boundary side of him. That kick, not long enough to be a mark. Morris then under pressure, steps across the boundary line. Frampton applied the pressure from the Magpies. They've got away with that, but it was messy from the Lions on that occasion. It's a throw-in just in front of the interchange benches.
Last time they met, Logan Morris kicked 6, and a dude named Henry Smith kicked 3. And sort of bobbed up that night. From the boundary throw-ins, comes down the Lions' way. Zorko collects, he's ripped in the ground, and a heavy tackle from De Goey. There's his intent immediately. Another stoppage on the wing.
Looks like Steele's side bottom's coming off a half-forward flank up to McCluggage at the moment.
It is, yeah, certainly is.
Ford and Cameron go at it first. And two first-choice rucks. Ball spills down in front of McCluggage. Hand pass back into the rubble. Swatted down to the advantage of Charlie. Cameron got it to Bailey. Slick hands. Away to Lohman. Handball to Archie. Tackled, dispossessed. Oh, riding a bump there. McCluggage worried out of it. Josh Dacos wins it. Coughs it up. Zorko high bomb into the pocket. Puts it out on the full. So no score.
And it's an interesting matchup with Sidebottom and McCluggage. Sidebottom was terrific with his offence against the Crows, a couple of goals.
He looked sore too, Hugh McCluggage, after that hit.
Wayne all beyond defensive 50 to right half back. Pack up. Oh, it has come down. He got first touch here. Cameron then had to dive down to his right to take the mark. He's done really well. Gave it to Nick Dacos, popped it up in the air. Marked on the wing by De Goey. between the two interchange gates. Just gestures for players to run forward of him. Then off the outside of the right boot, he turns it over, hoping to work it to Chris. Floating across in front, the mark taken by Dunkley. Dunkley decides to go back with it. Lester marks, sends it right back inside his defensive 50 for the Lions. Here's Andrews. There's an option to go short. Stabs it forward to Bailey. Still inside defensive 50. Stepped inside McCreery. Cox almost got him. Got a hand pass away. Spills to ground. Taken by McCreery. Here's a chance for the Magpies. Bounces the ball to Mychek. Right forward pocket. Great tackle. Wrapped up then by Lester. Andrews picks it up. Has he had pride to get rid of it? They appeal for holding the ball. Instead, it'll be a ball up at right full forward for the Magpies. Still scores level. 3 gone opening term.
Oh, there's a couple of opportunities there for holding the ball.
Yeah.
The umpires have held the whistle.
Darcy Cameron palms it down, but straight to Bailey. Clearing kick out of defence. Bouncing footy against the boundary line. Charlie Cameron can't trap it. Ball spills out of play. And a throw in between wing and half forward for the Pies.
I don't mind the whistle being held at the moment. I'd like to see the game just flow and go. So as long as they're consistent.
Yeah. Stevic, De Boy, Mollison and Meyer, the umpires. Now man umpire Ian Burrows spins it back into play in his record-breaking game. Spills down Collingwood's way. Here's Josh Dacos off his non-preferred left peg. High up and under inside the forward 50. Cox down there, no mark. Spills to Mychek. Got boot the ball. Trickles one goalward, but it's offline. It's bouncing. It stays alive. No, it doesn't as Fletcher runs out of room. So throw in here next to the behind post. Deep forward for the Magpies. Kicking to the city end. No score, no late change. 4 minutes in.
Geelong awaits the winner. Collingwood and the Brisbane Lions at the MCG, the second of the preliminary finals. It's thrown in again, deep into attack for the Magpies. Oh, wonderful. Down by Cameron. Got it to Degoe, who snapped and couldn't find the major opening. He went right instead. First score of the game is a minor score. One behind. Magpies, the Lions yet to score, but a tap down from Cameron.
Zorko into Berry, and now a short kick to Gardner off the back flank. Oh, he comes wide to McInerney, collects and runs straight into Nedlong. Met solidly, ball spills out of bounds and a throw in on the wing.
Yeah, that was terrific by Ned Long, all fair. Oscar McInerney's a big unit.
Probably lucky he's 200 odd centimetres, I reckon, Rama.
Boundary throw in here. In front of the members, Darcy Cameron for Collingwood palms it down, whistle on the play. Magpies free, advantage applied. Side bottom gives it to Degoe. Centering kick untidy but might work. Unkind bounce for Elliott. Lions win it. Gardner hand pass to Zorko to McCluggage. Now to Rayner. Hand pass back into the rubble. Fort's got to go. Set upon Magpies pressure great. Lipinski out to side bottom who whacks it forward.
Up into the air towards centre half forward for the Magpies. Dunkley affects the tackle on Lipinski. Ball comes out the side. Here's Marshall for the Lions. From right half back, he'll go towards the southern wing, waiting underneath it, Perryman. There were 2 lines with him, but he's in the best position, was able to outmark Archie. Let's head downstairs to the boundary. Ben Cameron.
Well, big concerns down here. Scott Pendlebury with a foot or ankle, lower left leg, has walked down into the rooms to get further assessment.
Kick into the Magpies forward 50, left forward pocket. The Lions will look to work it away. Fletcher got it away to Dunkley. Eventually, long clearing kick up into the air. Comes down off the hands of Gallup. Spilled out here to Josh Dacos. Puts Collingwood back inside forward 50. Stretching for it, Mychek. Couldn't mark. Starcevic at the back. Got it away to Forts. Finds Berry in some space. Had to deal with it quickly and does. Kicks back into the middle of the ground. It's marked there by Josh Dacos.
Because their pressure's been first class so far, the Pies, and they've been so well set up behind the footy.
Gives it to his brother. Ordinarily a good idea as Nick Dacos looks for Cox deep forward. He runs into traffic and he's paid it for Andrews. No. Mason Cox is going to get it. A block is called. He had his arms out looking to draw it, and the umpire bought what he sold.
Well, I'd love Ray's opinion on this one because I think it's because St. Zorko turned his head.
What do you reckon, Ray?
Yeah, so what we've got here is Zorko's got no intention to contest the football, so as soon as he turns and finds Cox and steps off his line to interfere with him, the sole objective is not to contest the football, and he draws free kick.
Had that breakout performance in the 2018 prelim, kicked the winning goal in 2023. He is prelim Coxzilla. Mason Cox kicks the first, and he lets Dane Zorko know all about it. at the City end, and Collingwood with the opener. 1-1-7, Brisbane yet to score. 7 minutes in, finals footy on ABC Sport.
You love to see it, and it was certainly there. It was unable to contest the contest, and Mason Cox could have kicked 2 already. He dropped his sitter early, but he's starting to cause a few issues. And what he did so well 2 weeks ago was just compete and try and bring the ball to ground and force a free kick there. Big Mason Cox, and that's a perfect start for him. And more importantly, just the way in which Collingwood are playing at the moment, pressure is first class, and the defensive setup behind the football, they've just got a big wall out the back here, and Brisbane just can't penetrate.
And to back that up, Brisbane had 15 kicks, 16 handballs. The 16 handballs are because Collingwood are forcing them to do that with pressure. Every time a Brisbane player gets the ball, they are surrounded by Collingwood players.
Head downstairs to Ben in just a moment. Another ruck got a tap. Fort tries to gather. Cameron off the deck. Hands and knees worked at Ford's side bottom. Went crashing in. Wrapped up. Strong tackle. Dunkley got him. Ben Cameron downstairs.
Just in that little scuffle, Dane Zorko ripped off the goggles of Mason Cox, which I think if we check in with Ray, should be a free kick.
It's out by Fort. Trying to merge with it was Lipinski. The Lions, though, will steal it away. Now it's in the hands of Will Ashcroft. Kicks inside forward 50. No mark taken. Free kick, though, taken high Morris.
Yeah, that's a free kick.
Yeah.
It'll be against Jeremy Howe. Yeah, certainly high. Comes across as that third man into the contest. Jeremy Howe. Logan Morris held his ground nicely there. Just a bit lazy by Jeremy Howe. Didn't need to do that.
Is it a free for the goggles, Ray?
In general play, absolutely. If they're having a tussle and it's back and forth, you'll manage that situation.
Oh, Benny, I think there's a big story downstairs happening there.
Head downstairs as soon as this shot at goal is taken. Here is a big story brewing. Meantime, Morris from 51 out. Kick is on its way. It misses to the right-hand side. The Lions are 1 behind. 1-1-7 the Pies. 9 gone in the first. Ben Cameron.
Scott Pendlebury is out of this game. He has been subbed out. Ryan Steele is coming in. Just incredible.
And the Brisbane Lions pick off the kick out. So Jeremy Howe, who got the call up, hasn't played a full game in almost 80 days, and maybe there's a little bit of the rust as Dunkley takes the intercept mark, here at centre half forward, and he'll have a look from 40 out.
Yeah, as soon as he kicked it, he knew he messed up.
Josh Dunkley marks the kick out, and now to make Jeremy Howe pay for the error. He's got it. That's some kind of way to kick their first of the day. Off a Jeremy Howe error. Pendlebury's out of the game. The scores are level. As Bill Laurie would say at this ground, it is all happening. We are 10 minutes in, 1-1-7 apiece. Back to Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben, what is happening with Scott Pendlebury?
Yeah, so as I said a short time ago, very early in this game, he came from the ground, had a brief chat to the medicos, went straight down into the rooms. He then emerged briefly thereafter, walked straight to the back of the box, warm-up top on. He is out of this game. Ryan Steele is in, believe it or not, very early on. And it's a lower leg injury for Scott Pendlebury. Nothing clear to give away exactly what. We've reached out to the Pies. I'll let you know as soon as I do. But he's icing around the Achilles, the back heel, inside part of his ankle.
Oh, that would suggest he's done a calf. I would imagine, Murph, if it's that lower leg, which is that's a bad injury for an older player as Pendlebury is.
37, his 33rd final. What a terrible way to start. The Lions immediately win it out of the middle. They kick inside forward 50. Free kick spotted. Coming back here to Charlie Cameron. He can have a shot at goal from bang on 50 out, and he's right in front if he so desires.
He want to kick it now because he had both Bailey and Lohman in the left forward pocket. He should have went to them both.
Talk to me through that, Ray, that free kick.
Just the slightest of hands in the back from Howe. Enough there, spotted by the officials in yellow. A lot going on. Here's Charlie Cameron meantime. Kick is on its way, would have the carry. It's just onto the fingertips and almost a great mark to Gallop on the goal line. Instead, he couldn't hang on to it. It spills over the line for a minor score, but it gives the Lions the lead. 1-2-8 to 1-1-7. 12 gone in the first.
Not good enough by Charlie there. You know your distance, particularly early in the game, and you don't get it to line. My good mate Luke Ball talks about long points.
Yeah.
And that was certainly a long point.
Howe marks The kick out, and now the exiting kick out of defence, and that's going to be picked off too. So Wilmot takes the intercept mark. Brisbane by a point, a dozen minutes in. Early lead change here. Pendlebury out of the game with a suspected calf injury in his left leg. Long to full forward Brisbane. Spills down to Levi Ashcroft. Got a hand pass out, but straight to Long. Long's lost it in the tackle. Spills to Josh Dacos. Collingwood back with it. Hand pass to half-back. Picked off by Bailey. He retreats by hand to Wilmot. Gives it to Charlie Cameron. Oh, caught by Sidebottom. Got it out. Back to Wilmot. Handball to Marshall. Marshall spun around. Gives it back to Wilmot. Tumbles a kick to half forward. Gee, it's ferocious footy. And Josh Dacos able to clear up to the middle of the ground for Collingwood.
Punched down by Membry. Lipinski thought about going. Gallup did. Gathered for the Lions. Gave it to Archie. Kicks into the right forward pocket. Lohman is there. Tries to get away from Moore. Hand pass anywhere would do. He thought it's across the boundary line. It's going to be a throw-in.
Jeez, their tackling's been unbelievable. The Pies, they're pressuring enormous at the moment, and they've been stiff not to get a few hold the balls or incorrect disposals.
Not sure there was sufficient intent there to keep it in play, but nonetheless, it's going to be spun back in by the boundary umpire. 35 out from the Lions attacking goal, right forward pocket. McInerney got the first touch. It came down to Houston. Was able to work it out to De Goey. Hand pass beyond defensive. 50. Free kick to the Lions here. It's going against Long. It's going to Fletcher. Got taken high. Hands it off to Zorko. Kicks the Lions back towards full forward. Massive pack up. Frampton from the side. Punched it away. McCreary tapped it again to Josh Dacos. Got it out the back once more to Chris. Comes in the direction of the Lions. Free kick spotted again. This will come back to Collingwood. And there'll be a big cheer as it's given to De Goey, who's the player who was infringed against, and he'll pop it into the left back pocket. Still the Lions by a point. 14 gone in the first.
De Goey to Frampton, and he marks at half-back. Hand pass away to Maynard. Kicks down the wing. Lipinski trying to collect on the half volley. Just knocks it out in front of Long. Oh, it's broken up. Brisbane win it back. Will Ashcroft. Hand pass away to Dunkley. He gives it off towards Sammy Marshall, who kicks inside 50. Punched away by Howe. Now he grabs the footy, and Charlie Cameron tackles him. Taking the ground right forward pocket for Brisbane.
Just Josh Dacos has been enormous so far. He's just been everywhere. Come off for a well-earned break, but already had the 7 disposals.
Ball up forward pocket here for Brisbane. The two number 46ers at it in the ruck. Spills to Nick Dacos, tackled, holding the ball. And Brisbane are going to get it. The gang tackle, Will Ashcroft and Zach Bailey. And a free kick at full forward for the Lions.
I'm not sure that's there. He doesn't even have really full grasp of the football there. Immediately set upon by 2. I wouldn't have thought that's dropping the ball.
And Will Ashcroft, he's going to take this kick here. No, he's not. He thought he was, and then he has to hand the footy to Zach Bailey. We'll get a look at it. So Bailey from about 15 metres out, slide angle, goals. And the Lions are in rhythm. They kicked 2 on the bounce. Collingwood have lost Pendlebury on the run. And 15 minutes into this prelim, it is the road team, the Brisbane Lions, 2-2-14, leading Collingwood 1-1-7. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, the Pies have got in contact with us. They're saying calf tightness for Scott Pendlebury. You would have to think it is more than that. You would think he's done a calf, and that would be season done for Scott Pendlebury.
Yeah, I don't think it's calf tightness. If it was cut, they wouldn't have pulled the trigger on a sub that early. So I think it's leaving a bit of hope if they do get through for next week. But I think Brisbane has settled in this game now. Collingwood's pressure, call it the first 7 or 8 minutes was electric, but then it's flipped now. It's Brisbane's pressure which has been electric for the last 7 or 8 minutes. So look, very evenly poised, but I think both teams are absorbing the pressure really well to start this game.
Great start. He's on the side trailing, but Josh Dacos has been enormous as well. Here's McCreary after Cox won the tap down, hands it off to Steele, the sub. Wobbly kick that bounces inside forward 50. Long couldn't get there. Here is Nick Dacos. The big don't argue to Marshall, and then lost the footy behind him. Scooping it up as Lohman works his way through traffic. Hands it off to Starcevic for the Lions. Will kick towards the commentary wing. The ball will bounce past Morris. Alongside him Moore, and then tumble across for a boundary throw-in just forward of the wing for Brisbane. 2-2-14. They lead the Magpies, who are 1-1-7, 17 gone in the first.
I spoke to Scott Pendlebury pre-game about Patrick Dangerfield and his legacy game last night, and hoping to try and replicate that in his 33rd final. Unfortunately for Scott, it's lasted less than 10 minutes. His day's done with a calf. From the boundary throw-in, comes down to Steele. Dumps a kick up over the wing, picked up by Fletcher of the Lions. Hand pass to Gardner, handball to Marshall. Got to be quick, and he is. Centering kick, looking for Fort. Can't take the mark, but gets a free. Over the shoulder, and it's going Fort's way. And kick Brisbane out wide, and here's Marshall. Best player on the ground last year in the under-18s grand final with Sandringham, Sammy Marshall. What an introduction to AFL footy in what is just his 10th game. Here he is in a prelim at the G. Short kicking game. Dunkley to Levi Ashcroft, now to McCluggage, trying to measure his kick to centre half forward, spills down to Long, handball away to Howe, and a long kick to the wing for Collingwood.
McCreary has to wait for it. Fletcher attacked it, won it to ground. Chris gathers. He's tackled by McCluggage. Just got the hand pass away. Spilled to the lines, handing it forward. Starcevic coming the other way. Perryman read into traffic, got the ball forward. It's going to be locked in here eventually. Starcevic does the tackling, wraps up his opponent. It's going to be Nick Dacos who climbs up off the deck to hand it back to the umpire. Thrown up into the air immediately. Neither ruck with a telling tap, but it's Ford who claims it, sends it inside forward 50. But an uncontested mark there to Howe, who'll flare it out to Frampton. Bounced in front of him. He gathered, then did well to get past Cameron, sends it towards left half forward.
Juan Schultz trying to turn his opponent inside out in Leicester, and in the end the ball beats them both over the boundary line.
I think the interesting part for Collingwood with Pendlebury is we're seeing in late games, in tight games, how good he is at just conducting the whole team, coaching, being the coach out on the ground. So,
yeah,
you know, look, if this game goes to script and it's a close one, how much do Collingwood really lose with having out of the game?
Lions by 7, 19 minutes into the contest, and the boundary throwing McCluggage. Short kick finds Marshall. Busy early, he's up to 7 touches. One of the 3 teenagers out there for Brisbane. Marshall, off he trots. Takes on Steele on the mark, gives a handball away to Berry, swings his kick out to the wing. Fletcher marks, can keep it moving. Handball over the top to Gardner. Gardner turns, kicks deep, looking for Morris. Morris has got it. Leaks up and marks in the left forward pocket.
Yeah, saw the mismatch, didn't he, ahead of the contest, and he just saw Quaynor, who is probably giving him probably 15 or so centimetres in the forward pocket there. It was smart to get the ball in there quick.
Last time they met, he kicked half a dozen in a match-winning performance. Logan Morris snaps across the body and got it right to the line. The goal umpire gives a nod to the field umpire. It's 4 points. And Logan Morris points to some Magpie fans in the front row. The Lions have kicked 3 on the bounce. 20 minutes in, 3-2 to 1-1. Finals footy on ABC Sport. It is the reigning premiers by 13. Scott Pendlebury done for the day with a calf injury. Mark Murphy, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
It's going to be interesting to see how they try and change things up. So McCluggage at the moment looks like he's getting on top of side bottom. So with Pendlebury being out, drop it. Do you just need to drop it and get side bottom to start patrolling?
Get him in the game, yeah.
Get him usually to his wing or inside the contest and trying to organise his teammates and get that experience through that's really lacking without Scott Pendlebury being in and around it. So I reckon just drop it, go back to your system.
Marks at the moment to Brisbane 14-8. That goal coming off on to Logan Morris. He's first. They kicked 3 unanswered, the Lions. Bounce again. Cameron wins it down for the Magpies. Rayner couldn't gather. To go he does. Scoops a hand pass off the deck. Came to Berry. Hand pass to Bailey. Goes back to Wilmot for Brisbane. He'll come out towards the commentary wing where Archie marks. In some space. Has time to assess his options. Will come down the line. Nicely worked to Levi Ashcroft, who oddly enough last year in the grand final was sitting behind us in the box in the pre-game. Incredibly, he's now downstairs after being picked up again to join his brother in Will. He'll kick inside forward 50. That's a strong mark at the back to Frampton. Plays on immediately by hand for the Pies and finds Howe. They'll come through the middle again to Chris, working it to Long through the centre circle, side bottom to the going. Run down by Archie. Got him. Great tackle. Just as it was about to open up, the Lions respond.
Kick goes out towards half forward for Brisbane. Darcy Cameron whacks it out of bounds. Umpire says insufficient intent. Free kick. Magpies fans are irate. The bigger concern, the Brisbane Lions are red hot. 13 points, the Lions lead. Cameron kicks inside 50 for Brisbane. Lohman leaps out at no mark. Spills down towards McCluggage. Hand pass to Levi Ashcroft. Sells a dummy. Gives it to Archie. He's run down by Houston. Gallup gets a kick goalward. Gallup puts it through. And the Lions are on a heater. 4 in a row to take some of the noise out of the Magpie Army. 4-2 to 1-1. 23 minutes in, Brisbane by 19 points.
We spoke about in the first 3 or 4 minutes of this game, there was 3 or 4 tackles, Ray, that the umpires just let it go. And now Murph and I both said that we love that. But now it just feels like it's being let go a little bit too much, where the free kick looks obvious because players around are stopping.
Yeah, officiating will talk with different language. We talk about warranted free kick and unwarranted free kick, and we talked about letting them go early. The free kicks you're referencing there are missed free kicks in tackling situations, and that's probably the part of the game that I think the lads who are out there at the moment need to tighten up on.
That's Ray Chamberlain, part of our crew on ABC Sport. Finals footy, Brisbane by 19.
One down by Cameron of the Magpies. Guys more interested in each other than anything else. Ashcroft got it back to Fort, kicks inside forward 50. Oh, Howe flew, and he's hit his head on the surface. Meantime, they'll bounce away here, the Pies. It comes again through the middle to Nick Dacos. He'll kick out towards left half forward. Having to wait was long, going by Houston. Gathers, steps inside a couple, kicks from the top of the 50, and then that's a great mark to Andrews, diving across to his left. Down low, like you'd see in the slips at the Ashes, up against Cox. He moves it back towards Levi Ashcroft in the right back pocket. He'll go beyond defensive 50 and a chance to set up again. It comes to Ashcroft of the Will variety.
And a big flowing mane, Will Ashcroft. Kicks beyond the wing. Gallup reaching from the back. No mark. Spills down the side bottom. Wins it for Collingwood. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Middle of the G. Turns. Kicks inside the forward 50. But getting back Gardner. Punches it away and then takes the mark. Originally it was a double-fisted spoil, and in the end he's able to complete the work in the defensive goal square. Shares it with Wilmot. Now out to Berry. Marks at half-back for Brisbane. Moves it down the wing. Starcevic for target. Frampton knocks it away close to the boundary line, and it keeps running away from Berry. And the boundary throwing 60 metres out for the Magpies goal.
Yeah, great defence from Billy Frampton. He had the Charlie Cameron matchup, but just came hard forward and forced that turnover there, and they get a stoppage in their forward half of the ground as a result of some really strong defence.
Lions by 19 points, 24 gone in the first. Off the ruck battle, it came down to McCluggage, worked it out to Wilmot, tried to hand pass it forward. Quaynor coming the other way, gathers, kicks into the right forward pocket. Was Cox being held? No, according to the officials, allows less than a stand in front. He takes the mark. And then Andrews, who everyone in the crowd were looking at a moment ago as Cox appealed, goes back to full back. He takes the mark out to Archie, right back pocket. Beyond defensive 50 to right half back. Here's McCluggage for the Lions. Goes down the line and Gallup. Great mark between centre wing and right half forward. Puts it in the direction of Bailey. 49 out from goal.
Very smart there, Ty Gallup, because Logan Morris had Quaynor and Frampton as an opponent, so he waited and waited. Zach Bailey then made that run forward. It was just a little chip, little 25-metre chip just to the top of 50.
I've ever been impressed with Gallup, just some of his contests so far, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like he's forcing the ball to ground at very worst.
It's a tight angle from the right forward pocket. Bailey puts boot to ball from 50 out. And he's missed the lot narrow. Free kick to the Magpies. Left full back. No change to that score. Brisbane 4-2-26. Collingwood 1-1-7. 26 gone in the first.
So the previous 3 entries from Collingwood inside 50 have been to Mason Cox. Don't worry about the free kick, Mason. Just compete for the football.
Pies work it up to half-back, but it's punched back to the 50 for the Lions. Archie somehow got boot the ball. High up and under, right on the 50, picked up by Perryman. Dumps a kick down the wing for the Pies. Starcevic in front of Elliott. Somehow got it out in front of Gardner. Hand pass to Zorko. Kicks down to half forward. On the hop, reaches Lohman. Tackled by Maynard. Taken out of play with the Sharon. All the ump says deliberate. And a free kick going to go Collingwood's way, and Maynard will get it at half-back.
Yeah, that's a hot one.
What do you reckon, Ray?
No, I think he's tackled legally. He's got an obligation to make an attempt to dispose, and the tackler's impacted the disposal. Throw it in.
Maynard goes long down the line. Darcy Cameron brings it to ground. Spills here to DeGoey, and he's locked up straight up. Membry, rather. He's locked up straight away, so we'll have the ball up on the wing. Southern side, 27 minutes in, Lions by 19.
Cameron won it down with a couple of sets of hands and then across the boundary line again for another throw-in.
Just can't really control the football at the moment. The Pies they've only had the 8 marks compared to Brisbane's 28. So just can't get their hands on the football for long enough periods to force some changes from Brisbane.
Overcast day, about 14 degrees at the moment at the MCG. Telling tap, flicked up in the air by Lipinski. Cameron had 2 goes to try and knock it forward. Eventually manufactures a kick straight to McCluggage, though. Gave it to Wilmot. Kicks the lines to right half forward. Here's Lohman with the new slip do. Takes the mark and then puts it short to Marshall just inside the forward 50. That where Bailey had a shot at goal a few moments ago.
And to back up what Mer's saying there in terms of marks, but then the game's in chaos. Collingwood are only kicking the ball at 50% at the moment. So just giving it back to Brisbane constantly.
Sam Marshall, as Corbin said, in just his 10th game, has 1 goal to his name from 51 outs. He's going to put it towards the teeth of goal. Frampton's up, tries to punch it through, and it was almost there for a mid-air swing for Gallup. He couldn't put boot to ball. It goes across the boundary line for a minor score. Frampton would have been very relieved that didn't end up as a major for the Lions. It's 4-3-27 to 1-1-7, 28 and a bit gone in the first. Finals footy, ABC Sport.
Maynard, long out to half-back, spills front and centre to McCreary. Handball away to Crisp. Off the back flank. Long kick up ahead. There's no one there. And Wilmot able to take an easy, uncontested mark. You had the reaction for the Magpie Army. Swings it across the ground to Zorko. Short kick to Cameron. This is Charlie Cameron. Oh, that kick over the head of his intended target, Zorko. He let it bounce. Wilmot coughs it up. Collingwood win it. Elliott to McCreary. Handball looking for Cox. He knocks it forward and turns it over. So sloppy from both teams. And Wilmot with the intercept possession. Just a short kick back to Charlie Cameron. Marks in the back pocket for Brisbane. Lions by 20 points. Half-hour mark in this opening term. He comes wide for Berry, along with Steele. That's Roan Steele who collects as it hits the deck. Hand pass inside to DeGoey. Handball away to Darcy Cameron. Spills it, fumbles out of bounds. So Collingwood kicked the first through Mason Cox. Started well for them. Their pressure was enormous in the first 10 minutes. They lost Scott Pendlebury to a left calf complaint. He's been subbed out of the game already. And the last 20 minutes has belonged to Brisbane. They've kicked the last 4 goals unanswered. Lions by 20 points.
Cameron tried to palm it down. It bounced back to him and he gets a free kick. Immediately we put it inside forward 50 for Collingwood. Leading out front position. That's a terrific grab.
Well, that's a poor decision by Darcy Cameron. He wins the free kick. Doesn't look. He just wants to jam the ball on his boot and get it long.
The mark taken by Gardner, who attacked the footy, brought it down under pressure as well. Kicks beyond defensive 50, wanted Morris, punched at the back by Frampton, got it down to Berry though of the lines, then to Bailey. His kick's just down the line. The only player there was Maynard in Collingwood colours. Sends it inside forward 50 as the siren sounds. Andrews taking no chances, took the mark anyway. But what a fight back by the Lions after a terrific start by Collingwood, who kicked the first and then Brisbane kicked the next 4. So they lead by 20 points at quarter time. 4-3-27 to Collingwood's 1-1-7.
Dunkley kicked Brisbane's first goal, 1 for Morris, Gallup and Zach Bailey. And as Clint mentioned, Collingwood the first goal of the game. That was to Mason Cox. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. It's been a dramatic start down there, Ben, with a Collingwood veteran lasting less than 10 minutes in the prelim.
Yeah, Scott Pendlebury subbed out of this game. It's a tight calf, we're told, by Collingwood, but I'm looking at him right now, and that is a sizable limp. That looks like a genuine calf injury for Scott Pendlebury, who has the slides on with the tracksuit at the moment, so he's out of this game. And Roan Steele into it just 10 minutes in.
His 9th preliminary final for Scott Pendlebury. He's 4-4 in the previous 8, his 33rd final overall. Puts him 3rd in the history of the game, so an incredible tally. Joel Selwood out on top, and then the only other 2 guys ahead of him, Michael Tuck and Sean Burgoyne. Off the SMS, Fran from Melbourne. Go the Pies, thanks to the ABC and all the callers and special experts throughout the year. Great year and programs. Congrats, Corbin and Co. Thanks, Fran. Nice to hear from you. From David, a Geelong supporter in Bright. Ray's comments and explanations are terrific and insightful. Cheers from David. And speaking of David's, a shout out to David and Helen too, who are listening from Paris, who are enjoying our commentary from over there. So all the best to them. I know they'll be keeping up to date with what's happening at the pointy end of the season. Who will play the Cats in next Saturday's grand final? The Lions by 20 at quarter time. The thoughts of Murph and Ram are coming up in just a moment. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
There's nothing like this love or this chaos.
Officer, look at that! Mum is in complete denial and is driving me crazy.
The brand new season of Mother and Son, back September 24 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
AFL on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
And all is in readiness as umpire Stevic holds the footy up. The prelim of the last two premiers. The last ticket to the 2025 AFL Grand Final on the line.
Well, big concerns down here. Scott Pendlebury with a foot or ankle lower left leg has walked down into the rooms to get further assessment.
Had that breakout performance in the 2018 prelim, kicked the winning goal in 2023. He is prelim Coxzilla. Mason Cox kicks the first.
Scott Pendlebury is out of this game. He has been subbed out. Rome Steely's coming in.
Josh Dunkley marks the kick out. And now to make Jeremy Howe pay for the error. He's got it. Ball up forward pocket here for Brisbane. The two number 46ers at it in the ruck. Spills to Nick Dankos, tackled, holding the ball. And Brisbane are going to get it. The gang tackle, Will Ashcroft and Zach Bailey. So Bailey from about 15 metres out, slide angle, goals. And the Lions are in rhythm.
Yeah, the Pies have got in contact with us. They're saying calf tightness for Scott Pendlebury. You would have to think it is more than that. You would think he's done a calf, and that would be season done for Scott Pendlebury.
Spills down towards McCluggage. Hand pass to Levi Ashcroft. Sells a dummy. Gives it to Archie. He's run down by Houston. Gallup gets a kick goalward. Gallup puts it through. And the Lions are on a heater. 4 in a row.
The 2025 AFL Finals Series.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
The youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth, Adam Ramanauskas, alongside the 300 gamer, the man the coaches voted the premier player in the game back in 2011. Mark Murphy with their take on that opening term, the Lions by 20.
Well, it was hot early, Rama, and they weathered the storm really well, the Lions. They stood up when the Pies were really going hard in that first 4 or 5 minutes, and were able to really just force them back a little bit, control the football at times. We talked about some of the uncontested marks that Brisbane were able to generate, and it was down to probably Collingwood's inefficiency by a foot. Obviously not to be able to hit their kicks, but they've only got 9 for the quarter, which is an area of the game where they're usually very strong, and almost they seemed like they were just banging the ball in and just hoping for the best, where you need to try and draw the Brisbane defence out a little bit. But to Brisbane's credit, they were red hot after that probably first 4 or 5, and McCluggage got right on top around the clearances. Had 3 clearances in that first quarter, and he's got the trailer and steel side bottom. So talked about it earlier in that quarter with Scott Pendlebury going down. I think the change needs to go away. I know how good McCluggage has been, but I think steel side bottom needs to go play a role that's more around system for the Collingwood Football Club, because they very rarely do a tagging role. And we know that McCluggage got stopped 2 weeks ago, but I reckon McRae needs to go back to what they do best.
Well, Collingwood, they started that quarter terrifically well. Their pressure was up, the energy was there. But I thought Brisbane, they absorbed that as best as they could. The ball was living in Collingwood's forward half of the ground, and this is the issue for the Pies at the moment. So you got Darcy Wilmot, who's had 11 possessions for the quarter. Darcy Gardner's had 8. Sam Marshall's had 8. Zorko's had 7. They're all playing across half back. So they're able to control the tempo at the moment, the Lions from half-back, as you said, with those uncontested marks. So I think what Craig McRae will be asking his forwards, we need to start to press up harder. We can't allow them just to control tempo from half back, switch the ball sideways, go back through corridor, because then it makes it really, really difficult for Collingwood's defenders then to have to man up. So I think McRae will want a lot more pressure out of Elliott, out of Schultz, out of McCreary, even Mychek. You're not going to get too much probably out of Mason Cox. So you need those guys to really lift their rate across that half-forward line for the Pies to cause turnover in their front half to then allow scoring opportunities. The other thing is they've just got to kick the ball better, Collingwood. They kicked the ball at 54% for that entire quarter.
Rammer and Murph on ABC Sport. This is finals footy, and the Brisbane Lions by 20. Scott Pendlebury out of the game with a left calf injury early. Second term underway. Fort wins the opening hit out down in front of Long, who's tackled immediately, and will do it all again. Overcast day, 14 degrees. And he got to a top of 15. It's cool, but no rain on the radar. Umpire tosses it up again in the middle. Darcy Cameron palms it down, spills down to Josh Dacos. He's bowled over. Marshall had it, lost it, regathers. Now has his pocket picked by Nick Dacos. And we'll do it all again. Third stoppage, middle of the ground, start of the second quarter. The Brisbane Lions by 20 points.
Very quiet. 90,000+ people so quiet. And team down by 20 points as Ford won it down, bounced back to him. Couldn't get a clear kick away. Here's Rayner bursting through for the Lions. Was able to get it back. This is Dunkley inside forward 50, tapped on by Bailey. Cameron out after it. Clean pair of heels to Josh Dacos. Got it away to Rayner. Ran straight into trouble. Got a hand pass over his shoulder. Went straight to Josh Dacos. Kicks the Pies out towards left half back. The Lions will get there first through Wilmot. He'll send it back from whence it came. Inside the right forward pocket. Cameron stood there. Took a good mark for the Pies, who still trail by 20 points, opening 2 minutes of the second turn.
What Chris Fagan will be really happy about is Charlie Cameron's start. He's had 7 possessions to start this game.
This is his namesake as Darcy Cameron goes long to the wing. Ford had a play on it, spills down to Archie. He's tackled and a ball up.
It's been the one missing piece, I think, for the entire year for Brisbane. He just hasn't been able to get into any sort of rich vein of form that we're so used to from Charlie Cameron.
Darcy Cameron grabs it out of the ruck, jams it on the boot. Ball trickles straight out of bounds. Says insufficient intent. Ben Cameron's on the boundary.
Oh, the TV cameras here at the ground have found some footage of Scott Pendlebury having a really long and deep discussion with the Docs pre-game. So maybe it was a pre-game issue for Scott Pendlebury that he tried to get through, maybe worsened, who knows.
Not taking any responsibility. He was fine when I spoke to him 2 hours before the game on ABC Sport, but unfortunately it didn't last long for Pendlebury. The Lions with it going inside 50. Zorko kicks in the direction of Fort. No mark, spills down to Moore. The sweeping Polyfarmer hand pass for Collingwood to Crespo. Hand pass back into dispute. The Lions win it at half forward. Will Ashcroft gives it to Charlie Cameron. Charlie decides to have a shot and misses near side. Well, had an option in the pocket, ignored it.
That's damning for Collingwood there. That was Nick Dacos versus 4 Brisbane players. And Collingwood is so good at outnumbering at every contest around the ground. Brisbane are giving him a lesson at the moment.
Lions by 21.
Wayne on a little run and then sends it beyond defensive 50 out to Schultz, who marks it right half back. He decides to play on immediately, hands it to Quaynor, who continued his run. He's still going down the southern wing. Goes to Long, dropped the mark he should have taken, allows Rayner to pick it up. Hand passes back to Zorko. Zorko under genuine pressure. Well done, Nick Dacos. His kick goes awry. It's there to Mychek. Moves it on immediately to Elliott. He can run into an open goal. And he kicks the Magpies first since the 8-minute mark of the opening term. It took a genuine blue from the Lions for them to kick it, but they won't care how it arrived. And they've got their second, 2-1-13 to Brisbane, who are 4-4-28. The Lions by 15 points, 3.5 minutes into the second term.
There was almost a bit of arrogance, really, from Dane Zorko, who just took his time. And you can't take your time in big finals, and especially when Nick Dacos is around you as well. He's quite zippy, so probably use your first option and reward the handballer rather than turn back inside and try and kick one across. So bit of a blue by the veteran of the Brisbane Lions, but well done to Nick Dacos for forcing that little error and Collingwood for capitalising.
And it's smart by Nick Dacos because we've seen so many this year where they push in the back, whereas Nick Dacos there dragged the jumper down, and that just forced Zorko off balance.
Wakes the Magpie army up. Back in the middle, Zach Bailey paddles it out in front of himself, gathers, gives it to Will Ashcroft, sweeps a hand past to Raynor, knocks it down towards Zach Bailey to finish it off. He misses on the run. Gee, it would have been a late contender for goal of the year. Zach Bailey. The gather in the middle, the give and go, and then just missed on the run. That would have been some kind of September finish. Not to be. 16 points the lead for the Lions. 5 minutes gone in the second term.
Finals footy on ABC Sport. Maynard beyond defensive 50. Chris was up. He's been paid the mark he has.
Can't play on for the mark. Local fans.
Collingwood were hoping that Sidebottom got himself into space on the commentary wing. Instead, it's got to come back. Chris will move it on to Darcy Cameron. Still at left half back for the Magpies.
Yeah, that's against Archie. So, Ray, you want to explain that one?
Yeah, so basically the umpire called him to stand and he wanted to sag off as Chris did the legwork there. He and Fort just got a little bit tangled up on the mark.
So Darcy Cameron moves it to McCreary, who's then been pinged.
Yeah, he took off.
He did. He took the mark, moved on immediately, and then was wrapped up strongly in the tackle by Gardner, who'll get the free kick at right half back.
And McCreary's doing the right thing. He wanted to play on. He just didn't realise Darcy Gardner was so close to him.
Right behind him and couldn't believe his luck. Gardner to McCluggage. He'll flare it out into the left back pocket. Marks there by Andrews.
He's up to a dozen. McCluggage as well. Not a touch in all of that. He's about to get involved again here as the short kick to Leicester and across the half back line to McCluggage. So 13 disposals at 14 last time he played here in the Quali. He's short to Fletcher. Kicks out wide. Broken up on the way through by Schultz. Knocked it away. Josh Dacos left it behind. Marshall collects. Tackled immediately. Leicester puts his head over it and attracts a crowd and will have the ball up. 70 metres out from the Brisbane goal at the city end. Lions by 16.
Umpire puts it up. Fort won it down. Bailey going through. Couldn't quite get to it. Lipinski. Hand passed away to Josh Dacos, who's taken high by Bailey. Dacos to Nick by hand, and then Nick will keep it, turn it over. Leicester getting in front of Lipinski, who marks, and he shoves the goalie out of the way. Moves the ball inboard to Fletcher, marking in the centre square, a couple of metres shy of the centre circles. He'll head back towards the Shane Warne stand wing. Forwards there. Punch came from Darcy Cameron, who will take a right-hand turn as it bounces right on the wing and go across the boundary line for another throw-in. Still about 14.5 degrees here. Overcast, twilight game. The lights are on. The Lions lead. They're up 4-5-29 to 2-1-13. 7 gone in the second.
Finals footy on ABC Sport as Fort palms it down. Straight to Bailey. Starting to get involved. Kicks inside 50 and more. Picks it off with the intercept mark for the Magpies. Across the half-back line with the kick. Trying to link up here with Jack Crisp. Paddles it out in front. Little toe poke down the line. Finds Myercheck. Spun around. Hand pass into dispute. McCreary knocks it out of play. Hunts it out after it, but ran out of room. So a throw-in on the wing. Scott Pendlebury. His night ended after just 10 minutes. A left calf injury. Another bumper crowd at the MCG. The last two premiers playing for the last spot in the 2025 decider. Who will meet the Cats next Saturday? From the throw-in, Bailey knocks it in front of Fletcher and then gets it back. Bailey drives his kick to full forward, carries the pack and his intended target. Frampton's down there, back pocket for Collingwood. Kicks out to half-back and Schultz will collect on the bounce. Half-back for the Magpies.
Heads in the direction of Lipinski, who marks on the wing. Immediately closed down by Starcevic. He'll play on quickly out to Elliott. He's 55 from goal. Kicks into the right forward pocket. Membry marks. Hard up against the boundary, about 20 from goal.
It was great work rate by the Pies. Just the switch was on, but it was just the work rate from the midfielders and forwards just streaming across the other side of the ground, and it forced the Brisbane Lions to trade up, and that's why they got one out the back.
It's probably their best passage of play, the Pies, where they're able to move the ball from one end of the ground to the other.
Glanced inboard a couple of times. It's going to go up the outside of the right boot. He's put it all the way across the face. It's out of bounds on the full. Free kick to the Lions at right full back. No change to the score. 4-5-29 Brisbane. Collingwood 2-1-13. 9 gone second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Membry, one of the 5 for Collingwood, playing in their first preliminary final. Of course, the Magpies now have gone this deep in 3 of the last 4 seasons. He was at St Kilda, of course, during that particular stretch as McInerney goes long to the wing, spills through to Will Ashcroft, hand pass to Gallup, short kick down the wing for Brisbane, up to halfway, Ned Long gets there to break it up, collects, tackled, lost it, Charlie Cameron trying to force it out, Quaynor goes to ground, Lohman wins the Sharon, hand pass inside 50, and Howe picks it off. The intercept possession for the Magpies goes back to Houston, and kicks out wide for Steele, who just dabs it further afield, and now McCreery marks right on halfway. He's got Roan Steele running boundary side, receives the hand pass and then heads to half forward. Elliott takes to the skies, not to be, spills the mark, falls down to Zorko, runs out of bounds, handball back into play. And McCreery grabs it before he's shoved out of bounds. 16-point lead for Brisbane, 10 minutes gone in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Just need to tighten up a bit on Zach Bailey. Stoppages in this second quarter. He's on the fly and causing a bit of danger for the Pies at the moment.
Boundary umpire unfurls. Ossie Cameron against McInerney. Cameron won it down. Berry was there. Got the hand pass out, though, to McInerney, who shovels it forward to the wing. Maynard coming the other way to Josh Dacos for the Magpies. He'll kick into the left forward pocket. And out there to read it well was Zorko. Leaps up into the air and marks on his chest. Zorko decides needs to be gambling, and this won't pay off. Lipinski is marked between 2 lines. And then he'll pop it into the right forward pocket. Here's Membry again. Better angle this time. Probably 7 or 8 metres in from the boundary. He'll boot the ball from 45 out.
And you gamble on the 2-on-1, okay, which Dane Zorko has done all year, his whole career, mind you. But you've got to look who the one is, and the one's Lockie Schultz, who just loves the defensive side of the game. And he just read it incredibly well.
Zorko's had a couple of moments. The second result in a goal to the Magpies. In comes Membry. Boots a ball from 45 metres out. The reaction around the MCG will tell you the story. Membry's kicked the goal. The Magpies have got their 3rd. And they drag that margin back to 10 points. 4-5-29 Brisbane. 3-1-19 Collingwood. 11 and a bit gone in the second term. This is finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, he's a dead eye from there, Tim Membry, anywhere from probably 30 to 40 out from goal. He usually goes back and slots them, but what I've enjoyed from Collingwood in this second term is their covering off of outlets has been a lot better. So the uncontested marks have been hard to come by in this second quarter from Brisbane. And I know that was a decision or a disposal error from Dane Zorko, but every other option was covered off. So he wanted to go for a 45. Collingwood shut that one down, so he looked further abroad and saw 2 against the 1. But to Schultz's credit, he just read it better.
A little chat with Harris Andrews for his troubles as well. Dane Zorko afterwards, who sort of just signalled to calm it down. Out of the middle, Brisbane get it going forward. McCluggage the centre break, but Howe the intercept mark. And Lohman just creeping forward on the mark. No 50, comes wide to Perryman, marks at half-back, short kick to side bottom. So 10-point game, Magpies the only 2 goals in this second quarter. Short kick finds Lipinski, right on the wing, hand pass inside to side bottom, changed his mind, dropped the footy, regathers, high bomb inside 50, Membry at leap off both feet, can't take the mark. Ball hits the deck, and we'll have a ball up.
He's having a big impact now, Lockie Schultz, defensively. No, it won't come up in the stat sheet, but that was... Will Ashcroft had that ball, and then Schultz was just onto him in a flash.
Big hit.
To cause his stoppage.
Forward 50 stoppage, Fort and Cox. Cox palms it down for Collingwood, spills the way of Berry. He just chucks it on the boot, tumbles a kick up to the southern wing. Intercepted by Darcy Moore, closed down by Gallup, got a handball away. Here's Houston against the boundary line. Kicks a rocket inside 50. Crisp, hands on it, spills through to Membry. Hand pass back into the rubble. Archie had a play on it, now side bottom wrestles for it. Along with Zorko, and we'll have a ball up centre half forward for Collingwood. 10-point lead for Brisbane, but they did trail by as many as 21 earlier in the term. Put up into the air. Fort's able to manufacture a kick that will head out towards left half back. Quaynor will chase it. He's happy to let it go across the boundary line, and that'll be insufficient in 10. Quaynor will move it back inboard for the Magpies to Josh Dacos. Between the wing and right half forward for Collingwood.
Takes a couple of steps forward and then will kick deep into the right forward pocket. Darcy Cameron goes to ground, battling with Andrews. Couldn't complete the mark. It's been locked in here. Umpires circle. They'll ball it up. 25 from Collingwood's goal. Middle or two in from the boundary. Fought one down. Or side bottom was just charging through. As he gathered, though, was under pressure and tackled across the boundary line by Levi Ashcroft. Another throw-in. Still a 19-point lead to the Lions. 14 and a bit gone in this second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. The preliminary final. Winner through to take on Geelong. Cox tried to palm it down over his shoulder. Going through again was Schultz. He was tackled. Ball spills back into a pack. It's been held in. Side bottom will hand it back to the umpire. We'll ball it up again.
And Collingwood have wrestled tempo back this quarter. 17 marks to 9. So actually starting to control the field a bit better.
Ford palms it down. Ball trickles out of the stoppage. Marshall collects. Hand pass away to Berry. Handball to Levi Ashcroft. The walls close in as Quaynor and Schultz came and got him.
Outstanding.
And he's tackled and the Magpies' pressure is back.
That's what they were doing early in that first quarter. Then they went away from it. They found that pressure again, the Pies.
Ball up half forward for Collingwood. The rucks tumble over. Cox whacks it off his backside. Back inboard. Fletcher got boot the ball. Trickles away straight to Cox. There's a whistle in all of this.
Lockie Schultz again.
It's a free kick and it's coming back to Schultz. Inside 50 for Collingwood.
Against Dane Zorko.
Zorko's had a mare in this second term. He's forced two through the middle of the ground and turned the ball over, which was resulted in goals, and then just a sloppy left arm to Schultz's head.
He's been enormous, Schultz.
He's just throwing himself a contest, isn't he?
This will be his 5th possession this quarter. He's had 2 tackles.
So Schultz didn't have the ball, and the left arm draped over the shoulder of Dane Zorko on the shoulder of Lockie Schultz. Set shot here from 40 out, tight angle. The Magpie Army is alive. 3 unanswered goals in this second term. And Collingwood, after trailing by 21 points, are now within a straight kick. 4-5 to 4-1. Brisbane's lead trimmed to 4 points. 16 gone in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, pressure. But I also think then how Collingwood have dragged the game back in their favour is their kicking. They're kicking the ball at 84% this quarter. So they're actually hitting targets and using the ball better.
I also think the pressure out of stoppage. So Brisbane have been winning the clearances. So they're winning in that area of the game, 8-3 in this second term. But they haven't been out the front door. They've been long hack kicks. Howe's had 2 to set marks and Darcy Moore another one, but they're starting to get that turnover game going.
Ball back in the centre circles. Cox up against Ford. Ford was able to win it down, bounce back to him. Was tackled then by Nick Dacos, who thought he should have got a holding the ball decision. The kick got away. Here's Josh Dacos onto it. He has it at right half back for the Magpies. Hands it off to Quaynor. Sweeping hand pass again to side bottom. Slipped over, had time to recover. Went back to Crisp. Gathers at his shins. Under pressure, hand pass dangerous to Maynard. Has to soccer it off the ground. Knocking it forward, Rayner. Comes on to Gallup. He was tackled but got the ball away to Marshall. Lions have it through McInerney. Now again to Archie. Hands it off behind him to McCluggage. 55 out from goal and then turns it over. He wanted Will Ashcroft instead. Getting in the way was Long. Marks defensively for the Magpies. And then he almost turns it over. Should have been taken by Fletcher. Dropped the mark that was there. Lipinski emerges with it.
Handball up at the halfway and up to the little master and Nick Dacos, who burns off a would-be tackler. 2 bounces, hand pass to Lipinski, kicks inside 50 and a turnover. Starcevich takes the intercept mark, goes short to McCluggage, handball away to Ford. Series of handballs to Wilmot, but they're under pressure. Handball goes back to Gardner, kicks a spiral forward. There's no one there, and Mason Cox drops in front of Moore to take the intercept mark for Collingwood.
I'll tell you what, that collision between DeGoey and Ty Gallup on half forward has taken the absolute wind out of Gallup. It also took the wind out of DeGoey. He was a long time in the same spot.
Yeah, Jared Berry also carried in, of course, that bad shoulder on the left side into the final series. He's hurt on the outer. So the outer wing, there are 2 trainers with Jared Berry. We'll get A further update.
Yeah.
He's in a whole lot of hurt as Collingwood are going inside 50. Rone Steele kicks in the Cox direction. No mark. Spills down towards Long. Long tackle dispossessed. Rayner wins it. Game's gone up a notch. Bailey, it just knocks it out to Charlie Cameron. Short kick to the wing for Lohman.
Lohman will take a bounce. Hand pass over the top for Morris to run onto. He'll kick deep inside forward 50. Lions have the numbers here. Going up. Dunkley couldn't mark. They get back eventually, the Magpies inside. Nick Dacos shares it with Quainer. Back to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to the go. He couldn't gather cleanly. Goes to take on Lohman.
They're going to stop the game.
Yeah, I just spotted this. So it was Jared Berry who actually signalled to the field umpire to say, come on, mate, the ball's about to come down here. And I'm walking off with two trainers. So he's hurt Jared Berry, and that's why the game is stopping. But it took the player to actually signal that to the field umpire.
Yeah, and I don't think Jared Berry's shoulders popped back in yet either. He's in a world of pain at the moment. So, look, they'll try. It's not dissimilar to Oscar McInerney last year where the shoulder was out. They popped it back in. He had another go at it. So I wonder what the Brisbane Lions medical crew can do here for him.
It was an attempted tackle on Nick Dacos. He didn't get him as he fell to ground. Shoulder popped out, jarred out. He's in genuine strife here, Jared Berry, as he comes off the ground. The Magpie Army, they lift their rating as their team has done. Collingwood have kicked the past three. Berry can head down into the rooms.
That was a work rate from Nick Dacos too, just involved in the counter-attack and then back there supporting his defence.
So they'll start things up again with De Goey taking a kick towards centre-half forward, and Mason Cox is out and marks. 55 from goal. He'll stand on the point of the centre square at left-half forward. De Goey runs by. Morris was near him. Mason Cox glances across to his right. There's no one there in a black and white jumper. So he'll kick towards full forward. Going up McInerney, calmly as you like. Arms at the highest point he could reach. Takes the mark. Stands in his own goal square. No change to that score. The line's still by 4. 21 gone in the second.
McInerney hands it off to Fletcher. Goes long to half-back for Brisbane. Morris had it, lost it in the tackle. Perryman wins it for the Pies. Handball out in front of Steele. Knocks it down to Schultz. Zigging, zagging. Hand pass inside to Long. Long kicks it as far as he can. They've got numbers in the goal square. Lipinski pops it through. Collingwood's in front. A stunning turnaround in this game from 21 down to in front in the space of 20 minutes. And the Magpies lead at 5-1-31. Brisbane 4-5-29. 22 gone in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Love the little goose step from Lockie Schultz here on the boundary. He just opened up the game. Rather than go back and try and handball, he thought, no, I'm going to plant my right foot here and come back at the game. That just opened up the entire game for him. And then it was Lipinski who looked to me like he's come off the offside wing, who sometimes you just get caught out the back, and he found himself in a huge amount of space where there probably was none. Just something out of nothing there for Collingwood, and the momentum just all on their side at the moment.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Jared Berry, when he went down into the rooms, I could see that shoulder was still at least partially out, so not good for him. The Brisbane club doctors have just come and got the doctors who work at the game, so they've gone down into the rooms to treat Berry as well. The sub has been made. Berry's out. Reveals into the game.
Inside, Brisbane tried to go up the middle. Tap was from Fort to Will Ashcroft. It was mopped up by Collingwood across half-back, and now Crisp has it, right half-back, and he turns it over with a kick to Wilmot. No, it's going the other way to Long. So Long has it. True centre wing. Southern side, kick towards right half forward. Andrews went up in a pack, knocked it down to Lester, worked it to McCluggage to Archie, back to McCluggage for the Lions. Bounces a kick towards the logo. Quaynor tapped it back in the other direction. Will Ashcroft couldn't quite pick it up. Now going in, Quaynor tried to steal it away. The Lions needed some assistance, and they got it too from Lester. Ball up.
And that was a risk Brisbane knew, didn't they, a couple of weeks ago when he had the shoulder complaint. Came out then. They decided to keep him going.
It's been good for nearly a month now, so that's just unfortunate for Jared Berry.
Immediately making the sub, as Ben said, so Bruce Reville into the game.
Well, you wonder if they learned a lesson from last year with Oscar McInerney, just holding back and holding back.
Pendlebury out of the game in the first 10 minutes with a left calf injury. Calf tightness, the club's saying, but She didn't look good, and unfortunately for Scott, his day was over before it began. Fort gets a kick going forward, picked off. Intercept mark for Roan Steele. He comes wide to Lipinski. Kicks down the wing. Elliott, clever, paddles it over his head. Got rid of Starcevic. Sockers inside the forward 50. Up to meet at McCreary. Knocked back in the other direction by Wilmot. Intercepted by Maynard. Kicks to full forward. Cox shoved underneath it. And an intercept mark for Andrews. He can settle it down for the Lions.
The other one too is Ty Gallup. I don't think he's entered the field yet since he came off the ground, so they might be 2 down here, the Lions.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Gallup's going to be okay. They fiddled around with his jaw, checked that was all okay. Also just regathered his breath after having the wind knocked out of him, but he's okay.
Brisbane still with it. Short kicking game in the defensive 50. Fletcher gets it to Andrews on the hop, and now a short kick down the wing to Zorko.
You just feel they're going to try and control the game here for a little bit, Brisbane, because they certainly feel the momentum's against them. So try and get some ball control, steady it for just the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Zorko would be thrilled that kick hit its target. Starcevic at right half forward goes back to Zorko, who's not had a great quarter. Zorko will kick the Lions deep into the right forward pocket. Quaynor flew in a pack of about 7, won it to ground. Charlie Cameron went out after it once, knocked it to forward, gives it back to McCluggage. Hit the fat bit of the football with his boot, goes up and down in the lift shaft, tapped away by Maynard. Out after it again, Levi Ashcroft. Got a little nudge from Chris. That allows McCreary to gather for the Magpies. Runs beyond defensive 50 and then kicks to Membry, who marks.
Trying to move it on and spotted down on the way through by Wilmot. Forces it back into a contest, and Will Ashcroft had it. He was tackled immediately and holding the ball, and now 50 against Will Ashcroft. Pretty tough score. It was kicked away by Wilmot after the whistle. That's what the 50 was for. And as a result, Tim Membry's going to be marched from the defensive side of the wing all the way up to half forward.
Oh, another one.
And now a second one. And oh boy, it is unravelling for Brisbane. And Tim Membry, who earns a 50-50 holding the ball call, is going to be marched 100 metres into a scoring zone.
Swear, you look here, we're getting the replay now, so the holding ball's there. It's definitely there against Will Ashcroft. He dragged the ball back in. Wilmot then kicks the ball away, so it's a 50-metre penalty.
And then Archie is running into the protected
Is it against Archie?
He put his hands in the air, and that's when the whistle...
Or is it against Levi Ashcroft? I think it's against Levi Ashcroft.
It should be, because he's right next to Nick Dacos. So what's...
One thing I know for sure, Membry shooting a goal, and he knocks it through. Hot pies in the prelim. Collingwood have kicked 5 unanswered goals to overturn a 21-point deficit, and now they lead by 8. Well, 27 gone in the second term. Membry with a couple, 6-1 to 4-5. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Let's let Ray explain that, because the free kick initially was given to Collingwood on their half-back flank, and then it progressed from there.
Free kick accurate holding the ball, and obviously then we see Wilmot, after a delay in play, kick the ball away. You'll see it on the replay. He kicks it away. That's immediate 50-metre penalty. The umpires set the mark at the top of the 50 at the other end of the ground, and you can see him verbally and physically signalling to the player to clear the protected area. He has to be within 2 metres of his opponent if he wants to stand next to him.
So is it Levi or Archie?
I think he's communicating to Levi.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Because you can see Archie gets around the back, and he still hasn't called a 50-metre, another 50 yet.
Luggage is tackled by De Goey. He came out the side and then being held without it was Nick Dacos. He'll get a free kick. Right in the middle of the ground. We'll kick it out towards the right forward pocket. Darcy Cameron at the back behind Wilmot, drags in the footy. He's marked it 45-degree angle to the right.
How about the weighted kick from Nick Dacos there? That was just... He just saw his ruckman just drifted back into space and just put it to his advantage perfectly.
Goes short to the Goey, looks to play on. This is Houston. Hard up against the boundary. That is magnificent. From about 47 metres out, Houston, no problem. What a goal. And the Magpies are on an unbelievable run. They've now kicked 6 unanswered goals. This is a quarter they have completely dominated. 7-1-43 now the Magpies. 4-5-29 the Lions. They're up by 14 points at the 29-minute mark. Remember, they trailed by 21 at the 3rd minute mark of this term.
Well, they're on a tear at the moment, the Pies. They're getting full value. But you look across this quarter, it's 80 possessions apiece. Inside 50s are 15 to 11. But of those 15 inside 50, Collingwood have kicked 6 straight. So they're just being deadly accurate in front of goals. Now, okay, the Membry one was a soda which he had to kick, but 6 straight for a quarter is incredible goal kicking for the Pies.
Completely flipped the game. What a turnaround, a 35-point swing. Nick Dacos hits it at speed in the middle from the Darcy Cameron tap. Knocks it out in front of him once and twice. Now scooped up by Jack Crisp. Kicks inside 50, wants Elliott. Intercept mark. Starcevic at fullback. Picks his pocket. Oh, exiting kick straight to Schultz. Mark not paid, broken up, falls down to Fletcher, kicks down the wing, punched away by Maynard, close to the boundary line. Lohman collects, keeps it alive. Hand pass away to Marshall for the Lions. Handball to Will Ashcroft. Floats in the air, then gives a handball away to Archie. Heads down the line, and Morris takes the sprawling mark on his knees.
Double grab almost now. Bobbled that.
They want to take it in a hurry. There is the arc review available for the boundary line. This final series hasn't been used as yet. Pops it up for Charlie Cameron, brings it down. The mark will be paid.
That was a great lead by Charlie Cameron, but just the awareness of a young player to see that and just that touch of that kick is as good as you'll see.
So they could have reviewed that, Mark,
yes.
Corp?
Yep, but they're not going to. They won't delay play to review it. So only if there is time. You got to be quick.
Yeah.
Charlie Cameron hooks it across the body to stop the run. Too much on it. This is to the far side of behind. So 4-6 plays 7-1. And that's the game. 10 scores to 8. And yet it's the Deadeye Magpies that lead the game by 13 points on the back of an explosive second term. 31 minutes into the quarter. And the Magpies have kicked the only 6 goals, 6 straight in the term.
6 goals to 3 behinds in this term. Up by 13 points, Collingwood. Kickers towards left half back, and that's another fine mark to Darcy Cameron in the pack.
He's been strong in the air tonight, hasn't he, Darcy Cameron?
It's his 4th mark for the quarter.
Points down the line. He knows half-time is not far away. Cameron for the Pies. Kicks towards the wing. And down by Gardner. Marshall out after it. Crashed into by Chris. Taken high here is Ashcroft. The free kick's going back to Marshall anyway. So Will Ashcroft will go surging forward. Marshall moves it on to McCluggage. Plays on immediately to Marshall. The kick is inside forward 50. Fort went up, couldn't mark. Spilled down to Degoe. Josh Dacos dumps it into the middle of the ground. It sat there for Wilmot. McCreary applies pressure. Ricochets out the side. Zorko will gather. Picks it up for the lines to McCluggage. Now to Wilmot. Wilmot will kick long and high and deep into the left forward pocket. And that'll do us for the second term. And it's a quarter that those in black and white will celebrate because they have absolutely monstered the Lions. They turned what was a 21-point deficit in the 3rd minute of the term into what is now a 13-point lead at half-time, kicking 6 goals to 3 behind. 7-1-43 to 4-6-30 at the main break.
Yeah, it's been a dramatic half when it comes to the injuries to Ben Cameron in just a moment. Membry's got a couple singles for Lipinski, Elliott, Schultz, Houston and Cox. Meanwhile, for the Brisbane Lions, 1 each for Dunkley, Morris, Gallup and Bailey. That has not changed since quarter time. So 6 goals to zip in the turn for the Magpies, and they lead it by 13, having trailed earlier by 21. Ben Cameron, significant injury in the midfield for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely, Corbin. So Scott Pendlebury, early on in this game, he's popped his calf. There are reports that he can lip read. Him saying that to Nick Dacos at quarter time, subbed out with what the club is saying is calf tightness, but we think it's a little more than that. I just saw him go down the steps, couldn't even put his left leg down, had to sort of lean on the railing to get down there as he went down into the rooms. Jared Berry, his shoulders popped out. It's that shoulder injury he's carried in to the latter part of the season. They had to go and get the independent doctors who sit behind the benches here to go down into the rooms and help them pop it back in. So they're having a lot of issues getting that shoulder back in. Ty Gallup had a big collision with Geordie De Goey. He was winded. They fiddled and checked his jaw when he came to the bench. This is Gallup I speak of, but he was cleared and went back out there. Geordie De Goey had the air knocked out of him. He was hunched over for a long period of time, but stayed out there and continued. But Pendlebury's the big one, as is Berry.
Froggy Lester might have had a little bit of attention late in that quarter as well, Ben. Looked like he was having a cut tended to.
Yeah, just above his the back of his ear, which is a little bit of a weird spot. Maybe it was on the ear, but they tried to strap it up. They tried applying pressure. Nothing worked. They ripped the strapping off. They couldn't get him back on, so the halftime break will be handy to bandage up Froggy Lester.
Might have to get the old staple gun out, unfortunately, for Froggy Lester at halftime. A 13-point lead here for the Magpies, and for Jarrett Berry, unfortunately, it looks as if he'll be going under the knife at some stage after that shoulder issue. It's halftime here, a 13-point lead for the Magpies, a dramatic second term. The thoughts of our analysts Mark Murphy and Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Well, what an incredible turnaround. I was sitting here at quarter time thinking, well, is that possibly the game done? Because Brisbane were just all over them in all areas of the game, but it just switched, and it switched with pressure around the contest. And the clearances, if you just look at the raw stats, you're like, well, Brisbane have won the clearances in that second quarter, 11 to 5, I think it was. But it was the way in which it was coming out, and it played into Collingwood's hands in the turnover game. So Darcy Moore was winning intercept marks, and Jeremy Howe, and then their run started to come from there. But when they did get in their forward half of the ground, Rama, they just locked it away, and they covered off all the outlets. So where the outlets were there in the first quarter for Brisbane, they weren't in the second. But Brisbane still tried to penetrate and go through the way in which they usually try to on a 45 or switch it. And we talked about Dane Zorko having 2 bad errors which resulted in goals. But that's just all down to the defensive mindset from Collingwood in that second term. And no doubt that Craig McRae would have demanded a response at quarter time, and he certainly got that. And you've got to hand it to Collingwood. When you look at quarter time, Scott Pendlebury's there telling his teammates, well, I've popped a calf. You can almost think, oh, are we going to respond? And geez, they responded, the Rama.
Oh, they were outstanding. I just thought they were at their efficient best in that second quarter. It's 5-1 off turnover at the moment for the Pies, and that's where when Collingwood are playing that way, you know they're on. And that second quarter, Murph mentioned Dane Zorko going for. You can't discourage him from going for those kicks, because that's how he plays the game. That's how he's always played the game. That's why Brisbane are able to work the ball so well from half back. But I just thought there was a moment in that second quarter where Brisbane had a chance just to take the air out of the game for a period of time, and they kept pushing.
Yeah.
And they didn't need to. It was like, hey, let's just slow the tempo of this game for the next 2 or 3 minutes. Let's make Collingwood defend us for those minutes, rather than, we win the ball, we turn it over, it goes back down the other end. We're just constantly defending. That's what I felt that quarter. Collingwood made Brisbane constantly defend. And that's exhausting. That's exhausting both physically and mentally on any team. So Murph mentioned about Craig McRae wanting a response. Well, that's the response right there. 6 goals to nil, 6 goals straight to nil in that second quarter. You look at it from a Brisbane point of view, they need to get more out of Cam Rainey. He's had 5 handballs only for the game. Hasn't had a kick. So it's time to inject him into the midfield. Let's get up into the midfield. Let's get to work. Let's start to bully Collingwood around contest. Levi Ashcroft, 7 possessions. They haven't got much out of him. Kai Loma, 1 kick, 7 handballs. The reason he's had 7 handballs is because Collingwood have applied enormous pressure to him every time he's gone near the ball. So, can we get Kai Loman up to a wing for the first 10 minutes of this third quarter, just to get him moving? So, look, I think Chris Fagan has got some strings that he can pull, but if he allows Collingwood to win the turnover game as they did in that second quarter, it's got to be a long, long road back.
Particularly these Magpies are the stingiest defence in the competition, obviously conceding only 70 points a game, while they've given up only 30 in the first half, and part of that Brisbane's doing 4-6 plays 7-1 at the break. Is it 1-1 now, given the fact Pendlebury and Berry are both out of the game and the subs are in early?
Yeah, I think so. Look, I think if it's like I said earlier, if it's tight later in the game, that's where Pendlebury comes into his own as a leader on the field. With Berry going down for Brisbane, they lose one of those defensive-minded mids, so that's where the cost is for Brisbane.
Yeah, I just saw some of the vision Ben was alluding to. He's got a monitor down there on the boundary, and you can clearly see, I think it was Pat Lipinski at one point came off on a different angle where he turned around, he was waiting to come back on and said, "Oh, what have you done?" And you can lip read, he clearly says, "I've pinged a calf." So that's it for Scott Pendlebury, and his day was over inside the first 10 minutes. 13 points the advantage for the Magpies over the Lions. Ray, things to note in that quarter or that half of footy. It was an interesting game from an official point of view, where it started where they felt like they were letting a lot go, and then in that second quarter we ended up having a double 50.
Yeah, the double 50 is really interesting, and we talk about management and composure in this sort of frenetic environment, and in those circumstances there, it's really interesting the timing around when you pay a 50 for that second 50 versus when you manage the situation. I'll be really interested to see whether the mark was set on that second 50, because if it is, then that strengthens the decision and the position taken from the umpire. If it's not, the question is, was Ashcroft having any interference whatsoever with the man with the football? And the answer to that is no.
Yep.
So
you thought it was a bit pedantic?
I felt it was mismanaged.
Yep. Okay. Other than that, what have you made of the officials in the first half?
No, they settled in the second quarter around tackling, which was their area. I thought that sort of they missed the hop in the first quarter. So hopefully they've sort of felt the rhythm of the game and they can just run along and manage it accordingly and let the players sort it out.
News out of the MRO. We know that Tom Stewart's not playing in next Saturday's grand final. His Geelong teammates will be there, the first team to qualify. Mabior Chol's been suspended for 3 matches. You were on with us last night, Ray. Your initial reaction was the tackle was legal. Do you think he has a reasonable case if this goes to the tribunal to try and get off?
Yeah, I'm really interested in this one. I'll tell you what, it's a real challenge for the game. The game has to lead in certain areas, and it's not always a popular thing to be able to do, to lead on any issue, and this is a brain injury. So clearly it was always going to be reviewed. I think the area that the MRO will have concern with was the fact that both arms, a wrist and an arm for Stewart, was pinned. For me, the question comes down to how much responsibility did Chol have in that tackle? What else could he have reasonably done? I felt that Stewart was going to ground by virtue of the first tackle from Butler, and they got tangled up, and that was his momentum. And I also felt that Chol made every effort to roll off his back and not bury him through the ground. And for me, that would demonstrate that you're showing a duty of care in your effort to tackle.
Even though he held both arms.
And so that's the decision that has to be made. And I tell you what, leading on any issue is always a tough and not always a popular position to take.
Yeah, it'd be fascinating. They might clip up your analysis last night on ABC Sport, and they might play that at the tribunal and say, hey, here's a guy who's out there 300 times, 6 prelims. Maybe that'll help his defence.
Oh, give me a call. I'll have to. Andy Gow's has got my number.
The thoughts of Ray Chamberlain on ABC Sport throughout. Ben Cameron on the boundary, Mark Murphy and Adam Ramanauskas, your experts, Corbin, Middlemas and Clint Wheeldon calling the footy. Off the SMS, Nathan in the Barossa, loving the footy coverage while gardening in SA. Happy Cat supporter, looking forward to next Saturday. Rob in Greensborough, I thought Brisbane was looking good, but right now they look a bit tired. Suddenly. The extra game, is it catching up with them? Pete from Ballarat got tough and Brisbane went home all over. Simon from the York Peninsula in SA enjoying the call as a neutral supporter. Won't be able to watch the footy without having a PhD in rule interpretation. Ridiculous how complex the umpiring has evolved. Not for the betterment of the game. And from Phil from Victoria, would you say so far this has been a compelling game? Murph, love your work. Rama, hopefully choosing the Pies works for you. And from Brett in Sydney, who's driving back to Bondi over the coat hanger back from Newcastle. Call is heaving. Enjoying the coverage. Appreciate all of that, Brett, and everybody else. Wherever you're listening, not only across the country, but around the world on preliminary final night. The Pies by 13 points. The second half only moments away to see who will meet the Cats in next Saturday's decider. But first, the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with David Rowlands. Optus says it will fully cooperate with all investigations into a 000 outage that's been linked to at least 3 deaths. A technical failure during a network upgrade affected around 600 000 calls on Thursday. The Australian Communications and Media Authority says it will investigate the incident. Optus CEO Stephen Roos says it initially received no alarms that calls weren't connecting before being notified by a customer and South Australian police.
Once notified, we stopped the upgrade, restoring 000, and began to confirm with relevant stakeholders such as police and other regulatory and government agencies and departments that we had experienced an outage impacting 000.
The federal government says it will spend $40 million towards upgrading the nation's electric vehicle charging network. The announcement is part of the Albanese government's commitment to reach net zero target emissions by the year 2050. Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Josh Wilson, says the new infrastructure aims to address people's hesitancy towards transitioning to cleaner energy. Mr Wilson says negotiations of funding allocation are ongoing.
We'll be working with states and territories to arrange the installation and the sort of the share of the infrastructure between cities, towns and regional areas. I'm not sure what the precise breakdown is.
A cyber attack targeting check-in and boarding systems has disrupted operations at several European airports, causing flight delays and cancellations in Brussels and Berlin, as well as London's Heathrow Airport. Brussels Airport says the attack has rendered automated systems inoperable, allowing only manual check-in and boarding procedures. Passengers are being advised to confirm travel with airlines before going to the airports. US President Donald Trump has berated reporters asking him about the deployment of the military to American cities. It follows Trump's federal takeover of Washington, D.C. and the deployment of hundreds of troops to the US Capitol. He's repeatedly threatened to send troops to other cities, including Chicago, Memphis and New Orleans. Trump was asked about his plans for Memphis, prompting this exchange.
Mr. President,
and we're going to be going in quiet. You're really obnoxious.
I'm not obnoxious, but I'm trying to ask you, what about your plans
you are
for
really
Memphis?
Obnoxious.
I'm not obnoxious, but I am asking, what are your plans for Memphis? Many people want
I'm not going to talk to you until I call on you.
A 37-year-old woman who drunkenly threw a knife at her partner, severing his finger, has been sentenced by a judge in northwest Tasmania. Sandy Powell reports.
Katie Jarnes was 36 years old when she and her partner of 4 months got into an argument after drinking, Justice Tamara Jago told the Burnie Supreme Court. The argument became physical, and when the man did not leave as asked, Jarnes threw several knives at him. The judge said one of the knives hit the man's hand, severing a tendon in his finger, which required surgery to be reattached. The woman was arrested shortly after and made full admissions and displayed genuine remorse. Justice Jago said it was a serious crime, but that the woman had begun an appropriate mental health care plan and was now a mother. She was sentenced to a wholly suspended 9-month jail term.
The Australian Formula One Grand Prix could become Victoria's most expensive general admission sporting event, raising concerns over whether fans are being priced out of the race. Nate Woodall takes up the story.
Ticket prices for next year's Grand Prix in Melbourne have soared, with a weekend adult ticket set to increase to $385, up by about $70 from this year. The latest hike has also seen the price of general admission tickets rise by about 20% in 1 year and more than doubled in 5 years. In comparison, the AFL Grand Final tickets held steady for about 5 years before a $10 increase this year. Some long-time fans have told the ABC they won't be returning next year due to the price hike. A spokesperson for the event says they have aimed to maintain accessible options for fans.
This is ABC News.
September means finals footy.
He curls it through for a magnificent goal.
But at ABC Sport, it also means we're counting down to the summer of cricket.
Mr. Smith thumps that through cover point away for 4.
Starting September 30, the Women's ODI World Cup.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield.
Plus Australia versus India in the men's ODI and T20s. The WBBL, the Big Bash, and the biggest rivalry in the game.
The Ashes.
The Ashes.
Stark rumbles in and bowls it down. Bowled! He's bowled it! First bowl!
ABC Sport and the ABC Listen app. Your home of cricket this summer. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
AFL on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
In comes Membry. Boots the ball from 45 metres out. The reaction around the MCG will tell you the story. Membry's kicked the goal. The Magpies have got their third.
And they drag that margin back to 10 points.
And Collingwood have wrestled tempo back this quarter, 17 marks to 9. So actually starting to control the field a bit better.
Handball out in front of Steele, knocks it down to Schultz. Zigging, zagging, hand pass inside to Long. Long kicks it as far as he can. They've got numbers in the goal square. Lipinski pops it through. Collingwood's in front. A stunning turnaround in this game from 21 down to in front.
Jared Berry, when he went down into the rooms, I could see that shoulder was still at least partially out, so not good for him. The sub has been made, Berry's out, Reveal's into the game.
As a result, Tim Membry's going to be marched from the defensive side of the wing all the way up to half forward.
Oh, another one.
And now a second one. And oh boy, it is unravelling for Brisbane. And Tim Membry, who earns a 50-50 holding the ball call, is going to be marched 100 metres into a scoring zone. One thing I know for sure, Membry shooting at goal and he knocks it through. Hot pies in the prelim.
To the go, he looks the play on. This is Houston. Hard up against the boundary. That is magnificent. From about 47 metres out, Houston, no problem. What a goal. And the Magpies are on an unbelievable run. They've now kicked 6 unanswered goals. This is a quarter they have completely dominated.
The 2025 AFL Finals Series.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
It's a familiar September matchup, Collingwood and the Brisbane Lions. This year, only room for one in the AFL Grand Final. Who will join the Cats at halftime? It is the Magpies, 7-1-43. They lead the Brisbane Lions 4-6-30. This is Finals footy on ABC Sport. Corbin, Middlemas and Clint Wheeldon calling the action. Mark Murphy and Adam Ramanauskas, our experts. Our rules expert is Ray Chamberlain, the 300-game umpire. And Ben Cameron is across everything that's happening on the benches. A 13-point advantage for the Magpies at halftime, having trailed by as many as 21. I'll just check in with Ben. Any news down there, Ben, to start the second half?
No, not at the moment. So just repeating for anyone who's joined our slate, Scott Pendlebury out of this game with a calf injury just 10 minutes in. Jared Berry as well, a dislocated shoulder. That shoulder injury that he carried through the back end of the year popped out. They needed the independent doctors to get it back in. I haven't seen Berry yet. Scott Pendlebury has been around. He's been sitting on the bench in the civvies with the slides on and still acting as a coach in many respects for some of his teammates.
So we had the slides on. A bit cold, isn't it? I thought for the slides, but Scott Pendlebury's rocking nose at the moment. Not the way I'm sure his preliminary final, or how he would have planned his preliminary final to go. And Mitch Cleary's just a man of the people too. He's working on the telecast, and our own Ben Cameron, he knows exactly where he needs to be. Sitting alongside Mitch, making sure he's got the view of the monitor and all the benefits that come with the TV crew. He was, as I like to say, is born at night, not last night. He's all over at Ben Cameron. Terry in Thailand, listening to your calls, sync to a big screen here. You were the best team. You're accurate and informative. Loving Razor on the special comments. Thanks, Terry. And shout out to all the Aussie Rules fans in Thailand. Wayne and Sue in Cape Town in South Africa, enjoying the call. Go the Lions. Remember the Lions actually played a game against maybe the Fremantle Dockers all those years ago in the late 90s over in South Africa. Did. And from John and Karen in Bali, loving the call. Nice to hear from you, John and Karen, and wherever you may be, right around the world. Adam Ramanauskas, Mark Murphy.
We've got Razor in between Rama and I, and I've got a lot of hits in this first half. Right. Holding the balls and shepherding play. He's getting into me, Razor.
He's all team green. We have one half of footy left in the preliminary final and only 6 quarters left in the season. The Magpies by 13. You're with Clint Wheeldon.
Darcy Cameron wins it down and looks to knock it forward here for the Magpies. Instead, though, it's able to gather through Cameron. Charlie hands it off to Zorko. He'll kick long towards full forward. Punch came then. Howe got to it. Quaynor looks to punch it forward as well. Falls into a pack of lines here. Bailey got it away again to Archie. Kicks towards full forward. Reveal underneath it. Got a hand to it. Spill down to Long. It's held into him. Good tackle coming from Dunkley. And he's brought to ground. About 20 out. And the Lions attacking goal. They're heading to the punt road end or the left of our broadcast wing. In this, the third turn. Magpies by 13 points. Early stages of the quarter. One down. Oh, beautifully by Ford. Racing onto it. Bailey. Bailey from right full forward finds the major opening. My goodness, they needed that, Brisbane. What a start for this third term. He gets his second, and it ends a run of 6 unanswered goals to Collingwood. The Magpies lead cut to 7 points in the opening 60 seconds of the third quarter. Collingwood are 7-1-43. The Lions move to be 5-6-36. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Almost half asleep there, the Pies, because he was almost sweeping the stoppage and no one went to him, and then he just went through very quick through Maynard, who was actually on someone else at that point in time. But yeah, just the Pies caught napping there to start this third term. But geez, he's been dangerous around the stoppages, Zach Bailey, tonight. He probably hasn't got the return from a few of those clearances, but he certainly did on that occasion.
Mason Cox kicked the first goal of the game to the city end. The next 11 goals have been kicked to the punt road end. Incredible trend in the game. Back in the middle of the ground. Ned Long slips out of a would-be tackler, shoots a hand pass forward, turns it over. Zorko with the intercept possession, got it away to Dunkley, handball out wide to Bruce, who kicks it down to half forward for Brisbane, finds Will Ashcroft, takes the mark, never broke stride, eyes the big six, the Norm Smith medalist, and Will Ashcroft dumps it on the run. Brisbane within a point. And this kid is the goods. 6-6 to 7-1. 2 minutes into the third, we got a 1-point game. Collingwood hanging on. Adam Ramanauskas, Mark Murphy, finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, they haven't needed to do much in this quarter. They've had 10 possessions, Brisbane, for 2 goals. Both times they've gone inside forward 50, they score, but it's out of the centre bounce here again. So just work to the back of that contest. And a couple of sideways handballs forces Maynard to push up Bruce. Beautiful sidestep. Look, I love Will Ashcroft as a footballer. The way he's able to finish there, 45 metres out, and he loves it as well.
Yeah, he sensed the overlap and didn't just get traded up to the contest. He saw space and just went straight towards the half-forward flank. It was quite clever and nice little celly, which we do love, but
struck the belt on.
It's almost like there's a magnet through those big sticks at that end of Punt Road, isn't it? Just everyone's just dobbing them from anywhere down there.
So blood rule here. Darcy Ford's making his way off the ground. McInerney will have to go in to the centre circles. They didn't kick a goal for the entirety of the second quarter. Brisbane, they kicked just 3 behinds. They've kicked 2 majors in the opening 2 and a bit minutes of this third term. 1-point game. Magpies in front. 43 plays 42. Restart. Down by McInerney against Darcy Cameron. Came to McCluggage. Got it to Dunkley. Kicks the lines towards centre half forward. Quaynor is up. Top of his defensive 50 arc, takes the mark, moves it on immediately by foot to Nick Dacos. Nick will then send it further afield to Steele. Back with the flight, takes the mark and then goes across half forward. That's a beautifully measured kick to DeGoey. He'll put it into the right forward pocket. There were 3 Pies there, none of them could mark. It hits the deck. Trying to knock it out with Schultz in the direction of side bottom. It's across the boundary line for a throw-in. 25 out for the Magpies attacking goal. Heading to the city end in this the third term. The right of our broadcast position. 4 minutes gone in the third. Pies by 1.
The floodlights taking over in the second half on the boundary throw-in. Darcy Cameron wins the hit out down to Schultz, who's tackled, taken the ground. Starcevich locks him up. 10 to 7 local time. 4 and a bit minutes into the term. Magpies by a point from the restart. Half forward for Collingwood. Schultz got a kick away. Pinballs around off bodies. Long hand pass out in front of Reveal. He just gives a hand pass to McCluggage. Kicks down the wing for Brisbane. Frampton leaves his man. Tries to mark. Unsuccessful. Morris knocks it forward. Quaynor with speed. Hits it. Tackled immediately. Taken to ground. And Gallup just rolls him over in the tackle. Little pack forms behind him. And Rayner and Maynard share it. So ball up on the wing.
That's terrific by Gallup. And Quaynor looked out.
Darcy Cameron wins it down, but it's straight in the direction of Dunkley, and they've spotted a free kick. It's not Dunkley's, it's going to Archie. Decides to move it on by hand to Zorko. Will drill it long towards full forward. Punch came from Darcy Moore, down in the direction of McInerney though. Oh, got it to Gallup, got the arms free, kicks the goal. Now, there's a protest here about whether or not there was a bit of a throw. But certainly the Magpies are unhappy about all of that, but the goal's going to be registered, and that's a second for Gallup. And now the Lions, unbelievable start to this third term. They've kicked the first 3. They move to be 7-6-48, and they take the lead by 5 points over Collingwood, 7-1-43.
Yeah, it was quite smart from McInerney. He didn't actually take possession of the football, so it was still bobbling. And the Collingwood fans don't like it, but he never really actually took possession of the football and palmed it off. And nice little sidestep from Gallup. He's impressed me today. A few little things he's done. He's been quite smart, but for a big man there to sense that the pressure was coming and to do a little sidestep and finish like that, that's class.
It's incredible what Brisbane are doing with two teenage key forwards.
This guy's in his 5th game, Ty Gallup. Kicked only 1 goal before tonight, and he's got 2 in the prelim. And we're only early stages of the 3rd. Nick Dacos, possession out of the middle. Hand pass out wide to Quaynor. Back to Nick. Gets out of the Loman tackle. Hand pass down the wing. Picked up by side bottom. Wins it. Fights through the tackle. Coughs it up. Marshall wins it for Brisbane. Handball away to Dunkley. Untidy kick to half forward. A turnover. Another second-generation VFL AFL footballer in Darcy Moore picks it off. He looks inboard. He turns it over to McCluggage at the intercept mark. The boy from Warrnambool kicks inside the forward 50. They all leap up. No mark. Falls through to Morris. Hand pass to Will Ashcroft. Will Ashcroft snaps, but misses.
Had more time.
He behind. It is Brisbane by 6. They've just taken the lead early in this 3rd term. Lead change number 2. 7.5 gone in the 3rd quarter. Brisbane by 6 points.
He almost had time just to steady up and kick a drop punt, but decide the snap, but just faded.
Quaynor in the right back pocket, long down the line, and a good mark to Wilmot. He's gone up for the Lions, right beneath our broadcast position on the MCC members wing. Kick high up into the air, back inside forward 50. Rayner attacked it, so too did Darcy Moore coming from the other side, and the Collingwood skipper off his fist sees it across the boundary line for a throw in about 25 out from the Lions attacking goal. The lead by 6. 8 minutes gone in the 3rd.
Rayner's standing there by himself with this 450 stoppage. Side bottom goes to him now.
Spun back in. McInerney palms it down. Comes the way of McCluggage. Got it off to Levi Ashcroft. Kicks up in the air, but it's going to go out of bounds on the full. Free kick to the Magpies at right full back. Mentioned before, it's not quite the packed house we had last night, but it's still an enormous crowd. 90,000 plus at the MCG. Still about 14 degrees. 8 minutes into the 3rd. The Lions lead the Pies by 6.
Frampton kicks down the line, punched away by Gardner as he leaves his man, whacks it out of bounds. So throw in between wing and half forward for the Lions. Billy Frampton, by the way, one of 5 Magpies in their first preliminary final. Of course, he was the lucky story as such. Last time the Pies won the flag a couple of years ago, came in for the injured Dan McStay. He's won a premiership and hasn't played in the prelim. Darcy Ford in the same boat. Ball comes down here to McCluggage, races away, kicks off the left inside 50. Quaynor clean bowled by it. Morris collects, tackled by Frampton. Ball comes out. Perryman gets a hand pass close to the boundary line. McCluggage keeps it alive. Hand pass inside to Levi Ashcroft. Charlie Cameron went for a fly. Out the back is Gallup. There's a free kick for a Porsche advantage applied, and Collingwood away off the back flank.
Nick Dacos across half back, gives it off to Chris. Beautiful kick forward. Finds Elliott. Elliott pauses. Magpie stream forward. He kicks to McCreery, who marks 51 from goal. It's in line with the right hand behind post. Looks for an option. Plenty of Pies desperately wanting it. Ignores all of that. Decides to wait for Degoe, who rolls by on his outside, gathers it, sends it long. Not quite enough. Desperate effort. Leicester right on the goal line, rising and punching it through for a minor score. 7-2-44 Collingwood, 7-7-49 the Lions. They're still up Brisbane as we hit the 10-minute mark of the 3rd.
Zorko goes long out to half-back. Wanted Dunkley knocked out of bounds. Nice work on the young man in Ryan Steele, who finds the safety of the boundary line. Gee, you'd love to coach Ryan Lester, wouldn't you? Just a heart and soul player, does all the dirty work.
It's just that role player that every club and every good team needs.
Boundary throw-in comes down the way. Darcy Cameron tackled by Fort. Ball comes out. Reveal. Hand pass away towards Will Ashcroft. He gives it to McCluggage. Kicks down to half forward. Rayner forced to knock it away from Quaynor, who
it's better by Rayner
for an intercept mark, and out it goes.
It still hasn't had a touch this quarter, Cam Rayner.
He's a moment's player, though, isn't he?
Yeah, but Quaynor's doing a terrific job. But they've gone power against power, basically, with the Quaynor matchup.
Think about last year's prelim, had those big moments late. Along with Calarchi, and the Lions come from behind, win over Geelong, knocked out of bounds by Fort, and do it all again.
It's almost just try and take him to the goal square and a different look.
Or it's either goal square or go up into the midfield for Rayner. But they're the two options, because he's simply not getting anywhere near the ball at half forward.
5-point game, Lions lead it. They've kicked the first 3 goals of this third term from the boundary throw-in. Ruck share it down. Darcy Cameron scraps for it at ground level, and we'll have a ball up 60 metres out from the Lions goal at the punt road end. That's been the scoring end. The last 13 goals in the game have been kicked to the punt road end.
Fort won it down, got the strapping on around the head for the blood flow as well. The guy looked to work it forward, only into traffic. Zorko emerges with it for the Lions. Kicks Brisbane to right full forward, off heads. Here's Rayner, gathers, snaps, goals! What an impact he's had right now. He needed to do something for his team, and it presented itself, and Cam Rayner took it. His first goal, 8-7-55 to 7-2-44, and Brisbane have kicked the opening 4 goals in this term. 4 unanswered goals to start the third.
Well, he's happy about it too, Cam Rayner. Just looking at the replay here. So there's a stoppage on half forward. He comes from that stoppage. So I don't know where Isaac Quaynor is in this contest, but
he gets sucked up. He gets sucked into it. Yeah.
So Quaynor just goes to the contest. Yeah, it's just too far, too much space. Like Rayner got lucky, really, with that spoil. But he needed to do something, and you were right, Clint. He needed to do something for his team, and the goal right now is absolutely vital.
4 stoppage goals for Brisbane. Collingwood haven't kicked one in the game, so margin 11 points the Lions' way. Back in the middle, Will Ashcroft grabs it, set upon. Ball up again in the middle. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Josh Dunkley has gone down into the rooms with a couple of docks in tow. No idea what the issue is, but that's one to watch.
Thanks, Ben. Hurried kick forward for the Magpies. Oh, Wilmot trying to pick it up behind his back, unsuccessful. Myercheck got it out in front of Long. Gardner intercepts, tackled immediately. Half forward for the Pies. Picked up by Membry. Hand pass releases McCreary. He kicks off a couple of steps right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott! The man who gravity forgot floats through the air and takes a screamer on preliminary final night.
He was up there for 3 seconds.
Oh, he got the second little hang as well. Oh, yes.
What a grab.
That's why we love AFL football.
And the photographers all lined up in the half-forward flank would have had a hell of a look at it. Deserves the finish. Elliott goals. Only he can do that. Jamie Elliott with a couple, and the Brisbane Lions lead is cut to 5. 14 gone in the third term, 8-7 to 8-2. Finals footy on ABC Sports.
Starcevic did everything right. He's playing in front of him, but you just don't give Jamie Elliott a little run up. That's all you needed. You needed 4 or 5 steps, Elliott. So he's right there, Starcevic with him. Loses a little bit of contact. Elliott, bang, 3 or 4 steps, and just a terrific hang. And it's exactly what the Pies needed. They needed a bit of energy.
Spark,
they needed it. So that's a little momentum changer right there for Collingwood.
Absolute screamer. Every sense of the word. Bounce to restart. Cox against Fort. Neither with a telling tap. Fort tried to soccer it forward. Bounced off the shins of Cox. He's able to gather for the Magpies. Throws it on the boot. Works it towards the logo. Commentary wing. Reville gets there first. Bruce around the stadium. Kicks towards left half forward. Up was Morris. Couldn't mark. Worked out the side. Trying to get it on to Lohman. Now towards McCluggage. Towards left forward pocket. And Archie couldn't quite complete the mark. It was knocked out of his grasp. Good effort there from Josh Dacos. It's a throw-in.
He's up to 30, Hugh McCluggage.
Yeah.
And what are we? Just ticked in to the halfway mark of this quarter.
25 out from Brisbane's attacking goal at the punt road end. Now the umpire puts it back into play. Fort took front position. Cox behind him. Neither could take the mark.
Oh, wow.
Actually are able to decide to take a free kick and play on. McCluggage runs on and kicks the goal. They reply immediately, the Brisbane Lions. So they take the advantage. McCluggage gets his first on top of a truckload of possessions. 9-7-61 the Lions, 8-2-50. Gone now 16 minutes into the third.
You can make it 5 stoppage goals to
And was the free kick there, Ray?
Here we go. We'll get a look on the replay and get Ray's take. What do you make of it, Murph?
The one thing I was impressed by was just that there was 4 or 5 pairs of Brisbane players all just causing havoc at that 4:50 stoppage. It was causing handovers. They just didn't know where to go there, and Hugh McCluggage is too good.
Ray Chamberlain on ABC Sport.
Yeah, in a ruck contest, the sole objective has got to be to contest the football. One player that was the man in front, and Mason put 2 hands and extended his arms right in the middle of his back.
Our rules analyst, the 300-game umpire, Ray Chamberlain.
Hang on. Might be a finger.
Oh, is there a little touch?
Now, Noah is at work here, just trying to work out whether this is legal or not.
So it's the left hand there of Jeremy Howe. We're looking at the second.
We're in Ultra HD too with these reviews, Corb.
The other angle shows there's a gap between the ball and the finger. No touch. The goal will stand. Remember, they need conclusive evidence to overturn it. Soft calls a goal. Umpire Matt Stevic says, right, we've seen enough angles. And he slams it back down in the middle of the ground. 11-point lead for Brisbane, but Collingwood out of the middle and some speed through McCreary. Has a bounce, kicks from the wing. Elliott, the target, he's got it again. Mark not paid. Spills to Long, who kicks goalward but misses. The mark's coming back and Elliott's going to get it.
Well, he's probably lucky to get that mark, Elliott.
Yeah.
Did he pay the mark?
He paid the mark, not the free kick.
Well, if he paid the mark, he can't take the advantage, can he?
No, he can't. But
no advantage from a mark.
But I'm surprised that's actually a mark, though.
Yeah. That's the other thing. I mean, if it wasn't a mark, it should have been a free kick.
Is it? Look, this conversation, a longer conversation. Do you have to have the feet on the ground to control the mark, Ray?
No, because Jamie Elliott was in the air when he took that hanger and his feet weren't on the ground. I'm still not sure. He only just landed now, apparently.
Jamie Elliott providing some highlights and keeping Collingwood in it. A third for Elliott, and the Magpies holding up against the Lions. Onslaught at the other end, 9-7 to 9-2. It's a 5-point game, but Brisbane have dominated the quarter. They have kicked 5 goals to 2. Jamie Elliott has the only 2 Magpies goals. 19 gone in the third. Collingwood 9-2-56. Brisbane 9-7-61. Lions by 5. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
So then what's classified as a mark when a player is in the air? How much control does he need?
Yeah, so what the umpire's got to determine there is, has he marked it, grabbed it, controlled it, and then there's a delay, second reaction, ball gets knocked out, and that's what he's made the call on there.
Yeah, it's a good call. Look, he's the forward at the moment for the Pies, so McCreary's gone into the middle of the ground to add a bit of a spark, but Elliott's the one right now for the Pies.
He's not playing his last game for Collingwood, is he, Ram? If only we had someone that might know some answers to a few of these questions.
Inside word, Corbin.
You say Brisbane's winning already, Corb.
Out of the middle, my check couldn't take the mark as it went inside forward 50. And kick out of the middle then by the Magpies, and there was an opportunity to take the mark. Side bottom with the clearance. Bring it up inside forward 50 for Collingwood. McInerney won it down for the Lions, straight to side bottom. He's tackled again by Will Ashcroft. He'll ball it up once more, still at the top of the 50-yard. Back like Satter-Jones, spilled out the side. Umpire says we'll have another go. Dacos thought he was in frame. That's the Nick varieties. It came out to Schultz, who was tackled. Umpire not interested. We'll throw it up again. McInerney against Darcy Cameron, both with a touch. Down in the direction of McCluggage. Darcy Cameron tries to rip that away. Lost possession. Nick Dacos got a hand pass out. Onto it, Schultz coming the other way. Gardner gathered it, immediately tackled himself. Wrapped up by Myercheck. Will ball it up. It's still inside Collingwood's forward 50. The Lions still lead 9-7 to 9-2.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Pies. Eventually, side bottom got boot the ball, kicks to the behind line. There's a tangle on. Gardner and Myercheck all fair, and the ball trickles through for a behind. So Brisbane's lead cut to 4. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Dunkley's back. He's just done some run-throughs. Seems okay. Also, Brandon Starcevic came to the bench. He's playing on Jamie Elliott. It was a fair old uppercut uppercut to the bench from Josh Dunkley. From Brandon Starcevich.
Appreciate that, Ben. 4-point game. Brisbane leading. 21 minutes gone in the third term as the ball worked down the boundary line and Andrews takes the mark. Half-back for Brizzy.
Good to have you in the club, Ben.
Finals footy on ABC Sport as Andrews goes long down the line. And the intercept mark taken by Perryman, who's got it defensive side of the wing. 9-7 to 9-3, 4-point game. Lions on top, time on in the third term.
So Perryman will go long towards left half forward. Andrews out after it. He takes the mark at right half back. Gets told to play on immediately. Sweeps the hand pass onto Bailey. Tackled high, I thought, by Nick Dacos. Umpire says play on. Bailey broke his way out of it. Switches play towards the commentary wing. Ball's allowed to bounce. Wilmot got there. Stepped inside Crisp. Sweeps the lines with a hand pass out to Marshall. He's at left half forward as he gathers. Takes a couple of steps and will kick towards left full forward. Going up to take a great grab from the side. That's Lohman. Huge mark, and he can go and have a shot. It's a tight angle. Left full forward. He'll put boot to ball from 20 out.
Just found himself unmatched there. Lohman has slided in. I thought Jeremy Howe was a little bit lucky not to give a free kick away to Logan Morris, but it doesn't matter. This bloke's probably the one you want, having a shot from here.
If it doesn't get there, it doesn't get there if Nick Dacos holds the tackle.
High Lohman looks to curl it around. Couldn't get it to come back enough. He misses right, putting it across the face. A minor score. 9-8-62 to 9-3-57. 23 gone in the third. Lions in front.
15 of the 18 goals to the punt road end where Brisbane are kicking. There's Nick Dacos on the kick-out duties. Just taps the kicks perfectly. Just precise kicking from Nick Dacos. Finds Ned Long, marks at half-back. Swings the kick long down the wing for Collingwood, but Andrews takes the intercept.
Well, it's 50, yeah.
50 as Chris knocks it out of his hands. And Ben Cameron is on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, rolled ankle for Josh Dunkley. He's going to be fine and back in the game. They've strapped it up and got him sorted.
Brisbane going inside 50, up by 5. They did trail by 13 at the half. Andrews lays it up. Rayner caught at the back. Makes a contest. Spills down in front of Perryman. Gives it to Howe. Back to Perryman. Handball of Maynard. Shoved close to the boundary line. McCluggage keeps it alive. Was he taken high? No. Holding the ball. Just surrendered in the tackle, and the umpire was right on the scene. He said, holding the ball, it's against McCluggage, and a Collingwood free, Long to take it in the back pocket. Lions by 5 points, 23.5 gone third term. Oh, this preliminary final is beautifully set up.
So Long does that with the kick as well. Towards right half back. Andrews attacked the football, found his way into space and takes the mark. 70 from goal. Mott runs behind him, receives the hand pass. He'll put it back to whence it came to the left forward pocket. Rayner rises between two players and drags in the football. Cam Rayner kicked a terrific goal earlier on. He needed to bounce into this game. He's done so now, and a chance to kick his second from about 25 out.
Just strong by Rayner.
That's right. If you try and isolate this bloke, because there's not too many who can run with him and turns that power, but he just plays taller than what he is.
Rayner snaps with the set shot around the body, and he's missed again, pushing.
Well, let him off the hook here, Brisbane.
To the right-hand side for a minor score. 9-9-63 to 9-3-57. 25 gone in the third.
Identical spots, both Lohman and Rayner.
Tries a kick straight. Brisbane haven't. Josh Dacos marks the kick out, goes long down the wing. No mark for Fort. Ricochets back inboard. Here's young Marshall. Hand pass away to Lohman. Tackled by Josh Dacos. Ball comes out. Darcy Cameron gives it to Nick Dacos, who's off and running. Kicks to centre half forward. Membry the target. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Tries to knock it to the advantage of Elliott. Intercepted. Brisbane back the other way. Wilmot gets rid of Nick Dacos. Takes a second bounce. Wilmot takes the game on. Kicks inside the forward pocket. Target Lohman knocked away from him, and that's Jeremy Howe with all his experience. Finds the safety of the boundary line. This game has gone up a notch again. Brisbane by 6 points, 26 gone in the third.
There's just something about players running and using the football. Like Darcy Wilmot, Nick Dacos before that, just breaks the game open. It's so good.
Spun back in. McInerney in front, won it down. Oh, socket off the ground by Will Ashcroft.
He's a freak.
That is just that. Freakish. It sat right there for him. He swung the white. Who'd had it straight through? He's got his second. Wow. That was not the way you expected that to go forward, but Will Ashcroft, what a moment for him. And the Lions, 10-9-69 to 9-3-57, go out to a 12-point lead at the 26-minute mark of the third.
And here's another one, Will Ashcroft, that's not having his greatest game. He's had 14 possessions. He's kicking the ball at 50%, but he's kicked 2 goals in this quarter, Murph. So it's the impact of the little moments in this game which are absolutely critical for Brisbane.
And something we just don't see too often these days is stoppage goals. 6 so far for the Brisbane Lions. Incredible.
Amazing. 6-0, that number. And all but 3 goals in the game out of the 19 that have been kicked. Have been kicked to that punt road end. So Lions by 12. They led by 20 at quarter time, trailed by 13 at the half. And McInerney grabs it out of the middle, got a little kick away, went laterally. Dunkley sliding back in on top of it after his ankle concern. Ball held to him by Sidebottom, ball up in the middle. Every game this final series won by the team that's led at 3-quarter time. So we haven't had a final quarter comeback so far this year. Collingwood have done it once all year, and that was round 24 against Melbourne. Ball. Will Ashcroft coming through a little reckless, trying to lay a bump on Lipinski. Ump said it was all okay. And the outer zone umpire says, hang on, you can't do that. And Lipinski's getting the free. And Will Ashcroft is probably a little fortunate. He didn't make more contact than what he did. Lipinski kicks out to half forward, but picked off. Bruce Reveal takes the intercept mark, half back for Brisbane. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Kyle Lohmann down to the rooms with the Docs. Jeez. Not sure again. So players are zipping up and down there. It's non-stop.
Bruce kicks it down the wing for Brisbane. Knocked away by Frampton. Close to the boundary line. Maynard scoops it up for the Magpies. Hand pass away to Quaynor. Heads down to half forward. Turns it over again. Straight to Zorko. He's got some contact from DeGoey, but takes the intercept mark. Half back for the Lions. Up by 12.
And he'll switch the ball to left half back. Andrews marks. It just measures the kick precisely. Floated over the top of two pies. Found its way onto Wilmot. Another great kick again to Ashcroft. And then, Bailey kicks straight into traffic. Darcy Moore coming the other way. Ricochet off him. Down to Lipinski. The Magpies will immediately fly forward. It goes to left half forward to Membry. Out towards Elliott in space. Hard up against the boundary, 55 from goal. Wheels around onto his right and kicks towards Cox at left full forward. He's tackled by Wilmot. The ball over the boundary line for a throw-in. What about that interception from Darcy Moore?
Oh, it's terrific.
It's like a smother and a
but it's just push. That's just that come up, next player up. So you see Brisbane coming out, you've got to make a decision. Either you stay with your direct opponent or you push up. Darcy Moore made that decision at split second and it paid off.
Magpies haven't got a stoppage goal all night. Deep inside their forward 50. Cox palms it down. Bailey bowled over without it. Picked up by Starcevic, gang tackle. They're stealing basketball, just straight back the other way in transition. Darcy Moore playing the smother in midair. Spectacular athlete. Forward 50 stoppage, throwing his boot out it long, and Brisbane player Zorko jumped on top of it. Says keep going. Ball comes out the back door. Dunkley kicks it up out of the defensive 50. There's a free kick here, and Morris is getting it. A marking contest. A young blue chipper goes out wide. Morris finds Bruce, who takes the mark. Hand pass inside to Archie. Kicks Brisbane to half forward. Not a good kick for Raynor. And Howe takes the intercept mark. And Collingwood looking to counter-attack. Looks inboard to Perryman.
So Perryman marks. Light yellow fluoro boots. He trots back inside his defensive 50 and then stabs the pass to Nick Dacos. Still at left half back. For a moment to assess what's on. The kick into the middle of the ground. Oh, what a wonderful kick. Sidebottom has travelled 40-plus metres to get there, and the kicker arrived as he did. And then he sends it towards Schultz, who marks 50 from goal, puts it into the right forward pocket. Membry is marked.
Jeez, he got one inside 50, but Jamie Elliott was all out, and he has not moved with hands on his hips. He's filthy.
Well,
he was
Elliott would have been kicking 40 metres out directly in front, whereas Membry's now in the right forward pocket.
How about the two kicks? One from Nick Dacos, who basically said, still side bottom, run here, I'm going to put it here, and then still side bottom, next one too. So that's why those players who can use the ball by foot are so important.
Membry starts his approach, already with 2 goals tonight. This one across the face and misses. The kick would have travelled, 40, 50 metres, and side bottoms had to travel 40, and they've met each other precisely at the right moment. Boundary, Ben Cameron.
It's an ankle issue for Kyle Lohmann, so lots of ankles in this game. Dunkley had an ankle concern earlier on in this third term.
It's a plain level surface level down there, Ben?
Yeah, I think so. It looks pretty pristine to me.
A few little potholes. Amazing. As Gardner takes the mark in the back pocket, goes long down the wing, off hand, spills to Archie. Hand pass away to Morris. He kicks up to half forward. McInerney has to backpedal, and Frampton favoured by the kick. Picks it off. Hand pass away to Quaynor, and here go the Magpies trying to make something happen off the back flank. Down 11, long kick to the wing. Schultz reads it well, turns Bailey inside out, looks for Membry. Andrews is off in a fraction. Andrews gives away the free.
Good free kick to give away.
And Membry gets it 55 metres out right half forward. And the Lions get numbers back, so the professional free kick given away by Andrews. Kicks into the pocket. Darcy Cameron the target, punched away by Ford. Going to be throwing right in front of the Magpies race. Right forward pocket, city end.
And just slowed the whole possession down for the Magpies there. Harris Andrews knew exactly what he was doing.
30 out from the attacking goal for the Magpies. The city end of the MCG. It's spun back in. So Cameron saw it go over his shoulder. It came to Elliott, got it on immediately to Houston, kicked into the right forward pocket, but Gardner was there defensively for the Lions. He takes the mark. And the measure his kick precisely. It needed to be as well into his defensive goal square to Archie. Archie marks. Goes on a bit of a run. Sends it towards right half back. Andrews waiting. Coming in from the side. Perryman applied pressure, but Andrews stood there strongly. Marks for the Lions. 32 minutes gone in the third. It's still an 11-point lead to Brisbane after they trailed by 13 at the half. Andrews comes back inboard. A short pass to Will Ashcroft. He'll move it on again to Fletcher. And Fletcher will mark it right half back.
I mentioned Dan Houston before the game. This is why Collingwood traded for him only to 7 possessions tonight.
Yet to miss since debut, this man, Jasper Fletcher, in his 67th consecutive game, already a premiership player, goes short to Dunkley on the wing. A margin 11 points Brisbane's way, latter stages of this third term. The Lions, after trailing by 13 at the half, lead by 11. Short to Wilmot, short to Starcevic. Running repairs left, right and centre. Lohmann the latest of them. Dunkley had an ankle looked at, but he's back. Berry with the shoulder done for the day. Pendlebury with the calf. Rayner with the running start, and Cam Rayner marks. And he's got himself going in this third term. He'll have a look at from right half forward.
There was a penetrating kick, and Maynard was just playing a little bit too far forward. He was almost in no man's land, and Rayner was only probably 60 away from the ball. And he just needed to come back harder. He probably had Bailey at that point, but I'm not sure who was supposed to be on him.
Well, it's Quaynor, but there's clearly a handover somewhere in the passage of play. But there was 2 Brisbane players there to the side of that contest.
Cam Rayner, 45 metres out, rainbow drop punt, high arcing kick is there. He's made the premiership quarter his own. And Cam Rayner, after a quiet first half, has impacted this game. 2 goals in the quarter. Brisbane 11-9-75, Collingwood 9-4-58. And it's a big goal in the context of the game. Lions by 17 on the stroke of three-quarter time. Mark Murphy, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Well, he certainly had an impact. He's had 3 kicks this quarter. Cam Rayner for
2 goals won.
For 2 goals won. So, that's what they've been looking for from him. He's not getting his hands on the ball a lot, clearly. But it's okay, let's try to isolate him as much as he can. We know he's a good mark. I'm looking at Isaac Quaynor going back up to that matchup. Well, it's time to lock in now. There's 20 seconds to go in this quarter, but they've got to shut Rayner down in this last quarter.
Quarter's run 35 minutes so far. Collingwood work it forward. Trying to get there was Schultz. He was tackled and just got the ball away, though. Came out to Nick Dacos, to Josh Dacos running by. Received the hand pass, kicks into the left forward pocket. Here's Elliott, goes by hand to Membry. And Membry can't get a kick away before the siren sounds. Brisbane has turned what was a 13-point deficit at halftime into a 17-point lead at the final change. 11-9-75 to Collingwood's
9-4-54. We saw it last night, 7 goals to 3 from Geelong in the Premiership quarter. Tonight it's 7 goals to 2 for the Brisbane Lions. And as Clint said, after trailing at the half, they lead by 17 at three-quarter time. The goal kickers, first of all for the Lions, 2 each for Will Ashcroft, Cam Rayner, Ty Gallup and Zach Bailey. Then singles for Dunkley, McCluggage and Morris. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, 3 goals for Jamie Elliott. He's out of the running, given it's finals and they don't count, but it was a Mark of the Year contender. Well, it was a pretty shallow pool this year as well, but he took a screamer in the goal square in that quarter. He's got 3, 2 for Membry and then 1 each for Lipinski, Schultz, Houston and Cox. 17 points, Brisbane's advantage for this preliminary final is beautifully placed. Collingwood coming home to the scoring end. This is finals footy on ABC Sport and we are back in 30 seconds.
New from ABC Music.
Aussie country music legends, the Wolf Brothers, are back with their new album, Australian Made. Out now at abc.net.au/ABC Music.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
AFL on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
Zorko with the intercept possession, got it away to Dunkley, handball out wide to Bruce, who kicks it down to half forward for Brisbane, finds Will Ashcroft, takes the mark, never broke stride, eyes the big six, the Norm Smith medalist, and Will Ashcroft dumps it on the run. Brisbane within a point.
To Zorko. Will drill it long towards full forward. Punch came from Darcy Moore, down in the direction of McInerney though. Oh, got it to Gallup, got the arms free, kicks the goal. Zorko emerges with it for the Lions, kicks Brisbane to the right, full forward, off heads. Here's Rayner, gathers, snaps, goals.
Hand pass releases McCreary. He kicks off a couple of steps, right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot, floats through the air and takes a screamer on preliminary final night. And the photographers all lined up in the half-forward flank would have had a hell of a look at it. Deserves the finish. Elliott goals.
Spun back in. McInerney in front, won it down. Oh, socket off the ground by Will Ashcroft.
He's a freak.
That is just that. Freakish. It sat there for him. He swung the right. Boot at it straight through. He's got his second.
Cam Rayner, 45 metres out. Rainbow drop punt, high arcing kick is there. He's made the Premiership quarter his own.
The 2025 AFL Finals Series.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
7 goals to 2 in the quarter. The scoring end has been the punt road end in this game. Incredibly, there's only been 3 of the 20 goals kicked to the city end of the ground. So 17 goals to the punt road end. That is the end that Collingwood are coming home to. 17 points is the deficit for the Magpies. The Lions a quarter away from making it through to a 3rd straight grand final. Mark Murphy, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
So there's 2 parts to this. So Brisbane have got a clear advantage in possession in this game. It's plus 60 odd at the moment. So there's 2 parts to it for Collingwood. One, it's go, okay, 17 points, let's attack. But the next part of that is how quickly they can win the ball back from Brisbane in this last quarter. Brisbane are going to possess the ball. They're going to try to take a little bit of time whenever they can. Hugh McCluggage had 31. He's done it really easy, but it's Wilmot and Zorko that have really controlled the back half of the ground. So how can you take away from those 2 where they're not controlling that part of the ground for Brisbane?
If I told you those numbers at the start of the game, you'd probably think, gee, almost game over if you had 70 more disposals.
Yeah, you would. But the other part is, and you go back to that second quarter, Collingwood was so efficient. They were able to kick 6 goals to 0 in that second quarter.
And it was off the back of their defence.
Yeah.
It was shutting out the outlets.
Absolutely.
So limit the uncontested marks.
Win the ball back.
Yeah.
Win the ball.
In the other 2 quarters, they've only kicked 3 goals, and they're probably going to have to kick 5 in the last to win it.
But for Collingwood to win, they need a big quarter out of Houston. He's only had the 8 possessions. They need a big quarter out of Jack Crisp. He's only had the 11 possessions. They need Paddy Lipinski to get into the game. He's only had 11. Sidebottom's only had 11. So they need their ball winners to win the ball as much as possible this quarter.
And what they do need too, they need goals from their midfielders. Yeah. So you look at the Brisbane Lions and their midfield goals, and you look at Hugh McCluggage kick the 1, Will Ashcroft kick the 2, Zach Bailey's kick 2. Josh Dunkley's kicked 1. So they need Nick Dacos, Josh Dacos, De Goey getting hard forward and hitting the scoreboard and trying to help some of their forwards in terms of that scoreboard impact is so important for midfielders.
Andy off the SMS says, hey Murph, who would Geelong want to play the least?
Collingwood.
Okay, Collingwood. The Lions by 17 at three-quarter time. What do you reckon, Ram?
Probably Collingwood, yep.
Okay. Tom Stewart, by the way, has just dropped something on Instagram saying, obviously shattered with what happened last night, but so grateful and overwhelmed with all the love and support I've received by many. Couldn't be more proud of this group, and to be a part of this amazing club is something I truly cherish. How about them Cats? So that was the word from Tom Stewart moments ago on Instagram. Three-quarter time here. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben?
Yeah, Chris Scott is in the house here today. There were some shots on the TV cameras of him watching on, so preparing for that grand final next weekend.
This is everything we hoped it would be. We got a clear scoring end. Collingwood coming home to that end, the punt road end of the ground. 17 of the 20 goals kicked there. And speaking of 17, that is the margin. And the reigning premiers lead it. The Lions on top. Will Brisbane hang on? Or can Collingwood claw it back? Who's going to meet the Cats? 1 quarter to decide it. Final term underway. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Darcy Cameron down to McCreary. Hand pass back in front of Darcy Cameron. Hacks it off the deck. Kicks inside 50. Myercheck trying to reel it in unsuccessfully. Houston Sockers, but straight to Zorko. Kicks Brisbane back over halfway. Moore can't trap it. He goes to ground with Gallup. Play able to continue, and Charlie Cameron wraps up his namesake, and a ball up again in the middle of the ground as Darcy Cameron has it held to him.
Cam Rayner and Braden Maynard inside Brisbane's forward 50, all on their own.
Thrown aloft. Darcy Cameron won it down for the Pies. It bobbles around. Worked out nicely in the end. Comes for Revel. Kick it inside forward 50, and Maynard in front. And Maynard takes the mark.
That's a great win by Maynard. That's a dangerous look when you've got Raynar out of the goal square and Maynard just read the ball quicker.
Downstairs in a moment. Maynard head towards the southern wing. Crisp was out after it. Was able to tap it to his own advantage. Cleverly done. Worked it onto Schultz by hand. Schultz kicks in the direction of Elliott, and he marks about 80 from goal. A metre in from the boundary line. Pauses for a moment as players stream forward. Elliott looks inboard and finds Josh Dacos, who marks. He'll pause again. Congested forward 50 for Collingwood. They look to work it over the top to Elliott, coming the other way, unable to impact the contest with Starcevic. Elliott marks 50 from goal. Hard up against the boundary at right half forward. Elliott looks to stab it short. Couldn't find Nick Dacos. He lost his footing. The mark was taken there by Ashcroft. And he has it for the Lions. Ben Cameron downstairs.
Jeremy Howe is getting some pretty heavy-duty work on his adductor at the moment. Now, that is the injury he's coming back from, for anyone who doesn't know. This is a real watch.
Thanks, Ben. 2 of the last 3 games he's played, he's been subbed out with groin issues. Jeremy Howe. First game in 79, or trying to complete his first full game in 79 days. Ball up now from that Ashcroft kick on the wing. Brisbane by 17. Thumped forward by the Lions and fought into the path of Rayner, who got busy in the third. Hand pass down the line and tackled McCluggage to ground. Ball up.
Because the problem now is they can't make that sub because it had to be made so early with Pendlebury.
The other thing is, too, just on Hugh McCluggage, they did try and put some work into him early. He has put up big gaudy numbers, 31 disposals, 9 clearances. Collingwood win it at the coalface here, though. Comes out to Josh Dacos. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Fletcher and McCreary in a tangle. Elliott hits up, wins it. Hand pass for Collingwood for De Goey. Handball went in behind him. Dunkley sockers it back into the middle of the ground. Will Ashcroft passing through, paddles it out in front. In the other direction, side bottom, scoops it up. Handball away to his teammate Josh Dacos, who's met. And we'll have a ball up middle of the G. 17 points, Brisbane's advantage. 3 gone in the last, of course. Berry, his shoulder came out in the first half. He's done for the day, and Pendlebury lasted less than 10 minutes before nicking his calf. So both of the subs used a long time ago.
Fought at the back with a fingertip touch down to Bailey. It was taken high. Umpire says no problems. They'll to play on as Long completes the tackle, and Bailey climb off the deck and hand it back to the umpire, who immediately puts it into the air.
Fort was able to work it down. Crisp going through, got it for the Magpies. Manufactured a kick that'll go inside forward 50. Andrews with the spoil. Membry in front was able to go and gather. Andrews tackles him to ground at centre half forward. Have another ball up. Collingwood kicking to what, as Corbin has told you a couple of times, he's definitely the scoring end in this game. The Punt Road side of the MCG. It's the end where 17 of the goals kicked in the game have come from. The restart, Dacos tries to get a kick off the ground, gave it to McCreery, back towards Josh Dacos, broke the McCluggage tackle, kick towards centre half forward. Chris was there, worked a kick away into the left forward pocket, beautifully done by Elliott, tried to hand pass it forward, Gardner got in the way. My check was the intended target, Gardner was able to knock it away and over the boundary line for a throw-in. 30 out from Collingwood's attacking goal, deep in the left forward pocket as we said. 11-9-75, plays 9-4-58, 4 gone in the last. Pies 2 previous prelims under Craig McRae, both decided by a single point. Forward 50 stoppage here for Collingwood. Down 17, Dunkley got it out to Reveal. Kicks hurriedly up to the wing. Ball hits the deck in front of Moore. His direct opponent, Rayner, went to ground. Moore got a hand pass out to Maynard, trying to get away from Gallup. Hand pass back down the wing. Picked off by McCluggage. Handball back to Gallup. Brisbane back the other way. Will Ashcroft, who's got himself going. Hand pass out to Morris. Morris kicks inside 50. Charlie Cameron trying to get out the back. Rayner's right there. Quayner's right there with him. Quaynor goes to ground. Loban sockers it forward, but offline. Out of bounds it goes, and we'll have a boundary throw in deep forward for the Lions.
It was a great effort by Quaynor in the end. He looked like he was done, didn't he, with Charlie Cameron running out the back, 2v1, and just found a way to knock the ball on and wait for teammates to come and support.
Spun back in at right full forward for the Lions. So Cameron with the more telling tap down to Maynard for the Magpies. Got it to McCreery. Was able to tap it out in front of Crisp. From left half back, he comes down the line. Membry slides out, can't take the mark. Bobs up quickly, worked it onto the goey. Swept it forward. Wanted Myercheck coming in from the side. Lester bumped him off it. Andrews gathers, takes it across the boundary line under the pressure from McCreery. Throw in left half forward for the Pies.
I like the speed and power McCreery offers when he gets up and around the contest. I reckon a bit more of him. If he's got the ability, Rammer, to try and get him in around the contest more, they just look more dangerous with him up around there.
Howe's been on the bench now 6 minutes and counting. Ben Cameron's been keeping us up to date from the boundary throw-in. Bailey's tackled immediately. Ball up now from the boundary throw-in. Any movement, Ben?
No, he's sitting down right next to Craig McRae. Seems like he will come back on, but we'll see.
Lions by 17. Great stoppage work. Marshall, slick hands, got it out to Fletcher, to young Levi. In front of the benches, kicks Brisbane to half forward. Morris trying to get free from a tangle with Moore, and Moore gives away the free. So does Morris move it quick? As they've rushed numbers into the forward 50 for the Lions. Morris kicks to a contest in the pocket. Rayner the target. Juggled effort. He's getting a free. Rayner's got it again at right half forward.
Yeah, that one was there. Whacked him straight across the cheek, but probably the one prior, I reckon, was a bit stiff against Darcy Moore. I couldn't see what was really in that at all. So on that occasion, Rayner just jumped and leapt to his highest point, and Maynard just clipped him straight across the face.
Jeremy Howe trots back onto the ground. Maynard gives away the free, and all he can do is watch on. Along with the nervous Magpie army, Cam Rayner to extend Brisbane's lead. The drop punt, can he bring it back? Not quite. And behind, missing to the near side. So he's got 2-2 Cam Rayner, all in the second half. 18-point lead for Brisbane. That's 3 goals neat. So 11-10 to 9-4. 7.5 played final term. A 3-goal lead for Brisbane. Winner plays Geelong next week. Here goes Josh Dacos on a run. The right back pocket, went looking for more. Carried over the pack of him. Loman was there. Under pressure, turns it over. Down the throat of Frampton, who marks for Collingwood at right half back. And he kicks back down the line. Southern side of the ground. On the ground there was Dacos. Floating back in as well as Lester. Ball hits the deck. It's going to be locked in again.
It just feels like this first goal has got a lot riding on it in this quarter.
Yep.
We're 8 minutes in, and it's a real arm wrestle and a struggle.
McInerney knocks it down. It came to Long to side bottom. His hand pass stolen away, though, by Loman. Goes back to McInerney for the Lions. Kicks towards left half forward. Off hands. Moore's at the back. Under pressure from Rayner. Got a hand pass back inside his defensive 50 to Howe. Howe's the kick. Not great. Tried to get it to Lipinski. Knocked down by Wilmot. Runs towards the right half forward position on the ground for the Lions, but Marshall couldn't get there. Steele did. Gave it to Quaynor. Hand pass over the shoulder. Beautifully done to Lipinski, who moves it down the line to Myercheck. He marks. Hand pass away to Steele. Trying to slip out of the Levi Ashcroft tackle. Does so. Got a hand pass back to Myercheck. Still in Collingwood's hands. Kicks back inboard on the 45. High arcing kick. No mark. Spills through towards Nick Dacos. Is he tackled to ground without it? No whistle. Nick Dacos. Hand pass away to side bottom to finish it off. He misses. They had options aplenty. And the veteran from 35 out casually misses everything.
Gee. Had Membry, had Elliott.
I think he was just in two minds.
Yeah.
18-point lead for Brisbane. 9 minutes gone, final term. How costly might that be? They've been able to register a score. The Lions quickly down the southern side. It's in the hands of Starcevic. Low flat pass. It's Loman on the chest on the logo. The Shane Warne stand. Loman will move it towards centre half forward. Backing back with the flight. There's Will Ashcroft. Pressure came from the other way. Crisp, a great tackle. 50. Wrapped up Bailey. Took him to ground and he wins a holding the ball free kick. It was kicked away, but the umpires said it was all right. Plays on to Maynard. Kick towards right half forward. And that is a strong grab. Trying to battle against Leicester. Elliott's done really well. He's in the footy. Plays on quickly by hand to Josh Dacos. 50 out from goal. Sends it towards left full forward. Cox almost got hands on it. Fletcher picks it up. He's tackled to ground as well. Ball up again. Right next to the left hand behind post for the Magpies, who still trail by 18 points. 10 gone in the fourth. Stoppage right on the behind line for Collingwood. Down by 18. Darcy Cameron palms it down to side bottom. Tried to get boot to ball. Socket attempt on the line from Cox. And the original effort from side bottom. The Magpies are claiming it and the Arc will decide it.
Yeah, I think this one's a goal.
Steele's pretty happy with it, isn't he?
Mason Cox's foot is in front, which would suggest to me he's got his foot to it first.
Soft calls a goal. Who had the last touch? It was Harris Andrews and Mason Cox, who seemingly stood on the ball at the same time. And this is
umpire's call. It's a goal.
Soft call.
Soft call is a goal, and this is an enormous decision in the context of the game. There's no doubt Andrews touches it first. Mason Cox gets a little toe on it. Who touched it last? Is anyone willing to make that call?
I would say it looks like from
this come off the ASIC, black ASIC through at the end.
I think it's the white ASIC.
This is a massive call. And the Arc will have their responsibilities, or he'll have to hand it back to the on-field decision, which is a goal.
That's going to be a goal.
It's going to change an 18-point lead for Brisbane to a 2-goal game.
It's whether or not that point there is the last.
Yeah, and I think that's what I feel like. This angle we're seeing is the best angle.
We'll listen in when the review comes back. The message from the Arc. Soft calls a goal. Brisbane by 18. This will make it a 2-goal game. We've waited 12 minutes for the first goal in this final term. Is it happening now? So consensus is Brisbane's boot last.
Review complete. Looking at these angles, we see the ball comes off the Collingwood attacker's boot last before crossing the goal line. Decision on the scoreboard.
The Arc has to intervene, but it's a Collingwood goal. And the size 16 shoe of Mason Cox makes the difference. 11-10 to 9-4. And all of a sudden we got a 2-goal game. Make it 10-4 Collingwood, 10-4-64. Brisbane 11-10-76. 13 gone in the final term. Cox goals and Brisbane's lead trimmed to 12. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Look, it's desperation. So that could have went anyway. I thought it was Mason Cox. Murph thought it was Harris Andrews, but They just need. I spoke about the importance of that first goal and what it can potentially do to momentum. So we'll see now. Jordan De Goey's only had the 14 possessions in this game. Yeah. Can they put him deep forward to get a goal? He's standing at centre-half forward at the moment with Dane Zorko. Get him deeper.
96,023 in the house. Another enormous crowd for this preliminary final as Sidebottom breaks free in the middle. Swept the hand pass forward. Zorko forced the tackle. Hand pass came from De Goey to no one in particular. Taken off the ground by Levi Ashcroft. Kicks forward only as far as Moore. Slapped it back for the Pies to Perryman. Got it to Sidebottom. Levi Ashcroft tackled him. Got the hand pass out. Revel couldn't quite pick it up. Socket towards the outer wing. Dunkley tried to get it in his direction. Coming the other way, Lipinski. He's tackled to ground. Holding the ball. He got wrapped up by Fletcher.
That's too high. You look at the last tackle there from Dunkley, who won the free kick. That's a high tackle.
So Dunkley's the one who has been given the free kick. I thought the first tackle was enough, but nonetheless, Zorko moves it towards left half forward for the Lions. Hand pass over the top from Gallup. Perryman coming the other way for the Pies. Won it down to Houston to Long. Dangerous hand pass. Knocked down by Cameron. Into traffic. Dunkley put his head over the football. Met by 3 Pies around him. It's at left half forward for the Brisbane Lions, where we've got ourselves a ball up. 14 and a bit gone in the last. The Lions lead it by 12 points over the Pies. Pies coming home to the scoring end for the restart. Dunkley knocks it away, but straight to Perryman. Tumbles a kick down the wing for Collingwood. Gardner knocks it into the path of Zorko. Gives it back to Gardner, who's standing still. Brisbane with possession. Short kick out to Reville.
Worked that well, Darcy Gardner.
Bruce Reville, the 24-year-old sub in his 24th game. Kicks down to half forward, and here's Gallup. Heading up, taking the mark. He's kicked 2 tonight and 1 goal previously leading in. He's short and wide out to McCluggage, who's been enormous. The All-Australian arcs around from 55 out. Kicks to full forward. Cox getting back. Picks it off and takes the intercept mark. Last line of defence. The goal at one end and the intercept mark at the other. Keeping Collingwood in it halfway through this final term. Brisbane by 12. Moves it to Maynard. Kicks long towards right half back. 2 on 2 there. One down by Lipinski. Spilled to Houston. Threw it on the boot. Back there is Zorko. Mops it up. Gave it to McCluggage. Broke a tackle of Elliott to Levi Ashcroft to McCluggage by hand. Now to Starcevic. Outer edge of the centre square. Kicks the lines to the left forward pocket. Maynard in front defensively. Couldn't mark. Still down to Gallup. He's wrapped up. That's holding the ball.
Great tackle.
It was from Perryman, an absolute ripper. They'll take the advantage, Collingwood, and sweep it forward. It comes through to Goey, on in turn to Long. Now it's stabbed inside forward 50 beautifully by Myercheck. Moved it on again to Membry, kicked towards full forward. Elliott went up. No free kick as he went to ground. The Pies fans will go berserk.
Oh, gee.
Fletcher was back there for the Lions. Gave it to Andrews.
That's
his
a
hand
huge
pass
moment.
was a bit dodgy as well, but it's gone across the boundary line for a throw-in.
That is a huge moment.
Somebody's just thrown a
can
off the top.
Another one too. That's dangerous.
Coming down. People are throwing stuff off the top levels above us. So it was Elliott who flew. Coming the other way was Starcevic. There was front on contact. There was no free kick. Ball put back into play. Wilmot clears the dangerous area. Short kick to Archie. We can't have that. The flying
that's silly.
Objects from above. As Archie off the back flank kicks down the wing. McInerney spoils Gallup numbers with Brisbane. Hits the deck and Morris bursts away with it. Morris forward of the wing. Long kick to Charlie Cameron, who's on his bike and takes the mark in the right forward pocket.
Well, he started behind Houston, Charlie Cameron, and Houston couldn't go with him.
Too quick, worked too hard, but it was even Logan Morris not to just bang it on the boot. He took the yardage in front of him, took the grass, and that allowed Charlie Cameron to really work hard back towards goal. And, geez, that kick was unbelievable.
Charlie Cameron is going to hook it across the body on his left boot. His kick is good. Almost heaven. The Brisbane Lions are 18 points up in the prelim. 18 gone final term. 12-10-82 leads Collingwood 10-4-64. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Adam Ramanauskas.
It's an enormous sliding doors moment. So Elliott gets the free kick. It's back to within 6 points. And then there's a stoppage and Brisbane were able to win it to centre wing. And it's a great contest. And Murph was spot on. Logan Morris was the only one that really kept his feet. Then was able to be patient. Rather than just banging the ball onto his boot, he was patient. You look at, and I'm looking down at the replay, Dan, he had to work harder. You can't let Charlie Cameron get goal side of you that easy.
What about the non-decision?
Yeah, so there's no contact to the front. The question is, does he get the football? And if he gets the football, it's play on.
Back in the middle from the restart. Eyes look to take it away. There's a holding decision going the way of Josh Dacos. Josh Dacos glances over his right shoulder. What do the Magpies have left in them? Josh Dacos will kick. Inside forward 50, the punch came from Harris at the back behind Myercheck. Hacked out of midair by Archie. It'll go towards the southern wing. Bounces okay for Morris. He's got more in front of him. Backtracks with a step, and that's a beautiful kick back inboard. He finds Dunkley and then moves it on the direction of Bailey. Bailey couldn't mark. Coming the other way was Chris, tapped at the ground. The Magpies will get King for a throw.
Just Logan Morris is a second-year player.
Unbelievable.
Two of the smartest decisions with the ball in hand, his last two possessions.
It was Long looking to work it off the ground, who's given away the free kick. It allows Bailey to have it. He's 2 kicks from goal. Heads into the left forward pocket. It's off hands. Lohman at the drop. Wheels around with the right. Centres the football. Massive pack underneath it. Fought from the side. Flew, couldn't mark. Spilled down to Crisp. His kick under desperation off the side of the boot, but it worked out okay to McCreary. Oh, kicks to the boundary line. Tumbles it out in front of Membry. Doesn't get to it. Deliberate.
Had
to pay it.
Is that just because he didn't have a left foot?
Because he punted it straight over the line.
If he wants to kick it to a teammate, he won't kick it for touch like that on end over end.
Decision stands. Brisbane footy. Zorko with it. Long inside 50. They come from all directions. The young man's got it again. Ty Gallop. Have yourself a prelim.
Well, Gallop and Morris, for 2 young key talls in huge games of football,
it's unbelievable.
As good as you'll see.
This guy's an academy kid. He's playing in his 5th game. He previously had kicked 1 goal in 4 matches, and now he gets a chance to put the Brisbane Lions through to a... Are we going that early yet? 6 and a bit minutes on the clock. It'll be hard to keep him out. Ty Gallop. He goals. Gallop's got 3. And the Lions are adamant to take their premiership defence to the last day of the season. 24 points the Lions lead. Time on in the final term. 13-10 to 10-4. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
So Brisbane's last 2 goals. Logan Morris with the absolute composure to wait till Charlie Cameron got in front of Dan Houston and then just caresses the ball beautifully. Over the other side of the ground, the Shane Warne side of the ground. He beats Darcy Moore in a one-on-one contest, comes back into centre corridor. Then their next young key forward stands in a pack of 6 players and just jumps and takes an awesome contested mark. As strong as you'll see from any key position player in the competition, let alone a 5-gamer.
19 years old. So Morris is 20, Gallup's 19, and these 2 youngsters just heading Brisbane towards a grand final. And the restart, it's knocked forward for the Lions. Oh, bursting through Will Ashcroft. Hand pass to Lohman at centre half forward. Beautiful tackle wrapped up by Josh Dacos. It spills free. The ball's there again for the Lions. He's wrapped up in a strong tackle by Perryman at centre half forward.
The equation's simple for Collingwood. They're 4 goals behind. There's 6 minutes remaining.
All out attack.
It is. Foot to the floor.
Umpire puts it aloft. Darcy Cameron won it down. Bounce back in the direction of Fort. It's held to him. Will ball it up again.
Brisbane will just try and keep it in tight here. Get repeat stoppage.
Ball up in the air. Fort got it down. Will Ashcroft gathered through it on the boot. Cameron is out after it in the Charlie variety. He picks it up for the Lions in the left forward pocket, steps back inside still, gives it to Archie. Archie centres the football. Lohman was up and then follows it through and then sockers it across the line and then does a couple of push-ups too for good measure. They're on their way now, Brisbane. The Lions are out to what will be an absolutely match-winning lead of 30 points. 14-10-94 to 10-4-64. 23 minutes gone in this game. And what's been most remarkable, after just having 3 goals kicked at the City end for 3 quarters, Brisbane have now kicked 3, going to the right of our broadcast box in this term alone. And they've wrapped themselves up in what will be grand final glory.
Well, that's right, but they've just got the moments right in this last quarter when it's required to do the basics and do the team things. They've been prepared to do it. So I've never seen someone do 2 push-ups on the MCG before, but especially in front of the Collingwood cheer squad.
Especially when you don't have to. 30 points is the advantage for the Brisbane Lions. Collingwood get a little kick out of the middle as it tumbles towards De Goey. Picked up on McCreary. He's tackled, taken the ground. Shots of Lockie Neal, who's in the house today. His rehab continues from that nicked calf, ahead of schedule. No words from Chris Fagan yesterday. Stoppage win for the Magpies. Josh Dacos kicks out wide and Lipinski marks left half forward. Lipinski inside the attacking arc. Myercheck coming from the back. Juggled effort. Not paid. Taken out of his hands by Andrews. Clearing kick out of defence. Lohman leaping up. Knocks it away from Perryman and out of play. Story of the night. Scott Pendlebury in the first 10 minutes nicked his calf. That was the end of his day. And then the Brisbane Lions rattled off the next 4 goals. Collingwood responded after being down by 20 at quarter time. They kicked the only 6 goals of the second term to lead by 13 at the half. It was the Lions in the premiership quarter, 7 goals to 2. They lost Jared Berry just before half time when his shoulder came out. He's headed for surgery and his season is done. And then in his final quarter, the Lions, despite having 6 points shaved off their advantage early in the quarter due to that toe poke from Mason Cox, they've responded with the last 3 inside the space of 6 minutes. And as a result, Brisbane with a comfortable 30-point lead, 25 gone in the last. Boundary throwing high half forward for the Pies. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
The race against time is underway. Lockie Neal, can he get back for this grand final coming up next week with that calf injury?
And the boundary throwing, McCluggage kicks up the wing. Ball spills front and centre. Moore trying to scrap for it. And a hand pass back into the ruck. Picked up by Perryman. Got a hand pass over his shoulder. Reville slid in. Knocked away by Maynard. Still the scrap on for it. Still they let them go. Somehow McCluggage got boot the ball. Kicks it out to Bruce Reville. Heads up front. Looking for Morris. Just over the fingertips of Howe. And Morris marks it right half forward for Brisbane.
Yep, take your time. Don't need to rush yourself here. You probably had 2 blokes you probably could have given it off to, but go back, take your 30. Take the sting out of the game even more. But just the ball use, just a bit of class has just really prevailed here in this last quarter.
And Brisbane Lions with a 30-point buffer. Logan Morris to extend that. Time on in the last. The kick from Morris is across the goal face. It won't score and it's whacked out of play. And we'll have the boundary throw in left forward pocket. Spoiled by Darcy Moore. 30-point lead for the Lions. 26.5 gone in the last. Ball's put back into play. See Cameron front position, trying to tap it over his shoulder, spilled down to Nick Dacos, got met solidly, but got a hand pass out to Quaynor, tried to work it on again to Lipinski, spilled out to Zorko, 50 out from goal. He's had a tough night, but he's going to finish with a major. They come from everywhere, the Brisbane Lions, to celebrate with him. Zorko gets just his 4th of the season in game 303. And he makes absolutely sure of it now. They're up by 6 goals. A 36-point lead to Brisbane. 15-10-100 to Collingwood's 10-4-64. 27 minutes gone in the last. This is finals footy on ABC Sport.
That's 11 goals to 3 now in this second half for Brisbane. So look,
they got challenged, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They got challenged, and it was, you know, that first goal at the 12-minute mark, you thought, oh, did the momentum go to Collingwood? Then there's the Elliott moment where was it a free kick? But since that moment, it's been all Brisbane. They've kicked 4 goals in basically 9 minutes of football.
Yes, we've got Danny Daly next week, Corbs. Yes. who will lock him in for pre-game next Saturday. The Lions about to make it through to their third straight grand final. Josh Dacos with the centre break. Picked up by Darcy Gardner off the back flank. Kicks out wide for Archie. Hand pass away to Leicester. Handball back to Archie.
And amazingly, Corb, against 3 different opponents.
Yeah. Here's the response as Zorko hits the bench in front of Chris Fagan. Warm embrace, gets a big hug. Fagan had the double fist pump going as that sailed through off the boot. And one of their favourites, Dame Zorko, their spiritual leader, and of course their former captain, the 2-time All-Australian. Fort wins it down. Ball comes back to him, and Fort kicks it down the wing, and that's a good mark again from Gallup. He's had a breakout night on the biggest stage he's played on so far. He's kicked 3 goals, and the 19-year-old in his 5th game with a huge one-on-one win. He goes wide to Levi Ashcroft, and now back to Fletcher. And he'll swing it across the half-back line all the way back to Leicester.
Leicester goes short to Archie. Just about the matter of the margin now. Only 36 points in favour of the Lions. Archie kicks long to the southern wing. No mark taken. Howe off the deck. Gave it back to Darcy Cameron. Short kick. Oh, Fletcher flew over the top of the goey. Landed awkwardly but brought down the mark. A late highlight again. Switching play towards Andrews, right half back. He'll move it on again to Wilmot, who marks a little bit shy of the wing beneath our broadcast position. Wilmot glances inboard. He'll get told to move it on. He's on a bit of a trundle. He'll kick high and long towards right half forward. Morris had 2 to beat, more at the back. Marks defensively for the Pines.
Hits the ground running, kicks into the middle of it, finds Schultz, who marks dead centre of the MCG. Goes long to Jamie Elliott, bursts away from Starcevic, marks at right half forward. And these are the last moments we'll see of him, Rama, in black and white.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that at all. There's a bit to play out still, but look, he's had another wonderful final.
Oh, it's been terrific. Ramanauskas, the agent of Jamie Elliott, off contract at season's end. Elliott, perhaps his last kick of the night, sails right to the goal line and plucked by Harris Andrews, but a carry. And Elliott goals, he's got 4. So he's played 2 finals, Jamie Elliott, and he's kicked 4 in each of them. Gee, he's done his bit tonight. And if that is the last kick he has in black and white stripes, then that's a fair thank you to the Magpie Army. 11-4-70, Collingwood, Brisbane 15-10 and 100. A 30-point lead for the Brisbane Lions, 31 gone final term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, he's been a terrific player and had his injury issues, didn't he, for probably the first 3 quarters of his career with that back. But, geez, he's just looked so powerful and strong, and his hands are as good as anyone. Brendan Favole on the lead. The croc.
How about the moments too? Oscar McInerney, heartbreak last year, missed out. Big hug with Sammy Marshall on the bench, and he's going to get the chance to play in a second grand final and hunting his first premiership next Saturday.
Yeah, lovely moment, of course. The heartbreak for McInerney last year, and the delight of a first time out for both of them as McCreery goes surging through to the goalie to Josh Dacos. Back to McCreery. He snaps, but he misses to the right-hand side. A minor score. And the margin under 30 points. It's a 29-point lead for the Lions. 31 and a half gone in the last.
So many feel-good stories, so as there always is. Levi Ashcroft along with Sammy Marshall and Ty Gallup, the 3 teenagers, plus Bruce Reville will get to play, you would think, in their first grand final next week. Jared Berry won't play with the shoulder, and then there's Lockie Neal to return. A midfielder for a midfielder, perhaps, as Andrews marks the kick out and goes to Levi Ashcroft. One of the rising star fancies, and he's just going to dab it all the way back to Gardner.
I wouldn't rule out Jared Berry just yet.
Okay. Still half a silly chance.
Well, the Oscar McInerney dislocation last year was a hell of a lot different.
Wouldn't be a grand final without a race against time.
But sometimes those shoulders you can just recover pretty quick if it's loose, obviously, as it is.
But this was bad enough that the minute he hit the bench tonight, they said, forget it. They didn't even try and strap him up. He was subbed out immediately. And then they had the doctors down there, and he was in a bit of pain. He'd be up against it.
Once you can get it back in, though, you can actually get it going.
Yeah.
Ball's put back into play on the outer side from the restart. Lions win it down. Fort got it into direction. And Nick Dacos, who's tackled, is holding the ball. The Lions will win the free kick. The reigning kings of the AFL
Jungle will defend their crown on Grand Final Day. They're into the Premiership decider. Brisbane over the Pies by 29 points. Geelong awaits. Was the advantage for the Lions at quarter time. They were down by 13 at the half, up 17 at three-quarter time, and the Lions by 29 in the finish. A third straight grand final. Our grand final matchup is set for the first time. Geelong and the Brisbane Lions for all the marbles next Saturday. Scenic route. Last year they had to come from the lower portion of the top eight. They came from fifth to go all the way through and win the premiership. This year they dropped their qualifying final to the Cats. They go the long way around the mountain and they're going to meet Geelong again for the second time in this final series on grand final day. Lockie Neal's a silly chance to play after nicking his calf here a fortnight ago, and Jared Berry hurt his shoulder on the run. Eric Hipwood, you would think, would be up against it. What we know for sure is the Brisbane Lions will be there, some version of them again for the third straight year. They'll play the Cats and will start as the favourites, Geelong, in their third decider in the last 6 seasons. The goal kickers spread again. They get it done by committee. 3 for Ty Gallop, the 19-year-old in his 5th game. What a night for him. 2 each for Will Ashcroft, Cam Rayner and Zach Bailey. And then singles, Lohman, Dunkley, McCluggage, Morris, Zorko and Charlie Cameron. That's 10 different goal kickers for the Brisbane Lions. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, Jamie Elliott, the off-contract forward, he took an absolute specky, finished with 4 goals, 2 each from Mason Cox and Tim Membry, singles for Lipinski, Schultz and Dan Houston. Never before under a different guise, whether it was Fitzroy or the Brisbane Bears or the Brisbane Lions, we haven't had Geelong and the Lions decide a premiership. The grand final, we will see that back here at the MCG next Saturday. The initial thoughts, Adam Ramanauskas and Mark Murphy on ABC Sport, the Lions by 29.
Well, we get a pretty handy grand final next week, but they were terrific tonight, the Lions. But you almost felt in that first quarter that the Pies, with Pendlebury going down early, just took a bit of the stuffing out of them. But I just thought the Lions they had the answers all night, and probably a bit of their class really shone through in the end. And it came from a few unlikely times with a few of their younger tools that stood up in the big moments in that last quarter. But the one area of the game where I thought that Brisbane would have it over Collingwood was their midfield depth, but their midfield class who kick goals and get hard forward. And has sort of tend to be the story of the night, where you look through the Brisbane Lions midfielders and they all kicked a goal or two, and Collingwood couldn't find those avenues to goal. And Mychek had a pretty quiet night. Membry tried his hardest, but Elliott was by far and away their best player for the night. But they just didn't have that many avenues to goal, Rama. And you look at Brisbane, they got everything out of their forwards and midfielders ahead of the contest.
Look, 11 goals to 4 in the second half for Brisbane, I think really says it all. Plus 70 in disposal for the game, plus 9 in clearance for the game. So, but what I think was the most impressive thing that Brisbane did today in a final was have 103 uncontested marks. I think when you can do that, you really control the tempo of the game, you control field position, and Brisbane were just able to find that target time and time again. Now, whether it was, a sideways kick to force Collingwood to chase and find their direct opponent, but time and time again, Collingwood didn't want to do that. They wanted to sit back and they wanted to wait, and Brisbane really made them pay. I think the most important thing is the game they got out of Charlie Cameron today. He had 15 possessions and a goal. It won't sound like much, but he just provided a hell of a lot more energy than we've seen this season, really. So that's important for Brisbane going into next week. Rayner didn't have his best game, but he had moments in that third quarter where, you know, 2 critical goals to extend a lead.
And that's the role of small forwards, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you don't get many opportunities sometimes, but to be able to capitalise on that, you just feel those forwards that they've gotten, whether it's Archie or Rayner or Cameron. I know he's had a bit of a quieter year, but tonight he didn't fumble. He was clean. But they make the most of their opportunities, those small forwards. And they're just littered with them, aren't they? And those midfielders who then rest forward at times, but their work out of the clearances too was strong all night.
Well, McCluggey just had 37. He had 30 to three-quarter time. So he's worked. Well, Sidebottom went to him initially, but that all changed when Penderbury went off the ground. Sidebottom had to play a more attacking game. And when you've set your mind to something for the entire week, then you're asked then to go and do something completely different within the first 10 minutes of the game. That does have an effect. You know, Zorko had his moments with the ball today, but he's had 718 metres gained, so more than any other player on the ground. I thought Darcy Wilmot had one of the all-time finals today. He's had 25 possessions off half-back, but unbelievably, he's had 7 inside 50s.
That's amazing drive he gives them, isn't it? And he
just goes under the radar.
7 inside 50s, but he just runs. But it's the overlap run which just breaks the opposition defence apart, and he only knows one way, and that is just power, quick, go.
Harris Andrews had 13 marks for the game, 5 of those as intercepts. Look, he's going to have his hands full. So obviously in that first final, Leicester was absolutely no matchup for Jeremy Cameron. I don't know what they do next week if they go back to Ryan Lester. He's had a little bit of success in the past, but like Cameron could have kicked 6 in the first quarter of that qualifying final. So that will keep Chris Fagan and those Lions defenders up at night. But look, you look at an overall performance for Collingwood to kick 6 goals in the second quarter unanswered, but then to kick 11 goals to 4 in the second half just shows the maturity and the capabilities of this group to go into the rooms at halftime, reassess, work out what's going on, and then come out and do what they did. The first 4 goals of that third quarter in a 12-minute period.
You don't win too many prelim finals when you go goalless in a quarter and the other team kicks 6 straight.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's what the Brisbane Lions have done tonight. Lockie Neal's out there dapping it up with his teammates. Big Stewie Jews out there as well, and Chris Fagan. So all the coaching unit lapping up the victory, and we will do exactly the same inside the Lions room. So stick around for that. A 29-point win for the Brisbane Lions. This time last year, by the way, there was a young man making his debut in a VFL preliminary final after he won the Rookie of the Year in the Queensland Amateur Football League. He was playing for Maroochydore. He got picked to play for the Allies, and he made his debut in a prelim in the VFL. He had 9 possessions and kicked a goal. His name's Ty Gallop.
Yeah.
And fast forward 1 year later, in his 5th game at 19 years of age, he's just kicked 3 goals in an AFL prelim.
Yeah, 4 big marks too, but the one impressive thing for mine was just the big stage, the bright lights. He had composure, and he stood up when they required him to do it. And Logan Morris, he only hit the 1 goal, but he had big moments, and those 2 key tools. That was the one issue I thought might have been tonight on a preliminary final night, is you got 2 young keys ahead of the contest. So you needed them to really stand up and halve contest at very worst, and they won contests, and geez, they were impressive.
Mark Murphy, the son of a Fitzroy legend. Let's go celebrate with the winners, the Lions, by 29 points. Ben Cameron is in the winners' rooms.
Oh, they are jam-packed down here as well. Packed in, lots of the families. I can see the Dunkleys. Andrew's down here. Lara, who we spoke to pre-game. Brother Kyle of Josh is in the rooms as well. I can see Charlie Cameron's partner. She's got a decal jacket with Cameron on it. And listen to this. Brandon Starcevich leads them in. Dane Zorko too. Cam Rayner. High fives galore. They are a happy bunch. They know they're going back to the grand final for the 3rd consecutive year. And Josh Dunkley embracing his family. A massive family group hug. How good is that? Will Ashcroft, the last man in. And they will huddle up very shortly and sing a passionate song. There are phones galore held up Chris Fagan comes in, has a big hug with Josh Dunkley's mum, Lockie Neal. No limp in that gait. He's ready to go for next week, I reckon, Lockie Neal, as he strides right by me. Here we go. How about that? The Brisbane Lions back in the grand final. I'll come back to you in a moment.
Thanks, Ben. Even more impressive when you consider the two reigning premiers before them didn't even qualify for September. The one before that went out in straight sets, and the year before that they didn't qualify either. So the Brisbane Lions, something we haven't seen too often in recent years, and where the summers are getting shorter and the seasons are getting longer, and all of a sudden you're back playing soon after you finish, and yet the Brisbane Lions for the third straight year have taken their campaign all the way to the end. Meanwhile, a little quirky one under the current final system, so going back 25 years there now, no side has won it from fourth, and that stat will hold for whatever reason, with all the advantages and the double chance and everything else. But Collingwood eliminated tonight, and we've got 2 versus 3 for the second time in the final series, a rematch of the qualifying final. Geelong in their third grand final in the last 6 years up against the Brisbane Lions, who were there for a third straight year. There's a lot to pull apart. You obviously know Lockie Neal well, Merv.
Yep.
Have you spoken to him this week?
Not this week. No, I spoke to him last week, and he was still quite bullish at that point. So leads me to believe that it wasn't quite as significant. He's got huge calves, as we know.
He does.
So maybe it didn't get the big part of the calf.
More on that in a moment. Lions by 29 over Collingwood in the preliminary final. Back to the winners' rooms, Ben Cameron.
Thanks, Corb. We're down here with a man who has been washing up throughout the finals, Will Ashcroft, into another grand final. How does that feel?
Yeah, unbelievable. Playing another grand final for me, back-to-back years in the club, a few years now. It's exciting. It's really exciting to get back into this week and enjoy it for what it is and get ready to go again.
You wouldn't know this, but last year we had your dad and baby bro on the radio pre-game before the grand final. You two just shared a moment. What did you say to each other?
Pretty much just that, to be honest. He's had had a reflection out on the ground as well about being here last year or in a week's time last year, and experiencing that from the sidelines. Now, the opportunity to play with him and for his own individual self to get an opportunity to play on the biggest stage is exciting. And time does fly. It's unbelievable. We're a year later and they're in the same spot.
It felt like you guys were in control. Then Collingwood stormed back into the match. They led. You guys jumped out of the gates after half-time, and really you were in control after the main break. What changed?
I think it just comes back to our pressure. I think in the second quarter our pressure was down 1.61 or really low, so we needed to bring that again, and I think we got back over 2 in the third quarter, which is sort of our staple piece, I think, and our offence flows off that. We can chain through and take the game on, or we can build it up with ball movement. So I think, offence takes care of itself once we apply ourselves and really snap quickly. Close their space and pressure them hard.
I'll send you upstairs, Mark Murphy and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, congratulations on making another grand final. We forget how young you are, but your 2 young teenage key forwards I thought were outstanding tonight. For those 2 guys to stand up the way they did, I just thought was enormous to the result tonight. Did you talk to Ty Gallup? Because I know he's the younger, less experienced one out of him and Logan Morris, but I just thought he was outstanding tonight.
Yeah, he was. I think he's done a body of work throughout the year. He's sort of had his time in the VFL. He got his opportunity. I think he's just a no-fuss sort of operator. He does the basics really well. Like I was saying before, we need to get back to in the third quarter. I think he just does that all the time. He pressures, he brings the ball to ground. He really gets beaten one-on-one. He chases hard for a big guy. So I think when you do those things, you get reward, and that's sort of what he got tonight. He always brings that. Whether he's playing VFL, AFL, in the academy when he was back there, he's such a competitor, and when you bring that, good things happen to you. So I think that's a credit to him.
Now that goal of yours in the third quarter, that's no fluke. It's just off the ground. It looks like pure instinct, but that you meant that, didn't you?
Yeah, I was having a shot for sure. Yeah. It's sort of try and pride myself a bit on the forward 50 opportunities and try and get dangerous where I can. And the ball sort of spilt out and I just went for it. Sort of sat up nicely for me, so I just threw the boot at it and floated through.
there's so many stars in the Brisbane Lions team, but I just think one guy keeps floating under the radar week in, week out. Darcy Wilmot. When you guys weren't running in that first half, he was running. He's such an important player for your structure.
Yeah, absolutely he is. He goes, I think he goes from strength to strength every week. I think he's improved drastically, and I think that's a credit to, each individual. They go to work on their game, especially the young guys. They're so hungry and want to go to work. And I think he's in his 4th year now, and he's just gone better year on year. So, I think credit to him. He defends first, and then he has wheels and just takes it on the outside. We give him that licence because he can break the game open.
Will Murphy, congrats, mate, on your game and your year. Just want to ask you about Hugh McCluggage. He was here 2 weeks ago, and his colours were lowered against Geelong, but the last 2 weeks he's been phenomenal. Had Steele sideboard go to him tonight, and I just thought his work rate and his one around the contest just really led from the front tonight.
He absolutely did, yeah. I think, he probably wasn't too pleased with how it turned out a couple of weeks ago back here. And what I was saying before about our young guys, he's a leader in that sense where he puts so much work in for himself to always improve and get better. He's never complacent with where he's at, so he would have gone to work and reflected on that week and really bounced back hard the last 2 weeks. And even if he plays poorly or if he plays well, I think he prepares in a way that gets himself the best prepared to play really high level football. So credit to him tonight. He was amazing.
Now you're obviously a Norm Smith medalist and a premiership player. What's the message for your younger brother going into his first grand final next week? Is it keep it simple, it's just another game, or how did you approach it last year and your experience, and what is your messaging to him this week?
Yeah, I think a little bit of that. Obviously, you can say it's another game, but it's not in a lot of ways. So I think for him, at the end of the day, it'll come down to doing the basics really well under pressure with the big crowd and the 2 best teams. So, for him, that's all he needs to do, play his role, and good things come from that.
And Benny Cameron's down there with you at the moment. He was saying that Lockie Neal's got a pretty good walk about. His gate's looking pretty good. So the car, from all reports, is coming along well. What's your first indication with the co-captain? Will he get up for next week?
If it was up to him, he'd be straight in, I reckon. He's always raring to go, and I think he did a session today, so I think he's feeling pretty good. But obviously that's going to be a bit of a talking point this week, and it'll be pretty interesting. But obviously very much out of my sort of decision-making realm, and we'll see what the coaches and him decide.
Clint Wheeldon here. Congratulations. Just touching more on what advice you might give to your brother and the few players that haven't been there before, the other distractions around grand final week. What's your advice to those players that haven't experienced it before?
I think just embrace it. It's really exciting. For me, reflecting on when I was a young kid, coming to grand finals and watching them, as a fan, you just love all the extra bits that come along with it. So I think for a player, I think it's no different. You enjoy it, you embrace everything that it has to offer. You really soak it in, and then when it's time to perform, you sort of put that aside and you get back to work. I think, as I said before about with Ty and those guys, they're very cool-headed young fellas who I don't think it'll faze them too much, and I'll just really enjoy the moment.
Last one, Will. I know you got to run, and we'll let you enjoy it with your teammates. I've been really big on the big game routine that the Brisbane Lions have been doing. You obviously, that means multiple nights away from home before a big-time game. We saw it obviously last year's grand final with the parade and everything else, the early arrival. We saw it against Geelong earlier this year. You played some of your best footy down at Cadinia Park, and we got it again here on prelim night. What is it about the additional night away from home?
I think, our group's very close. We've got a lot of guys who have been here for a long time, who are tight, and even the young guys, it's a really great culture. So everyone's really tight, and we're more than happy to embrace that. Like I said before, embrace the opportunity to get down here early just enjoy each other's company and get settled in. I think for guys who are maybe a little bit more on the edge, it gives them an opportunity to settle down a bit and settle into the week. And then, as I said, when it's time to play, everyone's sort of ready, and it's not too much of a rush process. I think everyone sort of enjoys it.
The Steelers going to win on Monday?
I'll be up, I reckon. It's an early game though, so I don't know. I might have to get up at half time, but I think we're playing the Patriots, so it'll be a 50-50. I'm excited.
Good on you, Will. Enjoy the week. Can't wait to see you back here next Saturday.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
Will Ashcroft, the Norm Smith medalist from last year in the winners' rooms, a hardcore NFL fan, big Pittsburgh Steelers fan. I'm not sure the coach will be happy with a 3 a.m. wake up, but we'll
thought you might have asked him about Snoop Dogg. Would he get out there and watch Snoop Dogg before?
Would you?
Probably.
Who played? You went to a Super Bowl. Who played that year?
Rihanna.
Yeah. It was good?
Yeah, Riri was good.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll talk about it as the week goes.
I actually saw Snoop Dogg too, DJ with Shaq in a party prior to that as well.
Oh, so it won't be your first time
I've
seeing that
seen
this
Snoop
week?
before.
No big deal for you. Mark Murphy and Adam Ramanauskas alongside myself, Corbin, Middlemas and Clint Wheeldon. Ray Chamberlain's here as well. Ray, we might just put a little full stop on your night. As in terms of the officialdom, overall takeaway?
Preliminary finals are really tough. They're tough to play. They're tough if you're a supporter to watch, I envisage, and they're really hard to umpire. I thought tackling was an area that they were a bit off on tonight, particularly in the first half. And then the second half had a lot of 50-50 calls, and it's just, I think, a little bit like some of the players' nights. You know, sometimes everything turns to gold, and sometimes it doesn't go your way. I think they left a few out there tonight, if I'm really honest.
Have you had another look at that moment? And it is the moment, the front-on contacts with Elliott by Starcevic. He doesn't get the ball. From what I've seen, I saw it one more time. I thought there was front-on contact, and I thought he didn't get the ball. I thought that was an absolute lay-down Mazaire free kick. Have you had another chance to look at it?
I have had another chance to look at it, and I'd contest your view of it. This one sits right in the margin, so there's no body contact at all from the defender. It comes to the front-on contact with the arms. So you can come from with the flight of the ball and spoil the football. Okay, you're allowed to do that. Starcevic's sole objective is to contest the football, but what you've got to do is you've got to get it clean.
Does he get the football, though?
I don't think he gets it clean, but I think he does get a bit of it, but I think it's after it's come through and there's contact with the arms as well.
I think he's made contact and then he's hit the football.
I think you're right, and so I think a free kick is warranted in that instance because he doesn't get the ball clean. But I think it's really important to understand this one from an umpiring perspective sits right in the margins. I agree that I think a free kick is warranted.
Yeah, and that's the moment. Elliott kicks the goal at 6 points.
You know what we aren't talking about in terms of decision-making? You know, I never do this because I never played a game, unlike you two legends. You know, we didn't even talk about, do you take the set shot from 25 metres out directly in front or do you pop it over to your teammate?
Yeah,
so we're all making decisions,
yeah, that's
right?
right. Yeah, because memory took the mark. Yeah, you're right.
We're all making decisions, but we hop into the others a fair bit.
Stick around, Ray. More from you in just a minute.
Yeah, well put.
29-point win for the Brisbane Lions in the prelim. They'll play Geelong in next Saturday's grand final. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. Back to the winners' rooms. Ben Cameron.
I couldn't have a bigger name with me. A dual Brownlow medalist, great friend of Mark Murphy's, Lockie Neal. First things first, how's the calf?
Yeah, it's feeling good. Did a really testing session this morning and got through, and it's pulled up well. So, yeah, I think we'll see how the week plays out. But, yeah, it's going to be hard to kick anyone out of this team, though. So we'll see what happens. But, no, I'm excited about the week ahead, not only for myself but for the club to be back in a grand final for 3 years in a row. It's incredible. I'm just super proud of the group that played today, but the whole club in general. It's been amazing, and yeah, I'm just stoked. That was such a good performance. Got really tested in the second quarter, and to come out and play like we did in the second half, just a testament to our character. They're a bunch of cockroaches, these boys. They never die.
It was like that. I mean, they looked dead at half-time, this group, and somehow storm out of the gates after the main break. Club captain, desperate to play in a grand final, watching from the sidelines. What was that like?
Oh, so bad. I was sitting next to the coach's box, so in the stats box, and I think they're all telling me to shut up. I was riding every bump, every kick, every mark, every turnover, and yeah, I was pretty nervous. I reckon the heart rate would have been sitting at about 190 for the 4 quarters.
So what's the last thing they'll need you to do this week to tick off playing?
No, to be fair, I think from what I understand after today, I've ticked everything off. I think I'll just train as normal. And it's probably up to Papa Fags whether he picks me or not.
I saw Papa Fags out there with his grandson during the week. Cam Rayner just rolling by, happy with his performance. A couple of quick ones from Murph. They can catch up the old mates.
Well, it's good because it was a big night for my family because Maxie wears the Lockie Neal badge and he wavered 2 weeks ago. So let's make sure we see him out there this week. But from judging on that, Corbin and Ramo, I reckon there's almost a bit of a declaration there from the co-captain that he's probably going to be playing. But how impressed were you? I asked Will Ashcroft about Hugh McCluggage, but to me, he just looked like he had a really steely resolve tonight right from the get-go. Still side bottom went to him, tried to shut him down, but he just worked him into the ground and broke that tag. So after quarter time, they shut that down. But he was just enormous tonight.
Oh, I'm so proud of Huey. The amount of work he's put into his game over the last 5 or 6 years to become that inside-outside mid. I think he's got a case of being the best inside-outside player in the competition. I certainly think he's in the top 3 or 4 players in the comp. And in big games as well, he's been standing up. I know he got shut down against the Cats a couple of weeks ago, but the response has been emphatic. He absolutely dominated against Gold Coast, and then to come out and perform like that on the biggest stage in front of 95,000. Probably about 80 of them were Collingwood fans, and just so proud of him. And to be honest, it's no surprise because I see the work that he puts in every single day, and he's a true professional. Works so hard on his craft, and I'm so pleased that he's getting the rewards now. He's definitely taken over as the number 1 mid with Will Ashcroft is not far behind him, but having said that, I think Josh Dunkley is probably our most important mid the way that he plays. So, we're very fortunate to have a great group of guys through there, and they're all just playing selfless roles and getting the job done.
Lockie, it's Rammer up here, mate. I really, really hope you get up because we want our best players playing in the grand final. But can you just take us into, from the moment you did it against the calf against Geelong, we're at just over, the 2-week mark or 3-week mark now, whatever we are. Can you take us in how meticulous you've been with your rehab and the recovery to get to this point right now?
Yeah, I think the first couple of days I was told to just not do anything, and I was probably self-indulgent there and was feeling pretty sorry for myself and thought that my season was over. And I think it was a week later, I didn't really do anything except hyperbaric chambers for the first week, which the S&C guys sort of said, if you want to give yourself any chance, just start doing something, because I couldn't do any work on it in terms of strength or running. And by Saturday, after I did it, I was able to do a single calf raise, and that was sort of a sign that I was ready to run, which was about 5 or 6 days ahead of schedule. And from there, I've just sort of had a faultless rehab. Josh Lowe, my S&C coach, put together an amazing program that gave me this opportunity to perhaps make it back for a grand final if we were lucky enough to get there. So full credit to them and our physios. They've been really positive with me the whole way through and given me real hope that I could do it when they literally thought at the time I was a 1 or 2% chance to get back, and I think the scales have shifted quite significantly. So we'll see how the week plays out. Obviously still a week of training to get through and have to get selected, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, I don't think you need to worry about selection, but I want to ask you about training this week. Is it foot to the floor and really, really test it, or is there a little bit of protection mode there?
No, I think for me, I want to be really confident going in. So I think at training for me, I'll be putting a pretty high intensity. It might not be as long, not as many Ks, because I sort of ticked that off today, but I want to give myself confidence that I'll be ready to go next Saturday. So I'll still be going foot to the floor in that regard, and I'll still be smashing the chambers. So another week of that, and hopefully I'm there. But at the same time, if I'm not, I'll be fully supportive of the decision. And the guys have done an amazing job to get here, and I haven't been a huge part of that this final series.
It's been an amazing story. Well done to you, Lockie, on the recovery to get to this point and be such a live chance a week out from the biggest game of all. Corbin, Middlemas here, Lockie Neal with us in the Brisbane rooms. Just a quick one, Lockie, on Ty Gallup. Who is this guy? Where did you get him from? Last year, he makes his debut in the VFL. He's playing his 5th game tonight at 19 years of age. He's plucking pack marks, ticks 3 in a prelim. What can you tell us about this dude?
I'm pretty sure 12 months ago he was playing in front of about 60 people at Maroochydore. He was playing like local footy, and now he's playing in front of 95,000 and taking jukes and kicking 3 snags. So incredible story. He played a game for our VFL team in a prelim last year where they went down, but he just showed such tenacity in the contest and on ground level. His follow-up efforts are probably what impressed us most, and I thought he was a real chance to sort of play round one and be in our team for a lot more opportunities than what he's had, but he's come in and taken it with both hands the last couple of weeks, and he's an exciting prospect, and he's got a really bright future for us.
Hopefully we see you holding up the cup on Friday at the parade, Lockie. Appreciate your time.
Beautiful. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Lockie Neal in the victorious Brisbane Rooms.
That's an amazing insight.
Isn't it?
Of what he has gone through and then what he's got to still do this week to play in a grand final. They're enormous calls for coaches. Now, I'm sure Lockie will train really well this week, but then you flip it to the other side and you look at Scott Pendlebury tonight. Clearly there was some type of tightness, soreness, whatever that may be, because they were talking before the game.
I know.
It's such a fine line.
I know that there's a recency bias to this, but those marginal calls in the last couple of years, go through these ones. Logan McDonald got picked, had one disposal, subbed off, injured ankle in the third quarter. Sam Reid picked again for Sydney, who do like to roll the dice, got picked. 4 disposals, had to be subbed off with an injured adductor in the third quarter. And then Phil Davis in 2019, who got picked. And I was downstairs for the, I guess, his last minute bid to be fit. Had 15 disposals, injured calf, and couldn't get near the ball despite those.
Well, that test was right in front of us, Phil Davis.
Right
he
there.
was training.
Yeah, exactly.
He was virtually doing a fitness test half an hour, 45 minutes before the game. But did you ever pop a calf, Merv?
Yeah.
Can you, if, say, for example, and please, I'm not wishing this, if Lockie was to hurt his calf early in the game, can you carry it? Can you strap it up and carry it?
Some have. It depends how the significance of it. I know some teammates have strapped it and got away with it. But I think they will make him go full pace. And there's no way they won't make him do that, because you can't risk it, because you need to put a test on to make sure it's going to, one, get through it and pull up.
Yep.
And he said that as much, didn't he? He said, well, I'll go through the pace. I did it today. I got through probably the main sort of session in terms of max distance. But there'll be a point where there'll be a sprinting almost test that he'll have to do, and he won't do a lot of it, but he'll have to tick that off.
The marginal calls recently have gone against if you've decided to play. Now, I hope Lockie Neal plays, because he's a ripper.
He's a superstar.
Absolute ripper. But I think there's enough history now that surely, if he's not absolutely right, I know everyone carries a little bit, they can't risk him, because it's too damaging to your team if you lose him early.
Yeah. I think it's a 99.9% chance he plays.
Yeah.
They're hearing the way that he talks.
And I don't know anything. Like,
I'm the same. I don't know a thing.
Only just going off that. But if he's trained 2 days ago, he's trained today, and he's got 2 or 3 to get to, and he was already doing single calf raises so early on, that's a good indication he'll get through.
I'll also say I was having a sneaky look at Fox's monitors, and he was in the background when you've asked him about that, and he broke into a broad smile. So that might give you a little bit more background as well.
It'll be a fascinating watch. It'll be one we'll talk about all week.
And then you flip it to the other side with Tom Stewart not playing. Does Reece Stanley just come into that team now? But it's working so well what they've been doing without him. You know,
What's the matchup like? So McInerney and Fort?
I think they have to go with a recognised ruckman.
Right.
That's what I think. Like, you look at the dominance tonight of Brisbane around stoppage because of those 2 guys. Like Blitzars and De Koning, they've done a good job. But like, if it turns into a scrap and they're having to ruck all day against McInerney and Fort, you know, conditions at the moment saying there might be a bit of rain around on next Saturday. So you'd then assume, okay, probably more stoppage. I just think it's a big call not to go in with a recognised ruckman.
Those midfielders that Brisbane have got are so dynamic, and they're always on the move, and it's because of their ruck advantage and their tap work that allows them to do that. So it's so important for their game that they've got a recognised ruck, being able to give it to those midfielders who not get on the fly, but they get on the move as good as anyone.
10 goals, 5 from stoppage tonight, Brisbane.
2?
5-3.
Okay.
So Collingwood won the turnover game, 6 goals, 2 to 5-5. But Brisbane comfortably won the stoppage game.
We'll get to the Pies in just a moment, but the Brisbane Lions through to their 3rd grand final in as many years. 96,023 the attendance, so across 24 hours, 195,620.
It's a special place.
They're just eye-watering numbers. First time since 2019, so first time in 6 years we've had twin prelims here in Melbourne. And then, again, headed well towards 100,000 next Saturday afternoon. 195,624 prelim weekend. Ray, just on the umps, so you said they left a few out there today. Can I put you on the spot and ask you for your crew next week? So obviously we had the 4 umpires last night, which you said did a pretty good job. And you, I get the sense that you graded last night's crew a little higher than tonight's crew.
And you can't pick yourself, Ray.
Oh, that's a shame. God, you do observe these games. I'd be intrigued to hear from yourselves, just with envy, about being able to participate out there in front of those crowds and amongst those players. But for me, grand final day, if you want to know who I'd pick or who I think they'll pick.
I want to know who you would pick.
Yeah, I feel like you've got to be able to handle the moment. You need to be at ease in the environment. So for mine, it's a whole season's work, and then it's 3 weeks of finals to assess on. But I like history. Simon Meredith, for me, has shown that he's always keeps a calm head. I'd select him for his 10th grand final. You've got some guys in there to consider, but I think I'd debut Andrew Stevens.
Okay.
He's been knocking the door down for a long time. I thought he handled last night really well. He teamed well. He bounces the football well. He's an unassuming guy. He's not, he just rolls along. He's not there to make a show of it for himself. He's been there and thereabouts for about 4 or 5 years on the bounce. So I think he's earned his crack. And now you've got to bring it down. The rest of the guys, all bar one of the rest, have umpired at least one grand final.
Okay.
So Mollison's done a grand final. Myers done a grand final. Rosebery's done 9 grand finals, and Stevik's done 10 or 11. You've got to find 2.
Well, the 9 and 10's a pretty good resume to have if you've done them before.
Yep. Fill your boots.
All right, I'm putting Stevic and Rosebery down. So I've got Stevic, Rosebery, Meredith, Stevens as Ray's crew, which means only Matt Stevic would come across from tonight's crew. So 3 of the 4 out of last night, according to our man Ray Chamberlain. Max Lawton off Twitter. Brisbane and Geelong are the 2 winningest teams of the 2020s. So if we look at this decade, which is now 6 seasons old, no teams won more games during that period than the Brisbane Lions and Geelong. So a nice, neat matchup for our grand final.
Yeah, and you look at sort of just the quality of those 2 teams, just across the entire park, from the last line of defence to your full forward line. Okay, yep, you got the 2 young key forwards at Brisbane. They acquitted themselves unbelievably well today. But
can they do it again?
Well, that's right. That's the challenge. But it's the 2 half forwards for both teams. They're just electric. Both teams have got just weapons across that half forward line, and it doesn't take long for them to have impact on the game, which Cam Rayner showed in that third quarter.
Yep, there's going to be changes in grand final week with of course, Tom Stewart at least going out for Geelong, Reece Stanley coming back from a hamstring injury, and for the Brisbane Lions, Jared Berry's shoulder did not look good. He was in the change rooms post-game, but had to have the AFL doctors attend to him in the rooms, came off in a whole lot of pain as his shoulder slipped out and he was subbed out immediately. So there's a big watch on whether he'll be available next week. We'll get more word when we hear it from the rooms. Chris from South Hobart off the SMS, 0437 774 774. How about this for a bit of news? Chris Fagan's younger brother, Grant, coached Clarence to a premiership today in Tassie.
How good's that?
We love those stories.
That is sensational.
Love those stories. And Marcus in South Melbourne. Lions have never played Geelong in a grand final, and Lachie Neale will be the sub in a grand final for the 2nd time. So he's predicting that Lachie Neale would start as the sub.
He was Fremantle. He was a sub, wasn't he?
Yep, back in 2013.
No, I think he'll start on the ground.
Yeah, he's also the only player still going around from that 2013 grand final side with Nat Fyfe retiring.
0437 774 774, the SMS number. The Magpies. So obviously their season ends on preliminary final night for the 2nd time in the last 4 years. They won that qualifying final away from home against Adelaide. I feel like so much of this is going to be a mystery in retrospect, where we look at where the Crows were at and what happened to them, and was it the Crows' performance, was it what the opposition did to them? So they win that, they come here, they hang in really for 3 quarters. When Mason Cox kicked the goal at the start of the last quarter, which obviously went to the video review, they were within 12 points, and 18 of the 21 goals in the game had been scored towards the punt road end where the Pies were heading. They conceded the last 4 goals of the game at the other end as they were able to salute.
It's a fine line. I mean, the more I'm looking at that Jamie Elliott non-decision, the worse it gets for me.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's like that's within 6 points. And you can almost, and then you can look at it and go, oh, is Jeremy Howe, like should he have played? Maybe they've had interruptions in terms of their injuries going into this period. So Jeremy Howe's obviously had those injury issues. Bobby Hill's not there. Pendlebury gets injured at the start of the game. It just wasn't their night. And that Jamie Elliott decision as well, it all sort of compounds on the evening.
Look, the reality is they're good enough. Okay, Collingwood. You look at they go 14-2. Then they were a bit shaky in the back end of the season. They win a first final over in Adelaide, and tonight it didn't go their way. But there's a couple of things you look at across the board for Collingwood, and I think they need another mid. That's where I think it sits right now. I think they need to find another midfielder. Ned Long came into the team and did a good job, but the reality is, can they get a full season out of Jordan De Goey, a fit Jordan De Goey? He's had 17 possessions tonight, and I thought his impact on the game was minimal. He kicked the ball at 29%. He looked a step off. So as much as Collingwood spoke about, we got him right for a final series, you can't replicate touch and you can't replicate game time. That's what you just can't replicate. And I thought tonight, just at times, he was a step too slow. So they've got to find some consistent help for Nick Dacos in the middle of the ground. He's a superstar. We all know that. But you're throwing pieces in there that are more makeshift than permanent, in my opinion. I think they need to find a permanent number 2 for him that is going to constantly play with Nick for the next 5 years to maximise his prime.
Are they a chance to get one this year, you reckon?
Well, look, Collingwood won't die wondering. We know that. You look at last year, Perryman and Dan Houston, they go after. So they'll have something in the works that they'll try to create through a trade period, but they need to find a consistent number 2 for Nick Dacos.
What about the reports that they're in for Charlie Curnow? I don't know if you saw that last night, Xander Maguire's report on 7 News.
Yeah. So. Oh, that wouldn't surprise me either. Like if Myercheck leaves, McStay maybe comes back into the team. Was that the right call to leave him out? Yeah, I don't know. Only they can answer that question.
I imagine all the old boys that are going around again, everyone's on minimum chips pretty much though, aren't they? So they brought in Houston from another club. Perryman's coming from another club. Nick Dacos is obviously going to get his share of the pie. He's on his new contract. So,
well, the other part is Brodie Grundy's money that they've been paying for the last whatever years, that comes out now, so they've got that. I think Adam Treloar's money's out now. He signed a 1-year deal with the Western Bulldogs. So they've got some money. They've certainly got money.
Jamie Elliott's manager, as you can hear, saying they've definitely got some bucks.
Yes, you got some money, Collingwood.
Let's see it to make sure Jamie Elliott stays at Collingwood along with Brodie Myercheck or off contract at season's end. The Pies are done. They went out 14-2, so that's when they'd clinched their final spot. They came home 2-6. Yeah. So in their last 8 games. Yeah. They peaked too early.
Look, to me, you win games to qualify, obviously, but it seems to be the teams that are in the best form in the last month of the season are the teams that generally give themselves the best opportunity to win a grand final.
And the only 2 teams they beat in the last 2 months of the season, they beat Melbourne, who they trailed at 3/4 time, and they beat Adelaide, who got a little lost in the lights, obviously, in that qualifying final. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774, Jim says... the front-on contact rule is that the player has no intent to spoil the ball and doesn't chop the arm. It wasn't a free kick, so Jim agrees with you.
But the line there doesn't chop the arm.
Yep. You thought he did chop the arm?
I reckon he gets the arm. That's where, I take your point, but that is absolutely correct. He hits the arm, Starcevic. And I'm not saying this changed anything, but it was a pivotal moment. So everyone will be talking about it.
So if he kicks the goal, it would have been a 6-point game?
6-point game with, was it 10 minutes? I think it was 10 minutes. Plenty of time to go. Starcevic comes in. He does have his eyes on the ball, so that's not an issue. He does try to spoil. That's not the issue. The issue is he hits the arm before he makes contact with the footy. That's the issue.
And, as we spoke about earlier, that's exactly what I've said to you. Yep. You're allowed to come from front on if your sole objective is to contest the football, but you've got to get the ball clean.
And I've seen it now a couple more times, and I'm absolutely convinced.
His left arm was hit.
Absolutely. He doesn't get the ball clean. Yeah.
So what the point being made there is correct, apart from the very last part where he doesn't make clean contact with the footy. And that's why it should have been a free kick. That's where I stand anyway. I bet we'll be talking about this on the footy forum tomorrow.
And I reckon the 80,000 Collingwood fans in here too would be with you as well.
Sandy off the SMS, really enjoying the umpiring analysis during the call. We love having Ray Chamberlain with us as well. Andy from Wodonga, Stanley's going to be a huge risk. He's obviously coming back from a hamstring. Felt like he was almost sort of touch and go this week, let alone with another week off. And obviously an 8-day break for the Cats. Great call tonight, boys. Just wondering if anyone gives the Lions a genuine chance of winning next week from Sia from Tasmania.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah,
the Lions did a number on them down there at Kardinia Park.
Yeah.
They got taught a lesson a couple of weeks ago. They'll learn some lessons out of that. But their response the last 2 weeks has been significant.
Keen to hear this. Jared Berry, a short time ago, was on Channel 7 with Brian Taylor. This is what he had to say.
Yeah, no, it has. They said before the Hawthorn game that if it was a grand final, I'll play. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Might not even scan and just strap her up and go for it.
Well, good luck.
There you go, Ram.
Yeah.
You said don't rule him out just yet.
No, look, he's a tough bugger too, Jared Berry. So he'll do everything in his power. So this is the art of coaching. You've got two decisions to make on two guys that are going to carry in some type of injury.
Can you take two in?
But then if you take two in, there's a hard luck story out of all of it, isn't there? Because one has to miss out.
Yeah. It's a great grand final matchup. The Lions there for the third straight year trying to go back-to-back, and the Cats who are playing their third grand final in 6 seasons. Unfortunately for Magpies fans and for Hawks fans, their season ends at the penultimate weekend. If you weren't with us earlier, Scott Pendlebury nicked his calf in the opening 10 minutes, and the Brisbane Lions grabbed hold of the game. They kicked the next 4 goals to lead by 20 points at quarter time. The second quarter belonged to Collingwood. They kicked 6 unanswered goals, 6 straight as well, and as a result, after trailing by 21 points early in the quarter, Collingwood led by 13 at halftime. They call it the premiership quarter for a reason. In the third term, it was 7 goals to 2 Brisbane's way, and the Lions were back on top by 17 points. Mason Cox goaled early in the final term. They drew within 12 points. There was a controversial no call and a free kick. And from that point on, Brisbane, with the game there to be won, they finished off kicking the last 4 goals to the non-scoring end, to the city end of the ground, to ultimately book their place in the 2025 grand final. So the Lions winners by 29 points over the Magpies in the preliminary final. Sets up beautifully our grand final next week, Geelong versus the Brisbane Lions. Interesting recent history here when we look at the games that these sides have played in the not-too-distant past. So the one that's obviously going to live fresh in the memory was week 1 of the finals, where the Cats won every quarter and ultimately advanced by 38 points. But the history before that was very much with the Brisbane Lions. In their previous 3 meetings, the Lions won at 3 different venues in 3 different ways. So they won at the MCG in the prelim. It was a pulsating game. They came from a long way back, and then there were multiple lead changes in the final quarter, and the Lions had more of the big moments. Then they met early in the season in the rescheduled Cyclone game in the pouring rain, and Geelong jumped out to an early lead, and Brisbane actually ran them down. So they came from behind to win, and then round 15 at Kardinia Park, the Lions started like they'd been shot out of a cannon, and they never looked back, and Geelong weren't in the game. So they beat them at the MCG, they beat them at the Gabba, and then they beat them at Kardinia Park. But the Cats obviously have the most recent history advancing through on that particular occasion. What does all that count for leading into the decider, Murph?
Oh, not so much, I don't think. To be honest with you. It was a good build-up.
Yeah, that was well put together.
It was well put together. But grand final day is a different story.
Feels like
not that I've been there, but I've told it is.
I've thrown the alley open and it's just sailed over the base.
Wasn't it what? But what? I was thinking
while
while you were talking about that. So last year they played all 4 finals, the Lions. So match hardened.
Yeah.
So and they're going to do it again.
Yep.
So is that the issue of the pre-finals bye coming into effect? Who will wait and see if it actually occurs or not? But they've done it the hard way.
Correct.
Both years if they do it. So
I love taking the scenic route. There's no doubt about that. The Brisbane Lions, and they book a place in a 3rd straight grand final.
I would say, you say it doesn't mean much.
No, I was sort of just being...
No, I know. But the point about how much do you take out of those games, the reason I would have confidence for the question that came through the text line, can the Lions get it done? Well, yeah, because they went down to Kardinia Park and had a big win, and they've beaten them here at the MCG before as well. So that qualifying final game was an appalling performance by Brisbane. We've seen them bounce back. So I would think Geelong deservedly would go in as favourites for the grand final. But would you put a line through Brisbane? Absolutely not. You would be mad to discount their chances of winning it.
And the counter pressure that night in the qualifying final, we saw it replicated last night in the prelim, was ferocious with that big win over the Lions. I'll do it all again next Saturday here at the MCG for the second time in this final series. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport. Craig McRae at his press conference.
Craig, a disappointing end to the season. Brisbane just had a few more punches in the end.
Yeah, no, this is, it comes to an end real quick. It does. Credit to Brisbane, they're outstanding, really. Like their clearance work in that third quarter was just dominant. We're trying all different things and they were just too dominant around that part of the game. 5 goals or something. They might have kicked 6 for the third quarter. It put you right on your back on your feet, and then they were just, we're coming, and then you just don't quite get there. But it comes to an end quick, and we just have to sit in that now.
Thanks inside the rooms fly. What was the emotion? It's been such an emotional roller coaster this year. Yeah.
Just overwhelming disappointment. I can only speak for myself. Thanks to our fans, our Magpie Army, for turning up. 96,000 again today. We're just so grateful for their ongoing support. They're so loud, and I just want to make sure I appreciate those out there that supported this year. You'll be disappointed. We are. You get to this time of the year, you realise how close you are, but they're bloody hard to win, and it takes a long time to get back here. So thanks to our Magpie Army.
You talked about the midfield battle. How big of a blow was Pendles in the first 5 minutes?
Yeah.
What happened there?
Oh, look, it doesn't help. You got one of your most experienced players that just organises things, and he did a calf early, which is really strange, but this is what happens this time of year. It is what it is. You're sort of going along well. Thought we were really well prepared for this game, and physically and emotionally and tactically, and then you got to pivot. We had plans to tag McCluggage, but then we just need still to play different roles, and then there's a flow-on effect. So it is what it is. It just happens this time of year, doesn't it?
Craig McRae, one of the most uber positive people and coaches, and you can feel that, you can hear the hurt in his voice. And unfortunately for his Magpies, second time in 4 years they go out on preliminary final weekend. It's been great bang for your buck, though, hasn't it, since he was appointed? 4 years, 3 times in the last 4 in a premiership.
But he makes the point. And I know Collingwood have been such a successful team in his tenure so far, but there's no guarantee of getting back there. That's, you've got to take the opportunity, and particularly that second half, they didn't take the opportunity.
There would have been Essendon fans leaving the ground in 2001 thinking, oh, that's all right, next year will happen.
We'll be back. That was it.
What's happened since then?
I haven't made it back to the final 4.
Clint, that's pretty poor, wasn't it?
Harsh. Terrible. Savage. 29 points, the final margin, the Brisbane Lions winners over Collingwood. All right, early thoughts, early leans towards next week's grand final. Where will your tip be?
Geez, if Brisbane play the way they played in that second half, they're going to be incredibly hard to beat. I know I'm expecting a lot out of 2 young forwards, but the ball movement, the control that they had across half back, their stoppage dominance, that's as close to as good as half of football that I've seen in a long time. And Geelong are in good form. They're in, don't get me wrong, they're in stunning form. But I just probably my lean is a touch towards Brisbane, but I think this is as even as a grand final that we had in a long time.
Yeah, well, I think the Cats have been unbelievable in their 2 finals and just dominated the games, haven't they? So it's hard to go against them. Like my heart's telling me go for Brisbane, but I think that Geelong's just body of work over these 2 finals has just been just superior to that of the Lions. But I think it's going to be very tight.
Craig McRae was asked about the front-on contacts, by the way, at that critical stage in the final term.
No, it looked like that, yeah. Yeah, it did. No guarantee he kicks the goal, though, is it? Like, this is the world I live in. I never make excuses. I don't want our fans to see a coach that leads our group through excuses, because it just doesn't get you anywhere. I think losers make excuses. We don't. We're winners, and we didn't win today. Clearly beaten by a better team. I think they would have beaten us anyway, the way they were playing. So, you could say what ifs and if only, but it's not the space we live in. We didn't control the things we could control well, and around stoppage, and then we had great momentum going into half time, and we just let it slip real quick. And this is against really good opposition. They make 3 grand finals in a row. We're really well coached. Fags had a great year again, and they got a few out, and just shows the depth of their belief in their system. And today was just a bit better than us.
Craig McRae at his press conference. More on all of that, I'm sure, on the Footy Forum with Clint Wheeldon tomorrow. Go well there, Clint. Well called today.
Thank you.
Thanks to Clint Wheeldon. Thanks to you, Mark Murphy. Not just today, but for your work right across the season.
Yep, no, thanks, Corbin. Clint, good work with you. Razor, terrific.
Thank you to you, Adam Ramanauskas, all season long, Saturday afternoon, holding it down.
Absolutely loved it. And I've made a new friend. It's not often, but Ray, I can call you a friend now.
And more sessions, I'm sure, between you guys, the tutorial sessions over the off-season.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Learning never stops, Corb.
It's a great year. It's a great year on ABC. Just thoroughly enjoy it and love what we do.
How many years you been doing this now?
16.
You're our elder statesman of the team.
Yep.
Still such a young man. As the youngest Essendon Premiership player. Yes. Who would have thought it? But Adam Ramanauskas with us every Saturday throughout the year. Thanks to you, Razor. We will hear from you next Saturday.
Whoa.
Big dance.
He goes straight to a grand final.
Yeah, straight in. Year one. And Monday on Extra Time on ABC Sport Digital from 9 o'clock here in the East.
All of that. Thank you to everybody for all their work as part of our coverage. To Damo Peck on our socials, to Stuart Hollywood Baker and to Stu Birchmore for his work, to the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio, and of course Ben Cameron roaming the boundary and his work earlier today with Bob Murphy. We have had 9 hours of broadcasting right here at the MCG. We've given an uppercut to the rest of the competition. There's no doubt about it here on ABC Sport. We've got our grand final set in 2025. It'll be Geelong and the Brisbane Lions for all the marbles next Saturday at the MCG. You'll hear it here on ABC Sport. Zorko with the intercept possession, got it away to Dunkley, handball out wide to Bruce, who kicks it down to half forward for Brisbane, finds Will Ashcroft, takes the mark, never broke stride, eyes the big six, the Norm Smith medalist, and Will Ashcroft dumps it on the run. Brisbane within a point.
To Zorko. Will drill it long towards full forward. Punch came from Darcy Moore, down in the direction of McInerney though. Oh, got it to Gallup, got the arms free, kicks the goal. Zorko emerges with it for the Lions. Kicks Brisbane to the right, full forward, off hands. Here's Rayner. Gathers, snaps, goals.
Hand pass releases McCreary. He kicks off a couple of steps right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot, floats through the air and takes a screamer on preliminary final night. And the photographers all lined up in the half-forward flank would have had a hell of a look at it. Deserves the finish. Elliott goals.
Spun back in. McInerney in front, won it down. Oh, socket off the ground by Will Ashcroft.
He's a freak.
That is just that. Freakish. It sat there for him. He swung the right. Boot at it straight through. He's got his second.
Cam Rayner, 45 metres out. Rainbow drop punt, high arcing. Kick is there. He's made the premiership quarter his own. McInerney spoils Gallup numbers with Brisbane. Hits the deck and Morris bursts away with it. Morris forward to the wing. Long kick to Charlie Cameron, who's on his bike and takes the mark in the right forward pocket. Charlie Cameron. He's going to hook it across the body on his left boot. His kick is good. Almost heaven. The Brisbane Lions are 18 points up in the prelim. 18 gone, final term.
He picks it up for the Lions in the left forward pocket, steps back inside still, gives it to Archie. Archie centres the football. Loman was up and then follows it through and then sockers it across the line. And then does a couple of push-ups too for good measure. They're on their way now, Brisbane. The reigning kings of the AFL jungle will defend their crown on grand final day. They're into the premiership decider. Brisbane over the Pies by 29 points. Geelong awaits.